Folks and gentlemen, we're your hosts, Roy Gravis, Bucky Bender. You got the camera all jacked up, dude. It's crooked.
It has been.
I think it's good.
Yeah, Mike's
now
right in the
it's
middle.
good.
That's all that matters.
Now it's good.
What in the world?
I don't know what y'all are doing. This is amateur hour.
We've been
Somebody's
having
getting
problems.
cut.
Hey, we got two people.
Somebody's getting fired.
Everybody. All right,
Somebody's
let's do
getting
this.
fired tonight.
Hey, it's the Functional Gentleman.
Yes, it is.
It's Friday.
Yes.
Let's enjoy it.
Yes.
How are you?
Good. Yeah.
You look like you've been playing golf.
It's fun. It's fun.
Yeah.
Everybody's.
It's fine. Everything's fine.
That's what the producer gets tonight.
Yeah.
Good job, buddy.
Producer's dropping the ball. Multi-pass. You dropping it
Multi-pass.
all over the place. What was that? Oh, you're turning
The
TV on.
Anyways,
I was like,
speak, guys. Speak.
Yeah.
Act like you've done this
I was
before.
like, not again. We
have
can't
done-
afford this
no,
again.
We have done this before. Hey, you want to talk about something I saw that was messed up?
Sure.
How do you guys blow a lead to Arizona? And
You know
lose?
what? I don't even want to talk about it. We ruined that game ourselves.
Yes, you did. Jackson Arnold is not the answer.
He is. That was just his first ever start.
It's against Arizona.
Arizona
right.
won their.
Arizona.
They won their
Arizona.
last
What were
like
they,
7
14?
games.
Hey, Eric. Hey, James. Hey, Jeremy.
It's
Woo!
against Arizona.
Everybody always saying, hey.
Yep. And before
What's
he
going on, everybody?
does it, let me talk to you. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know he's going to chime in at some
At
point.
some point.
He's excited. I'm excited to have him in state next
know.
week. That's what I'm really excited for.
I know,
That's
I'm
the guy
excited.
that we keep telling you about that's coming in from Alabama.
Oh, cool. Yeah. Looking forward to it.
Jake's not on here yet.
I know.
Yeah,
I went ahead and beat him to the
Oh, okay. You beat him to the punch.
I did.
Uh-huh.
I beat him to
So-
the punch for sure.
Y'all did a drawing today for
We did.
some pappies.
Yeah.
How'd that go?
Pappy for a penny.
Pappy for a penny.
Boy, Mike Williams, he just
Pappy
comes
for a
up with
penny.
these ideas and keeps giving, and
I know.
Yeah.
it's 3 weeks running. It's been great.
Man,
We got
you
a
guys
lot.
had a huge turnout on that one, too, because it was like something like 1,800 posts or 1,800 comments like the first 15 minutes.
Yeah.
I took a screenshot of it last night
was
and
ridiculous.
sent that screenshot to Mike Williams, and I just said, "Congratulations, that's freaking awesome." That's
How many comments? Didn't
It was 19. Whenever I screenshotted it, it was 2,100 comments
Yeah.
and like 2,800 shares.
Yeah.
It was a lot.
I was- that's
he
impressive.
Yeah, he thought it would do like around 1,500. So yeah,
It almost doubled.
no,
that.
almost doubled that. Yeah,
I mean-
it's we've done a lot here in the last 3 weeks. It's given us a lot of good publicity.
Yeah.
Letting people know that there's still a liquor store out there trying to do it
The right way.
the right way, and no pun intended.
I see what you did
There
there.
he is.
That's what you did there.
There he is.
But yeah, the drawing went well. It was
I beat him to it already.
completely randomized, and he said, to start with 2 bottles, and of course he
ended
doubles
up
that.
with-
Yeah, and in true Mike Williams fashion, he doubles it.
Yeah, just doubles it.
Off the
And
cut.
so
There is something on that table that looks delicious to me.
What are you talking about?
Gosh,
Just because it says coffee and cask.
it says
That's
copper.
first of all
and gas.
copper and cast.
Oh, I thought it said coffee.
I need you to wear
Yeah.
your glasses.
Yeah.
Just like I need him to wear his glasses.
We got to wear our glasses.
Apparently that never happens.
No,
That says copper.
Yeah, we do have some interesting stuff on the table though.
Yeah,
but that's not
looks
why
good.
we're here. We're here to talk all things Whiskey Fest.
Yes.
yeah, the time's finally here. It's
I
think-
think like 7 days from tonight, y'all are doing the sponsorship dinner.
Yep, that will
Yum,
be
yum.
exactly a week. I will not be here next Friday, nor will y'all.
No.
We'll be at the Beaumont Civic Center, and yeah, we look forward to it. Especially for you guys to be there and see that. It's a different type of event than what we do on the Saturday, and so it's going to be a lot of fun. I think y'all guys will enjoy it, and then roll into Saturday.
So
Hopefully,
excited about Saturday.
Jake, I don't know if you saw the post, but we canceled the what is it called? The roast of John tonight. Okay, you don't have to roast me.
What,
Well, you can. Feel free.
I'm sorry, but when your phone rings and it says Mike Wright
Yeah.
on it, you kind of have to
Right.
answer it and be like, "Hey, what's up? What can I do?"
But Jake started right out the box.
Right.
Well,
Yeah.
Did you expect anything else?
I
Yeah.
did not.
Okay.
So before we dive too far into Whiskey Fest,
Yes.
yeah,
can we talk a little bit about the 2 ginormous events Longhorn Liquor did?
I'd
Yeah.
love to. Yeah, they were crazy. Yeah.
Do you have any idea of how many people between the 2 weekends showed up? Was there any kind of count?
The best I could do on the first weekend, that was actually an event that I told Mike I wanted to do much earlier in the year. I really initially planned to do that around September. Again, just to help us move through some of those store picks. We know this time of year is when a lot of our barrels come in, kind of make room, and it just kind of kept getting put off. And I'm glad we did. I think the timing was right. The Christmas season, maybe the ladies out shopping, and you know, what I can do is track how many transactions we had in that time frame. Assuming most people were coming through, gathering their store picks, making one purchase.
Right.
And so if we were going to, you know, equate transactions to potential number of people there, it was over 200. So that's and that was a little bit big. I mean, obviously y'all were there, but the raffle didn't start till 2:00, and you had to be present to win, which meant a lot of people were. Like I thought the line was still. I'm like, there's no way we're going at 2:00. I thought all those people were still in line, and no, they were just right around the counter there. And so we got started. It went very smooth. I think we pulled north of 150 bottles in under 90 minutes. And so,
and then in true Mike Williams fashion, pulled out a few more bottles and pulled those.
So nine more. I got a funny story about that too. Two of my buddies that were there that had bought several store picks and had a lot of tickets. As it got down to the Eagle Rares and stuff like that, they weren't as interested, so they turned and they both gave the same guy their remaining tickets. And then Mike pulled those bottles back out, and the first number was that dude. He swears it was his, but, you know.
So, quick question.
Of course.
These events, is that when the Pappy for a Penny happened?
No, the Pappy for a Penny was tonight.
Yeah.
It was tonight. Okay.
So, 2 weekends ago, if you came in, you were able to sample about 20 different previous store picks, and then that got you a ticket, and then that raffle start. I mean, there was definitely some Pappy out there and some B-Tac, a lot of nice allocated bottles, and you got a chance to win and buy that at retail, which is you don't see that anymore with a lot of those bottles. And if that wasn't enough, you know, and I mean, it was crazy. We've got some. Bucky took some amazing pictures and really highlighted what the crowd was. We got some stills from our security cameras overlooking, and that store was packed.
Yeah,
it
was still nice though, because we weren't quite elbow to elbow, but almost. But it was still. I mean, everybody was hanging out, had enough room to have their own little space, and so it wasn't like it was super crowded, even with that many people in there.
And we've said this before about whiskey, how it brings people together, and you get that many people that are about the same thing. You know, I'm not going to tolerate any misbehavior in there, people getting crazy. That's not what it's about. It's good vibes only. And hats off to our customers. You know, they've even going into the next weekend, and you know, me and Mike Williams spent the entire night out there with them, and I
couldn't believe it. How much did you crash afterwards?
Man, it was.
That's the question I want to know.
So, Mike, we got through setting the store probably about 11:30.
So just real quick, this was for last weekend's event, which wasn't a raffle. It wasn't anything like that. Last weekend's event was strictly an allocated bourbon or whiskey drop. Like y'all set everything up. And people showed up.
Yeah. Yes. This started last year. It was, to be honest with you, kind of a middle finger to Specs, because people have been spending the night in line for 4 days. And then here we went and we posted a picture at roughly 10:30 on a Friday night. And so Saturday morning at 10 o'clock, we're dropping this. And to be honest, on the top end, it was better than Specs. Like, you're not getting Pappies and stuff like that. I mean, they've got, like, I think – The drop today was that yesterday that they did there,
yesterday.
But I mean, I heard the top bottle was an old Rip 10.
Yeah.
And so, you know, we had, you know, quite a bit out there. And so obviously the line started forming early. Mike had responded to somebody on Facebook and kind of dropped a little clue. And anybody that knows Mike, they kind of picked up on it and said something's coming.
Yeah.
And so we actually had people showing up to get in line before the picture he dropped, because when we got through setting up the store, we took a picture and then we dropped that on Facebook and Instagram, and that's when holy hell broke loose. And then people just started showing up. By midnight, we probably had 25 people in line.
Wow.
What was the earliest person to show up?
Our boy Brandon got there about 9:30.
9:30?
Yeah, 9:30. He was and he was debating hard And, it's like you're not going to get a chance to buy that bottle.
Right.
Like here,
that-
it's if you go right now kind of thing. And so he decided to go, and then literally 10 minutes later, 2 people showed up from Louisiana.
Wow.
And
That's crazy.
Yeah. And so.
But then, and I talked to Brandon for a minute whenever I got there, and that's what he said. He said the same thing. He was debating on whether or not he was going to go, and he's glad he did because he's wanting one of those Pappy 20s.
Yeah, if
This one
anybody's
he hadn't had, and he was like, that's what I'm getting.
If people haven't been privy, I'm sure most of the listeners have not, to see Brandon's room.
Yes.
At his house, it's truly a museum, and most of that stuff is open. He does have some bottles that he'll hold on to forever that will not be open, and that Pappy, what ended up being a Pappy 20, is a great centerpiece of anybody's bourbon collection. And so you could tell when he got there and he saw the people start showing up, because originally the top bottle was a Pappy 15, and then everybody showed up. Mike was in a great mood. We were hanging
question.
out, and so he went and grabbed a 20 year to throw out there. And so,
Got a good question for you.
Yeah.
So it says, can we get some clarity on how they allocated BTAC to stores? Does it hoe off sales of shelf bottles of the same brand throughout the year? Just curious on the voodoo that is allocated.
Yeah, so it's really based off of the BTAC is owned by Sazerac, and so it's that's definitely a measuring stick, is how much business you do with the Sazerac brands throughout the year. And the distributors get so many bottles allocated to them, and then they decide, based off their accounts. It's simple. The more you do, the better you're going to get taken
Supply
care
and
of.
demand.
You're just a bigger customer, and
Right.
you mean more to their bottom line. And so you're going to, certain stores get the lion's share of those products. And
And I have a question.
Yeah.
Okay, so you said the first guy showed up at 9:30, give or take.
Yeah.
When did the store actually open for the...
yeah, 10 o'clock the next morning.
So 12 and a half hours.
And he stayed in line
stood
for
there.
12 and a half
Hey,
hours.
me and Mike Williams stayed there all night with all
Wow.
of them, and we weren't getting whiskey.
Very true.
Because it would have been just as easy to lock the door, go home,
Hey,
and say,
that
I'll see
is-
y'all in the morning.
And
That
about-
is some kind of devotion.
Yeah, 5 o'clock, Mike ran to the donut shop right there by about everybody that was in line at that moment, kolaches and donuts.
Oh, that's
and,
cool. I was about to ask you, did you give the people in line some food?
Well, based off that first event we did, we had the Smash Wagon come out, which was a huge
It was
success.
Which,
so
by the
massive.
way,
Delicious.
Yeah.
They are
Burgers
amazing.
are
Yes,
delicious.
They are good.
Yeah. So then you had a lot of the same people at that first weekend are now in line early for the second weekend, and that's everybody's talking about, man, we could use a Smash Wagon right now. So, but it was fun. We stayed up, had some pours, and had some good conversation, and really connected with our customers. And that's not the point of it. But we love our customers. A lot of our customers become very dear friends of mine. There was a good chance I was going to hang out with those guys regardless. And
you say it doesn't really matter, but it actually does, because I think that's what puts Longhorn ahead of everybody else in the industry.
yeah,
Is y'all's attention to detail with your customer
Right.
service.
yeah,
And
Well,
that-
yeah. I think we do things different. We approach it different. In this whiskey game, it's boomed. Obviously, y'all are here. Y'all get to talk about it every week. But over the last 7-8 years, to see where this has gone, and we've really leaned into it as with our stores, and I think the customers are naturally attracted to us just because of the amount of selection we have throughout the year. But then these little special events that we sprinkle in throughout.
But and let's face it, it's the people more than anything.
Yeah.
Sure.
Because I said that in a couple of different on the pictures, the little caption underneath it.
Yeah.
The Mikes know how to turn every event into a family affair, because y'all really do. Because
Yeah.
every time we show up, there's a crowd around y'all. Everybody's talking to everybody. And whether it's you or Mike Williams or Dennis or just the people that are out there, because the little group that we were in, whenever we got in line, we all chit-chatted the entire time.
Yeah.
We didn't get into the store till 11 o'clock.
Yeah, roughly.
So
11,
that
11:15,
entire
somewhere in
hour, we're hanging out. We're all talking about where we've been, what we've gotten, what we're doing, and just the guy in front of us was talking about how his uncle used to own a liquor store, And I mean, we all just hung out. Like there was no weirdness to these people that we just didn't know.
No, and as soon as I saw the people that showed up in line, I knew I'm probably staying. And I never shot, like, it doesn't bother me. Yeah, we stay up all night. We opened the store. We sold whiskey till about 1 o'clock, and even though it was our busiest day of the year as well, with the one this past week, anyways, right before Christmas.
I saw something that amazed me. You talk about this past weekend. I saw something that amazed me, and I don't know if you saw it or not. But did you see the guy that bought all the champagne?
Oh, yes.
Like, everybody else was buying whiskey. This one dude walks up to the counter with like 4 bottles of champagne. And I'm like,
yeah, we were getting phone calls from people in the parking lot. Like, do I have to stand in this line to get a bottle of wine? I'm like, no, come in.
No,
I was standing there snapping a few pictures, and I heard Mike on the phone, and I was like, that's kind of a weird phone call.
Yeah.
So I kind of have a story that goes along with that, and this was about a year ago. Okay, so I was looking for a very, very hard bottle of scotch to find, and so not gonna lie, the first place I went, this is before I knew y'all, first place I went was Specs, and I walked in, looked around, couldn't find it, and the only person I talked to that day was the cashier when I said bye.
Yeah.
I went over to Longhorn Liquor. The first thing that happened, I walked in the door. Somebody walked up to me, greeted me. Hey, what can I help you with? They found the bottle for me. We got up to the register. They did like mentions of different scotches that I would like to try after that. And to me, that right there makes a difference, because come to find out, that bottle of scotch was also at Specs.
Oh, yeah.
You just didn't know it.
And I didn't know it because nobody talked to me.
Yeah.
And that's what, to me, is the Longhorn difference.
Yeah, we've gotten a lot of our employees that have gotten into getting educated about the products. I think because of my being there and some of the people that I've hired, they've been whiskey people, and they're coming into the industry the same way I came, which was just a passion of working closer with whiskey, and I know you guys know Jeff and James, and we're really happy with a lot of the employees and what they've done to educate themselves to be able to serve the customer better. And it's something we're always going to strive for. I mean, the better customer service experience we can give. We're not not knocking Specs, but there's a lot of stories out there about people going and getting the help from Specs, but it's usually towards their private labels, and being pushed. And I did it today. I was in our Lumberton store for a while, and somebody was looking for a bottle of whiskey, and I thought the best fit for them with what they were wanting to do was bottle of Early Times, bottled and bond, $25 for a liter.
Hey, that's a great pour.
Yeah, like I'm not trying to sell them if you're wanting to mix with Coke, I'm not going to try to sell you an $80 bottle.
Right.
It's not a cash grab. It's an experience. So you're really building trust. Yeah. And once you build that trust with somebody, they're going to come back, because it's intimidating, and we've talked about this on the show before. But you walk into Lumberton or Beaumont, and you've heard about whiskey, or some friends or people you work with that have gotten into whiskey, and so that's where the itch starts. And then they walk in the store and they're like, "Holy shit!" Like,
it's a lot. Yeah. I get overwhelmed.
Right.
It's a lot.
It's
especially when you walk in, like Beaumont and Lumberton, especially when you walk in, the first thing you see is that case.
Yeah.
And you're like,
or the end cap with all the cool shit on it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But talk about cool shit. Hang on a second. I want to ask this question. So you asked for a pre-pour on the show. Mm-hmm. And I pre-poured you something you had never had before.
Yep.
What?
Yeah.
I poured him the Traveler.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's what I poured him, because I knew he hadn't had it. And it's very rare that we get to actually put stuff in front of Mike that Mike hadn't had.
Yeah, there's a couple bottles here. That copper and cask.
Okay.
I don't think I've had that either.
Okay.
So
what'd you think about the Traveler?
I thought it was good. It's a little lower proof.
Yeah, it's a 90 proof.
Yeah, but I thought it was a nice little sipper. I think the price point on that's going to be,
I think from what I've read, it's supposed to be around the same price point as Buffalo Trace.
Yeah.
From what I've read.
Yeah. I thought I'd heard $39.99.
Yeah, I think that's
kind of what I was
SRP.
hearing.
Yeah, I think.
But that's a very versatile bottle at that price point. If people can do a lot, I mean, I'm sure it's going to be at least at the beginning. I don't know what the initial release will look like, but I'm assuming it's going to sell. I mean, it's Buffalo Trace and Chris Stapleton.
Right.
Well, I know it's
Just
making its debut at Southeast Texas Whiskey Fest. I do know that. It'll
There
be
you go.
Yeah.
poured out for the public there.
Yeah,
So-
it will be one of the most talked about bottles. And I mean, Chris Stapleton's a massive star.
Yes.
Very well respected. And Buffalo Trace, anything new that they put out at this point, people are going to go after.
There's going to be.
I just want to give an applause. Finally, a celebrity bottle that is decent.
I know. I was worried when I saw Chris Stapleton's name
Well,
attached to it. I had flashbacks of
From what I
Redneck
understand,
Riviera with
Hey,
John
Brett.
Rich, and I'm like, ooh.
well, from what I understand, McTavish whiskey is supposed to be quite legit.
Okay.
I haven't had it yet, but
Who's behind that?
his last name is McTavish.
Okay.
But it's the guy from, I think he was in Alien and
Yeah.
a couple other shows.
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
But it made, it was very highly ranked on Fred Minnick's list.
I
and
keep
a
trying
few
to
other
find,
lists.
talk about celebrity whiskeys, I keep trying to find the Fraser and Thompson.
Oh, it's at the Rabbit store.
No, I'm not going there.
And it's cheap.
I'm sure it is. I mean,
So
it's,
you
it's
brought
Michael
up-
Bublé.
You brought up your employees and what y'all are looking for. What are their overall thoughts? What's the morale like of having to work events like these past 2 weekends?
Yeah, I think it's exciting for them actually. To see that many people come in to see the reception that first weekend where we did the raffle. I kind of gave a little speech there at the end, and people were clapping. And I think they feel the love. They truly feel appreciated. Any chance I get, I make tell my employees that I appreciate them, and it's not possible without them.
That was
what I
something
thought. So that confused me when you said it was McTavish, because McTavish is a Scotch.
Oh no,
So-
it's not a Scotch. I'm pretty sure it's MGP, but it's a bourbon or.
I'm
whiskey.
looking for it.
It's called McTavish.
Graham McTavish. I'm guessing.
But that what sprung that question was that because I was going through all the pictures trying to edit them before I get them posted, and every time I came across pretty much every other picture, there was one of your employees in there, and it looked like they were having a great time. Everybody had a smile on their face, carrying a box,
So they
talking to somebody.
Were they working? Or?
Oh, no, they were all working.
Eric was just sitting on a barrel talking to some other guy. I don't know what he was
Okay.
doing, but he doesn't really work much anyway.
I got to figure out who I forget that guy's name, but he was a cool guy. The guy from Three Chord?
Yeah.
He was a cool guy.
Yeah, him and Toby from Courage and Conviction.
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
Toby was a really cool
He's
guy.
Toby
cool.
was a rock star.
Of course, Mario is a badass.
So
I
what
love
was it
Mario
like
to death.
Okay.
What's it like scheduling reps like that to come in store for a smaller event, not something massive where they're like, yeah, let's do Whiskey Fest, but a smaller, more intimate event?
Yeah, so usually when we schedule our tastings out, a lot of places use local tasters, agencies that handle that stuff for them. And that's fine. I mean, and you can get a range of people in those roles that can be very effective, and then some that are a little boring, don't say a whole lot, and they're not very effective. But with this event, I reached out to I'd made a list first of all the store picks that I wanted to involve, and then I reached out to all the brand reps and said, this is what I'm doing. I'd love to have you there. Yeah. I think that when y'all show up, there's more of a connection with the customer, and really give y'all a chance to help us sell through some of the stuff, so we can go pick another barrel from you guys. And most of them were on board. We had a few that we had some of our own employees pour out.
I saw that.
And but overall, it went well. It was one of those, you go into it and you've got these reps. They've all mostly traveled from Houston, so you hope that you get the kind of turnout that you expect. Yeah. And I thought once the 150 bottles was kind of, we took some pictures earlier in the week, kind of foreshadowing the bottles that were going to be available. We figured that would do the trick, and it's very satisfying to plan an event and then have it show out.
Right.
And I don't know what it's like to plan an event and it fell yet. And so
the day will come.
Yeah, right. Eventually that may happen. But as long as I've got Pappy and B-Tack
behind you, yeah.
waving around. Like,
I think people will show up.
yeah, people are going to show up.
Because I was really surprised to see Mario and
I love
Megan.
Mario. Mario and I have had like a 10-minute conversation.
I mean, I was just,
Yeah.
I was, because I kind of figured along the same lines as what you were talking about. There would be tasters out there. Some of your own employees would be doing it, but I walk in and it's like Megan setting up and Mario's standing over there, and I'm like, dang, this is legit.
talk about Toby too. Toby's the only guy in the game I know has better hair than you do.
So, two things real quick. What you were talking about, the actor's name is Graham McTavish.
Yeah.
And he played Darwayne in The Hobbit. But the bottle is called the War Chief. And it is from McTavish Spirits, and it is $75 a bottle. But it's bottled in bond 100 proof.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So, number two, if you would ever like to accompany me, I will show you how to fail in an event. I'm really good at it.
Oh, man. God, so I was kind of curious about going back to that first event. There was some store picks there that I honestly had no idea, and maybe that's only on me for not noticing them whenever I go into y'all stores. But smaller craft distilleries like Copper Craft out of Michigan, I didn't realize y'all had done a store pick with them. 3-Chord, which I kept calling the darling of that event because they tried it, and I could overhear everybody. Did y'all get that 3-Chord? Did you try that 3-Chord? I was like, what? I barely even heard of 3-Chord and Copper Craft and some Old Soul. Like, I didn't even realize Old Soul was doing store picks in Texas. I had heard about store picks elsewhere.
Yeah.
But I didn't know they were doing them in Texas. So
I love their label too.
Yeah,
I really like the way that store pick bottle looks. Like,
Yeah,
it's just,
it
that's
looks
something I'd
really
want to have on my shelf on the front row, standing out. Great. Again, that's what that event was all about. Just the Old Soul. You can't really, like, this past weekend was about the store picks that we knew would sell out upon release.
The Old Forester.
Yeah.
And because, I mean, we could easily talk about that for 45 minutes. The Old Forester, the Four Roses, the Russell's Reserve. Yeah. Those are y'all's hot picks every year.
Balcones, Hazmat.
Yeah, the Hazmat Rumble that you just don't ever see, and you're not apparently not going to see ever again from.
Well, it is getting phased out.
But,
but
I mean, those are the Old Forester pick. I mean, hell, I had somebody from Oklahoma want me to try to get them a bottle, and next time I'm in Dallas, they were willing to meet me to get it.
Yeah.
Like, that's how hot that bottle is.
Yeah, I didn't even buy a bottle yet. I've got one stashed away for me, but I haven't tried it since I picked it, and so I'm anxious to. I've got the last several Old Forester picks at the house already, so I like, whenever a new one comes out, I like to sit there and blind them against each other. And
I mean, we talk about those all the time: the Old Forester, the Garrison Brothers, all y'all's awesome store picks. What goes into the decision to do some of these, I guess, lesser hot brands like Copper Craft, like Old Soul, or Cathead Distillery, I guess, technically?
Yeah.
What were some other ones that, I can't even remember.
Yeah, that Old Potrero.
The Old Potrero was another one that I was kind of surprised to see.
Yeah, we get offered barrels all the time, and that's what I kind of wanted the customers to know, like, hey, at a certain point, we have to move through these other store picks. Right. You know, I think we built that trust with a lot of the customers, knowing that if we picked it, I think that the Longhorn name on a bottle means something.
Yeah.
I know that when I go, and I do probably 75% of our picks now, me and Mike Williams together, and we're really trying to find something special. I'll be honest with you. I think Mike buys more barrels than I would. You know, there's some stuff that I'm like, it's all right, but can you sell it? You know, you just, you don't want to, but you attach it to a raffle and it gives people a chance, obviously, that one to come through and try them and buy them. And so I think they're all great bottles that stand on their own.
The Copper Craft one I was really surprised at. And I'm not sure who the rep was, the young lady that was there pouring for Copper Craft.
Yeah, she was a taster, just agency.
I mean, she was super exciting and happy, and I mean, she was just as nice as could be. And I was really surprised because that was one that Scoot had actually mentioned to me before. He had a single barrel that he absolutely loved, and I was like, well, I don't know. I've looked at the bottle 1,000 times on a shelf, but he was like, no. Try one of the single barrels. It's this. So, of course, whenever I saw y'all had one, I was like, all right, I'm going to try this. And it's not bad. It's pretty good.
And some of them are different. like the William Price single malts that we have out there.
Yes, that's another one that I was surprised to see.
Yeah, we've done a lot with the American single malt category, the Courage and Conviction, which is a fantastic bottle.
Yeah, we have one.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of my favorites that I've done. That Westland pick is
That
ridiculous.
Westland was good. I'm
Yeah.
not gonna lie. That Westland was really good.
Oh, that's a good
So
question from
Kevin, yeah. Kevin asked, "What brand would you pick for a first-time store pick?" And I don't know if he means you personally.
Yeah, well, yeah, from a consumer standpoint or from, I mean, honestly, I would, like, it's easy to say, like, something from Buffalo Trace, you know, it's just a winner every time. And it's pretty approachable by everybody. It's 90 proof. It's, I do think that their store picks are, you know, can be significantly better than just off the shelf juice. And so you do get some variation there. And so that's always a great one. But, I mean, a lot of these store picks, especially if you get it from Longhorn, like, it's probably good whiskey.
Yeah,
You
it's
know,
gonna be good.
if it's in your price range. And
So to expand on that question a little bit, who's somebody that y'all haven't done a store pick with that you would like to get into the store as a store pick for the first time?
well, you know, this Russell's Reserve pick was our first Russell's.
Was
pick
it?
As a
didn't realize
yeah,
that.
and so that crossed one off the list. I mean, Russell picks are always known to be pretty special.
Yeah.
You know, I see. You know, again, probably when you get to Sazerac and the barrels that you can pick from them, we get offered 5 barrels every year, and we could, you know, very thankful for those to be able to get a Weller Full Proof and a Blanton's and an Eagle Rare pick to go with the Sazerac Buffalo Trace. But I do see, you know, when Specs does their drops, they have a Stag, formerly known as Stag Junior pick. That'd be really cool to be able to do one of those picks. I've seen, I believe, some Taylor Small Batch picks out there. That'd be really cool. Willet Purple Top
was the one I was going to mention. I was going to say
right.
not to talk too much about the Rabbit store, but I saw in one of their pictures they do a Willet Purple Top. I didn't even know you could do single barrel picks on Willet
I actually
Purple Top.
had a discussion with the distributor rep for who distributes Willet. They're actually distributed from a small distributor out of Houston. I mean, I wouldn't say small. That's the wrong verbiage. Not the size of Republic or Glacier. Yeah. And he said, you know, they do clear those barrels, but you have to have that relationship with Willet, and they have to approve you doing one of those picks. And so that's something I'd like to look at.
Yeah.
I think that would be something very cool to offer our customers is a Willet pick.
Yeah, I think the Willet one would be a pretty good one.
Yeah.
And just to echo Jeremy, he said the Hazmat Rumble is too damn good.
Oh.
You let us sample that one.
Yes.
That was a really good
Yeah. Yeah. Man, Jeremy, he's got an amazing palate too. I mean, he loves the high proof stuff. Of course, everybody knows he loves his Bookers. And but that Rumble, and I've got a lot of different Rumble variations on my bar from all different types of finishes, and I thought that one really stood out. For one, I don't think it drinks near the 143 proof that it is, but you could really kind of pull apart those notes of like the kind of that brandy aspect of it, and then that rum, the sweetness of the rum, kind of that almost molasses. They really, it was a different experience. Like tasting it, there were stages.
But that's what I like about y'all's, especially y'all's Rumble picks, because the few that I've had, it's just close enough to whiskey for a whiskey drinker to be like, this really is good. But it's different enough for you to be like, this is really different.
Yeah, what is
Right. Well, you saw with a lot of, whiskey drinkers, I mean, for a while there, it's died down a little bit, but like rums as far as like Foursquare and
Foursquare's gotten big.
Yeah.
They've gotten really big.
Mm-hmm. They do, and I mean, it's fantastic stuff. It's over time, it is a little bit sweet for me to keep going back to all the time, but they're fantastic, and I think Balcones hit it out of the park with Rumble. It's kind of this hybrid. You don't know what
Yeah.
quite it is.
Exactly.
But if you like high proof spirits that are aged and with some complexity and some nuance, it's a fantastic.
I think
pour.
you'll like this comment. Ryan McGee,
Yeah.
he said the Westland pick was an amazing single barrel pick that weekend.
It was a good one.
That's probably my favorite pick over the last year, and we may have talked about that. But I was really happy with the way that one turned out. Again, I love high proof, and to pick a sample that's the lowest, significantly lower than the other two samples, it really kind of stood out to what that whiskey, the kind of first impressions that it made upon me, and to months later, you get the bottles in and you crack it for the first time,
Yeah.
and it's like, does it give you that same kind of feeling? And as soon as I tried it again out of a fresh cracked bottle, I was like, yeah, this is, at least for me, it's good. Like it's fantastic. I'm always with those single malts. I'm trying to put a barrel out there to continue to bridge the gap between bourbon and single malts, because I think a lot of people.
that.
The term American single malt, just having that single malt in there, brings them straight to Scotch,
Right.
or Irish, and some people just have this wall up about even wanting to give themselves
Yeah.
a chance to like those. But it's much closer to bourbon, in my opinion, because of the age over here, the climate, and the intensity with the age, and the different barrels they're using. It's I do think that American single malt's going to be a little subgenre of
for
whiskey
sure.
that is going to see some serious growth over the next couple of years.
So, talk about the allocated bottles for a minute, because y'all had 150 plus bottles at the first event, and then if I'm not mistaken, I thought I heard Mike Williams say something along the lines of like 500
Yeah.
bottles at the second one.
500 at the second one. Yeah.
So, and you can push me out of my chair if this question is out of line or whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
Is that something y'all collect throughout the year and then release at this time of the year, or I guess can you dive into the liquor
Yeah.
store side of it a little bit?
For sure, yeah, we've held on to some stuff. Again, we do get taken care of fairly well. We hold on to stuff and like to do things like this. I think it really connects us with the customer. You're not, if you go into a Longhorn any random day for the rest of the year, I mean, not saying there won't be a Blanton's or something out there. We don't do something, but we have been.
For God's sakes, don't be that guy that walks in and asks for it.
And then walks out.
Yeah.
Because you
I
get
hate
told
that.
no.
I've
Yeah.
seen that numerous times, and I just gotta look at somebody and shake my head.
Well, you start skirting the conversation of, there's so many ways to handle these allocated bottles.
Yeah.
And a lot of retailers that we know have turned to just going straight secondary pricing in the store. Again, even though there are competitors, and I don't particularly care for that practice, at the same time, it's their bottle, and they can do whatever the hell they
Right.
want with it. And I think people, they walk in and they see that at this price, and it upsets them. But the fact is as soon as they took that bottle into their hands from a distributor, and if they'd have put it on the shelf at retail, it'd have been gone like that, and those people would have never had a chance to buy it anyways.
Right.
And so whatever they want to do, more power to them. We like to do it like we just do not charge over retail. Yeah, we may, those bottles maybe find their way in a basket, and there may be a kicker bottle in there. I think we've done a really good job, especially this year, making those baskets very appealable, that it's not only the one or two allocated bottles you're getting, but something that you seriously may be interested in, another whiskey. And, it's there's a million different ways to do it. We still, at the end of the day, have the drop, or you don't have to do anything but stand in line. Hell, we gave away 4 of them earlier for a penny.
Exactly. And y'all
so-
did that a couple weeks ago too,
Yeah.
with a couple different Wellers. I can't even remember what was all in that draw, because there was
Yeah.
like 4 or 5 bottles in that one too. Because
Yeah.
I was in the Dallin store whenever like 2 people showed up to pick up their bottles, and I was like,
Yeah.
and then I got to talking to one of the guys that was there, and we just kind of chit chatted, and he was telling me about his little office that he turned into a little bar area, and the next thing you know, we've gone our separate ways. He got his little bottle, got his picture taken, and then like I had found him on Facebook, and I sent him a friend request. So suddenly, you know, me and this guy are friends on Facebook, and you know, it's stupid stuff like that, and it's pretty cool to see, you know, that kind of.
You gotta love Jeremy's comments.
Can you do layaway on a Macallan 25 bag? Liquor store layaway.
Yeah.
I mean,
you might be onto something.
It's not a bad idea.
Longhorn credit.
Yeah.
My wife would hate me.
Yeah.
What do you mean you have a line of credit at Longhorn? Don't worry about it.
I won't say the name, but we've landed a well of a customer that they're a fan of the baskets, and
really?
They've been snatching a lot of them up left and right. And so
I was shocked that the E.H. Taylor basket was really cool to see, because it's all the tubes.
Yeah.
And it's just like
yeah. Yeah, some of them look really cool. The Weller basket we did, which was the WLW with the full line of the it's a great basket.
yeah, that'd be nice.
Yeah. But I again, some of the other whiskeys, I've seen some of the 3-quart store picks show up in some of the baskets.
Yes.
It's like, if that's a bottle that's part of that, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that at all. I'd be more interested in the 3-quart probably than some of the other bottles that
I'm not gonna lie,
people are.
Y'all's 3-quart store pick. That was one of the few bottles that I bought before I ever tried it in my life, and it was well worth it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
once you tried it, Roy was like, "That was good."
It's like, okay,
Do y'all have it here?
we do. It's actually
it's
by
here.
John's. If you look in that little cubby right there, it's the bottle right next to the disinfectant wipes.
Yeah, we'll
keep
try
it
those
clean.
too.
Yeah, we keep it clean.
Yeah, that one.
That one.
Yeah.
And then there's also the next bottle up is the Redemption High Rye store.
Oh,
pick.
okay, cool.
That's the two.
Yeah,
that
I
bought.
didn't pick that Redemption one, so I've never tried it.
That's the two.
I'm gonna polish this Mellick off.
Yeah, JT Mellick.
Speaking of JT Mellick,
is
not only
that
will
Mia
they
that
be-
does all the videos? By
so
the way,
Mia is the one that does all the videos.
Okay. We've talked
but-
before. She probably doesn't remember because it's been almost a year ago.
Since you brought up JT Mellick, it will be available statewide in the state of Texas.
Yes.
Come 2024.
Yes.
That is kind of the reason I put it on the table tonight. I did want to talk about them a little bit. They will be available statewide in Texas 2024, and they will also be at Southeast Texas Whiskey
Yes, they
Fest, pouring up some of their stuff.
Yes, they will.
So I'm really excited about that. I think that's going to be really great. She posted a video the other day talking about
I have arthritis. I'm sorry. I'm old.
I'm glad you said that because I was going somewhere
Do you
else.
need
with
me to
that,
get it,
right?
sir?
That's gonna be a good one, I think.
Oh, that was a good
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
But she posted a video. Whenever they first started, they were able to do 3 barrels a day, and now they're up to 5. And that was kind of the whole point of the video, is that you talk about all of these big companies, and they're talking about doing 1,000, 5,000, X amount of barrels a day, and she's like, it's just not. This is why it takes a little while to expand to it, especially a state
Sure.
like Texas, because we draw such a huge market in this whole whiskey industry thing. So to get into a state like Texas is a big deal. And yeah, it took a little bit of time, but to say you're only doing 5 barrels a day and you're actually growing that way, I thought that was really cool.
That's very cool.
Plus they're making what I would consider very, very good rice whiskey.
Well, and it's an honest product that they're making. I mean, the time it takes to get to market with that product, it's a long game.
Yeah.
It's there's no short. And you see people get in it for the short run, and they go buy the MGP, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I think the longer we get into this bourbon craze or whiskey craze, the consumer they start narrowing down to what it is, what they want, and not saying MGP's going anywhere, but you're gonna they find these brands and start sticking to them, and hopefully the JT Mellicks of the world or the Andalusias of the world that are laying down single-digit barrels in a week.
Exactly.
That they continue to grow and prosper and be able to. I know Andalusia's going through, I think, quadrupling production right now. So I mean,
I think I
obviously,
saw a video on YouTube about Andalusia and their expansion. Maybe
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it was Andalusia and their little expansion at their place.
I walked through there, and Ty took me on a little personal tour when they were doing doubling the production, and but I think Mario said the other day that they're even going beyond that now, and so that's great. That I mean, obviously, to be able to afford to do that and take those steps, you must have been received well into the market, and so hopefully those places continue to grow and I've got a crazy little collection of Andalusia going just to the different finishes.
I still go back to their Revenant Oak every time.
Like I love to have a brand on my shelf where I've literally got 15, 20 different expressions from them that are unique. And you can go and trial the nuance between those bottles. It's Buffalo Trace, you're getting bourbon.
Right. You know what you're getting.
You're getting two different mash bills. there's a little bit of age difference or single barrel versus small batch, whatever, but it's a lot of similarities.
Yeah. No, and I love what they're doing out there. Let's just kind of run through some of these.
I've been ignoring
No, we're good. Let's see. Jeremy said he had been looking forward to a Russell's for a long time. I think we all have.
Yes.
Yeah.
We all have.
Jake said he's going to have to grab a couple of these picks whenever he's in town, obviously, because every one of the picks are awesome.
Yes, they are.
Was really
those that are available.
right.
Yeah.
Was Jeremy again said was really nice getting to sample the picks before buying them. Ended up buying more than I had planned on. I think that was part of the master plan.
You think?
Well, Jeremy's he's the type of consumer he buys what's good. He's not looking. Yeah. He's not label chasing.
Right.
He's
What Blythe, I would say hi, but I don't like your bottom comment. So we took the girls, kind of veering off a little bit here. We took the girls to see Wonka last night.
What'd you think about it? Because
it was actually pretty good.
I recommended it to you when you told me you were going. I was like, oh, you got to go see it.
It
I
wasn't
took the
bad.
wife and the kids.
It really wasn't bad. It was a good prequel. But so I recorded the Sooners game and I watched it whenever I got home. I turned off all the notifications on my phone. I was like, I don't want to know. So I'm watching it. It's like 12:30 in the morning, basically. And I'm like,
I'm glad one of us could stay up at night.
And I'm not getting very happy at this point because Jackson Arnold, our 5-star recruit quarterback, freshman first start, already had 4 turnovers to that point. Some of them weren't his fault.
Yeah.
But they were just killing themselves. And I was
Well,
like,
I think
this
the
is not
total
going to end
game,
well.
they ended up with like 6.
I think
that's what I saw.
I don't think it was that many. But, yeah, I wasn't very happy. I mean, we killed ourselves. That was kind of.
Chucky, ha.
But,
yeah.
So I wasn't very happy.
Cough, Penelope.
Yeah, Penelope.
What's up, Chucky?
Chucky, ha.
Yeah.
I like it.
What's going on, buddy?
That's a good one.
Looking forward to my bottle of Old Forester store pick.
Man, speaking of, I saw where y'all still had a pretty good little amount of that left from what it looked like.
I was surprised.
Which is kind of surprising.
We found a few more cases in the back and released them. I mean, literally.
The lost cases.
Yeah. And put some more out, and they've survived a couple days. That was actually when I was doing the Pappy for a Penny pick earlier.
Yeah, they were
there
still
was probably still
bar,
about 6 or 7 there. So if you hurry,
you
may be able to get one.
You may.
While supplies last.
Yeah.
Very much so.
I mean, very sought after. I mean, again, you can only get the barrel strength Old Forester from that pick.
Right,
So,
and they're always good.
most of them are.
So kind of a random question I thought of the other night whenever I was sitting around thinking about you coming on the show.
I would have liked to seen that.
He goes into panic mode when I tell him you're coming on.
I feel like when he's sitting around thinking, like
It's the
elevator
worst.
music is playing.
It's the worst because
Yeah.
I overthink everything. But a question that came to mind because I was kind of going through all of these different lists, and I
like the
just
Muppet
watched
song.
Fred Minnick's top 100, and everybody's got their top X amount of whiskeys. Does that influence y'all as a liquor store in any way, or do you see a change in consumer whenever those lists get released? Like, do people come in asking for, I got to have Larceny Barrel Proof B523, or I got to have this, that, or the other because it was number 42 on XYZ's lists?
Sure. I mean, especially the ones that are at the top spots. People, those lists make the rounds on the social medias, and it gets people excited. I remember probably most notably was the Barrel Seagrass a couple years ago, I think was Whiskey Advocate's #1 whiskey of the year, and then all of a sudden people were coming in. You could, I mean, really, it probably lasted for 9 or 10 months.
Yes.
Every
He's
time
so
we put a case of Seagrass out, it would just disappear.
crazy.
So you get some brands that get those bumps from that, and obviously, if there's something that finishes pretty high on the list, and then there's a demand by the customer for it, if we can get our hands on it, then we're going to do it. Sometimes we're late to the game on some of those. That 13th Colony Double Oak that kind of went viral this year.
Yes,
and,
very much so.
And I was able to get a sample of that, and it was delicious. By the time we really, I remember at one point Mike texted me, he's like, do you know anything about this? And I'm like, I've seen the 13th Colony, never in Texas had I seen it on the shelves, but I'd seen it in like Kentucky and stuff. I mean, obviously it's got that old
You
Forester.
saw it in Dallas, didn't you? In Dallas, Fort Worth?
Yeah. And didn't know it to be anything special, but all of a sudden this one particular offering from them just caught fire, and
That's funny.
What?
I
You didn't do that?
think you've been hacked, bro. That's funny. That's a live hack.
Yes, I'm here
That's a live hack.
in living color.
Wow.
Yes,
Yeah.
Jake. Yes, Jake. I do, Jake.
I need to
Daydream
check
about
my
Mike.
phone now.
Yeah, you need to check your phone for sure. You just been hacked, bro.
yeah.
That's nuts.
But
I wonder if they can give us his credit card information.
You ain't getting shit off of it. I'm broke, bro.
what's your mother's maiden name?
Yes.
But so speaking of these top lists, it influenced me to buy this.
Okay.
So this is Copper and Cask Small Batch Series Straight Bourbon Whiskey, batch #1, aged 8 years.
Nice.
So I was kind of, it made very high marks on a bunch of people's.
I want to respond to something Brett said. Can we all just admit those lists are heavily influenced? And I'm a skeptical person. I mean, when I see those lists or something went double gold in San Francisco or whatever,
Right.
you know, my mindset goes to I'm sure that there's some influence being, you know, whether it's through advertising dollars or and not to throw shade on Fred Minnick for sure, or anybody. I can see why people would wonder that.
I'll throw shade on him. I'd like to choke him by his ascot.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they've
Yeah.
come. People have come out.
I'd pay to
brands-
see that, by the way,
Me too.
yeah.
Brands have come out and said the awards are an advertising thing. They
Yeah.
pay to be in those.
Oh,
They-
Sure.
Yeah.
They pay for that.
Yeah.
Now, some of the top 100 or top 50 lists or whatever, those I can see where the skepticism would come in,
Mm-hmm.
but I feel like sometimes those lists are more genuine
Yeah.
than winning double gold at San Francisco because you're paying for a place on those lists.
Right.
True.
Whereas somebody's top 50 or top 10 or whatever, most of the time, I don't think they're paying for that spot.
Yeah. I hope not. I mean, you know, especially when it comes to some of the YouTube content that you can consume out there, and these guys are constantly top 10 whiskey of the
Yeah.
year list stuff. You know, look, you get into the content game to hopefully get to a point to where you can
nice one.
monetize it. You know, and so is there with somebody, is that part of the game? Is
Try that one else.
accepting bribes or
Right.
whatever it is?
Exactly.
It always makes you wonder that, though.
Sure.
You are right with the skepticism thing.
Sure.
It makes you
Yeah.
wonder if it's just, hey, here's $5,000, make my whiskey your top 20.
Exactly.
I don't think that anybody can put out a list and list a whiskey as #1, and it's going to make me run out and go buy it.
Well, and that was my follow up question. You being who you are, would those list him?
Oh, did you see that?
To see what?
McTavish Spirits.
What about?
Oh, hey.
Interesting.
McTavish Spirits chiming in. Thank
Look
you for
at
thank you
that.
for joining.
Yeah, that's
Wow,
awesome.
that is
yeah.
very awesome.
He and I want to say that,
That's awesome.
awesome.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
yeah.
And I love Jake's comment.
and he's so
Well,
McTavish
let's cover
Spirits.
McTavish's first.
He came out and said we did not ask to be included in Uprock's or Minnick's top 100
Nice.
That's
rankings
awesome.
for transparency.
That's
And-
very true. I love that.
right.
Hit the applause button for those guys.
Yeah. And to be honest, I wasn't trying to throw shade at it. It's just things that people, you know, I think they always gravitate to, like, well, you know, how legit is this?
Yeah,
And-
no, for sure. And I mean,
so-
that's, but me, and that's really cool that they chimed in.
It was very cool.
The fact that on Uproxx's and Fred Minnick's list, McTavish was ranked so freaking high. I was
It
like,
really was.
how? Like, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, everybody let's face it, everybody talks about it. We've talked about it whenever we were talking about Chris Stapleton coming
Yes.
out with a whiskey.
Yes.
It doesn't matter what celebrity it is.
You always have that
You
thought
always
in the
have,
back of your mind,
that
like, is it going to be?
So the fact that they've made it that high on so many different
Yeah.
lists is just, it's awesome. And it really, truly does make me want to try it.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie. You make me want to put it on the table now.
And I definitely think somebody like Fred Minnick is probably doing it. I mean, you see him do the blinds and
Yeah.
stuff like that. And so it's nice to know that, and you know, whether you like Fred's content or not, it's, you know, he is one of the kind of the superstars
Yeah.
in this
He is
He is
industry.
a rock star, dude.
He's a rock star in
I'm
our
glad
industry.
he's the only person I know that can pull off an ascot because I can't do it.
Yeah.
I've tried.
But I mean, I think it's really cool whenever he doesn't wear an ascot because whenever like
It
I
actually
watch
kinda
bourbon,
is.
I watch the Bourbon Pursuit roundtable that they do, and he's on there, and a lot of times he's in just like a hoodie, and I'm like,
Yeah.
I bet that's the Fred Minnick everybody would know and love.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So,
And you gotta
yeah.
respect that he's a veteran. I mean, he was in.
He was. I'm wondering how you feel about him because you're kind of torn about him because, I mean, let's be honest, he is an Okie State alum.
He is. So,
So I know
it's
you're
a
kind
love-hate
of
relationship.
Yeah, you're kind
Yeah.
of torn with him.
But I think he does great content, and I like.
Yeah.
I like his stuff.
I mean, we
really
probably shouldn't make a habit of not liking people just based off the school they attended.
It's probably true.
Yeah.
Thank you. I've been saying it for 2.5 years.
It doesn't matter.
You're still an LSU Tiger. It's no big deal. Matter of fact, being is we're
Ryan getting some love
Ryan's
from
getting
McTavish.
some love.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie.
What about us, the heavily influenced?
I'll-
We're all heavily
Ryan
influenced.
deserves the love. I mean, anybody that
We're
knows
not-
Ryan,
nobody-
like he's amazing.
Nobody is
Love
an
it.
alcoholic. They're a professional drinker.
Yes, we are
Yeah.
professional.
Yes. Very
And
much.
Clint, I'll see you in a couple of nights, so you can give me a kiss then.
We're not going to do that for you, Clint. But I'll have my camera, and I may take a picture of it.
Yeah, that is a good point from Jeremy as well. I mean, we've been at these events where we're sipping and going through a lot of different things and trying to rank and put them in this some sort of hierarchy. At a certain point, it's just like, all right,
That's an
I've had
interesting question, too.
820 plus proof whiskeys. Like, I can't taste it. I mean,
So,
Yeah.
so did you?
it's
read
all good.
Brett-
Right, exactly.
Did you read Brett Baldwin's little comment there? It says, "I'm going to need a McTavish bottle now. What should I start with?" So if McTavish is still in the comments, by all means, they can answer that.
Yeah,
question
and
for
I'd love
us.
to know.
I think they only, as of right now, I think they only have the one
the
release.
one release.
right.
And it's the.
And
I mean-
is that available in Texas?
I mean, I'm not
Yeah,
going to. So, McTavish, if you're listening, I'm not
I
gonna,
would love to know because no
Yeah.
disrespect to McTavish.
Yeah.
I'm super interested in what they're
Very
putting
much
out.
so.
For sure.
But
If you are
I'm
still
pretty
watching-
in depth to what's available in our area in Texas, and I've never had McTavish offered to me before.
Yeah.
as a-
McTavish Spirits,
yeah.
if you're still watching, would love to know if you are available for distribution in Texas.
And not only that, if you want to send a bottle for your boys to review, the
I
address
was
on
gonna
the
ask all that.
page, I'll
By the
ask
way,
it.
just so that, like,
So,
I'm sorry,
spit it
Mike.
out
Do
and
you
then
want to like
cheers.
kind of tell them like what you do there and?
Yeah.
McTavish,
Yeah.
tell McTavish.
Yeah,
what you do.
McTavish. Anybody else listening that hadn't heard me come on here and ramble before?
For hours.
Oh,
I'm with Longhorn
Yeah.
Liquor, which is one of
you
the
and I had the same reaction to that.
premier, to me, liquor stores in this area. We've got a small chain, growing chain.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it small
But
anymore.
yeah,
You're past that point.
we're at 12 stores right now, expanding very soon. We've already got several stores in the works.
I'm not gonna lie. Number 13 is gonna be a bash.
Yeah, it's
Just
going to be
tease it like that.
a lot of good time. I think this is a perfect time to announce that we finally got final approval for our store at Bolivar Peninsula.
Right.
And so ground will be broke on that soon, and we hope to have it up and running by the end of 2024.
Heck yeah, that'll
Yeah.
be awesome.
It's
Yeah.
a beach party.
Yeah, we're really looking forward to that location.
Hey, if you need
So-
a guy to revamp your humidor, I know a guy. Several guys actually.
Oh, awesome! So yeah, they're with Maverick. Okay,
Interesting. I've
That's
talked about y'all.
interesting. Yeah, because I just talked with Maverick yesterday.
Really?
And
Nice.
So yeah, I'm looking forward to getting in getting our product in our stores. Absolutely.
Definitely, and I think that'd be
Yeah.
really cool if Graham was interested in doing a signing out at one of the Longhorn
cool.
stores.
That'd
I'd
be
love to be out there, and I'd
fantastic.
love to get some photos of
Yeah.
that and be out there for an event like that.
Don't you
I
love the
think-
whiskey community?
I think,
Yeah.
I think a bunch of people would be.
I mean, y'all are making like this is like a love connection. Y'all
Yeah.
like Chuck Woolery.
Well, let's
You
get
are
to
not the father.
In that case, let's get to bachelor number 2.
So,
Yeah.
so this is the second time he's brought it up in the comments, and to me personally, Blythe wants to know if y'all have any plans to expand up north, more specifically like the Denison area, because he's in Oklahoma, South Oklahoma. But would there be any? That was part of a question I had. What are like looking at 2024 and beyond for Longhorn Liquor?
I see going that far out being a while. I mean, right now, I think Houston's going to be the new area that we start trying to drop stores in and around the Harris County area, maybe hitting up a couple different counties to be able to exercise our Class B license. And
Nice.
but from there, Mike's he's a very forward. Him and Dennis are both very forward thinking, and they want to keep opening stores. I feel like that as we grow and I grow with the company, and we continue to bring in these employees that are truly passionate about the business, and they can learn to take on more responsibilities. And that's you got to lay the groundwork to be able to grow.
Yeah.
You just can't jump off into it.
definitely.
No, you got to have a strong foundation.
And so
for sure.
we're trying to grow right now. It's been very organic.
Yes.
And so at some point there could be a nice little explosion of stores. You never know what opportunities may come across. And so we'll see. But I'll never say never because I'd like to expand Longhorn to all
Blythe,
areas
he's
of
saying
Texas.
there's a chance.
But it's not on the immediate horizon.
Yeah, no.
What is that movie? So you're saying there's a chance?
Yeah, Dumb
Dumb
and
and
Dumber.
Dumber.
Yeah, Dumb and Dumber. Yeah.
So,
And I don't want to make this
Sal
whole
McTavish,
episode.
yeah.
so
I don't want to make this whole
McTavish-
episode about McTavish,
Right.
and if you would like us to review a bottle, whether we can get it from someone like Longhorn, or if y'all want to provide a sample for us to do on
Hey,
the
there you
show,
go. There you go. Tell Maverick to give you a bottle and just charge our account.
There you go.
Making
So,
connections tonight.
Thank you, McTavish.
Yes,
So
for sure.
we'll
so
definitely
much.
do an entire episode
Yeah.
on McTavish Spirits.
Yeah.
But for those interested, it's in the comments, but they are in Kentucky, Texas, and Wisconsin retail currently. Tennessee, Georgia, Michigan, and Indiana
In
in
quarter one. Yeah, Q1.
and then 43 states in the UK online.
I like it.
Awesome.
Again,
getting it out
they've
there. That's good
made
stuff.
the top. How
And-
you know?
I just
Many
love the
top
last
lists.
name.
So I'm
Sorry, I
curious,
couldn't
what
think of the
Here's
words.
my question. How'd they know we were talking about them?
That's what
Ryan. So I'm fairly certain Mr. Ryan McGee
Yes.
tagged them in
I'm
the comments
very-
on Facebook.
Oh well, thank you,
Perfect.
Ryan. I didn't
Wow.
realize you had done that.
So
Ron, that's awesome.
I just like their last name. Like the
McTavish.
I love the Scotch Irish.
Ooh, we got a whiskey quest fest.
It's
fest
my favorite.
question.
Real quick, yes, Brett. This is the bottle of Mellick
Gypsy
that
Mellick.
we hand shook on. But yeah, that's it. They also have a
Oh, wow.
blue label, which is cast strength barrels or barrel picks, single barrels.
Did you read that?
If you want Graham on the show, we can do that. Also, got to go. It was very nice talking to you.
Yes,
Yes, please
yes.
Yeah.
reach out to the show. It's functionyourway@gmail.com if you'd like to
Yes.
email us. We'll be happy to talk a little more on there. Thank you so much for tuning in,
for
McTavish.
sure,
That was
yes.
awesome.
Yeah.
Did not
Very-
expect that at all.
Very, very nice surprise. Very
Yes,
nice.
very much so.
Yeah.
8 NS. It was 18 for Minnick and 40 for Uprocks.
Yes.
Yeah. But bringing it back to Whiskey Fest, is it still the plan to have the QR code at Whiskey Fest to be able to purchase bottles online? That is a great question.
Yes, it was one of my questions.
And
Good job.
I hate to disappoint y'all, but
Oh,
we will not
no.
be doing that this year. There's just some logistical stuff on the back end
Very much.
that makes it a little bit more difficult. We hope to perfect that and be able to roll that out as we continue to grow Whiskey Fest. And so I think that's something, we had it in some aspect last year and it didn't go off exactly without a hitch. And so with everything going on this year, it's something that we intend to continue to work on build that infrastructure, be able to offer that to the vendors so they can capture some sales in real time. But that would have been a one-of-a-kind thing. I've never been to an event where you've had the possibility to be able to purchase those bottles. So hopefully the brands that are out there will make such enough of an impact on that consumer that they will come into Longhorn and purchase those bottles. And we make it a point to everybody that's involved with Whiskey Fest to make sure that we have plenty of their product available.
Does anybody need a water while John's? Liquid
let me
Death.
let me get one of my Wickwood West.
You Wickwood with?
So on that, you like last year with the QR code, there were some very nice bottles available on that website.
Nice, yes.
Is there any opportunity to purchase anything of that nature?
No, we've done most of that with the drops these last couple of weeks. I feel like we will still have bottles that very nice bottles that will be poured at the Longhorn booth on Saturday. So I encourage everybody to come by there.
Make that your first stop when you get in the building.
Yes.
And then here in the next couple of weeks, hopefully maybe even the morning of Whiskey Fest, we'll be doing another drop of some allocated store pick bottles, Weller full proof.
Put it on the ticker.
You don't say it.
Yeah. And so we're
Put it on the board.
We're waiting for those barrels to come in right now. And so I don't think you'll see that as an aspect of Whiskey Fest this year, the QR code in the East store. But there'll be other opportunities to win bottles out there and participate in some of those drawings and stuff at the actual event. And at the end of the day, if everybody just goes around, you find something you like, make you a mental note, put it in your phone, take a picture of the bottle, and then come see us the next week at Longhorn, and we'll be more than happy to help you get that bottle.
Nice.
Awesome.
Yeah. So
That's really cool.
Yeah.
So that marks off one question.
yeah.
So something I had, tomorrow makes 1 week.
Okay.
Technically today makes 1 week for
me.
you.
Yeah. And y'all.
What does the 1 week mark mean for you and for Longhorn and the employees that will be working at Southeast? What does that mean for y'all? Is it like go mode? We got to now?
Well, me, Mike, and Dennis, we have conversations every single day. We've been tasked with different things, each of us, to try to bring this picture closer to a reality. Yes, we've been busy with all these other events and stuff, but I'm as transparent of a person as you'll ever meet. I feel great in the spot that we're in right now. Here, at the end of the day, I repeated this last year. The vendors are on board. It's a packed house with vendors. We've opened up more booths than we had last year.
You guys expanded. So last year, correct me if I'm wrong, you were at like 95-ish?
95 booths. This year we're at 104. And so we've expanded that. Ticket sales have already exceeded where we were last year, and they really have picked up.
Sold out of VIPs.
Been sold out of VIP. General admission is really, we've seen an uptick in the last week. People really starting to get anxious, and maybe those that have put off their tickets buying, they're getting to the website now. Yeah. And
will you tag Southeast Texas Whiskey Fest so that people can go to their Facebook, because you can get to their website from their Facebook.
Yes.
To purchase tickets.
Yeah.
There are still general admission tickets available if you're interested in coming. It's definitely one of the must go to events for 2024 if you're a whiskey fan.
Yeah, if somebody's listening, they weren't able to attend year one. It's not only the number of booths we just talked about, and probably sampling somewhere in the neighborhood of 500 different whiskeys.
500.
But it's catered, so you get plenty of opportunity to eat, get your belly full.
And who's doing the catering?
We partnered again. This will be our second year with Bandos out of Beaumont. We felt like they did a great job last year. They're back with some of the same favorites from last year, but a few little different things that they're going to offer. Outside, we've doubled the tent size from last year. So we had a 20 by 40 tent out there last year. It's going to be the way the tents will be butt up next to each other. We'll have 20 by 80 covered space out there with chandeliers for lighting, If necessary,
Fancy.
we've already gotten prepared. If it is cold, we'll have heaters out there as well.
Nice.
Buxton Brewery will be out underneath the tent.
They make
serving-
really good pizza.
Serving some, won't be
pizza?
doing pizza, but they will be
Not
serving
pizza.
up some of their fantastic beer.
The fat guy in me spoke up.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
And then right outside the tent, you're going to see Connor with the War Wagon.
I love that dude. Connor's legit.
He's a great guy. He's bringing a little bit bigger force this time to deal with.
Good.
Awesome. That'll be really good because I know we walked through
Yes.
his little thing last year, and there was a lot of people waiting to
Yes,
or
there was.
already in there. So and his little setup's awesome. Like
Yeah.
if you've ever been in it,
Oh, that
it's super,
Airstream.
so
Yes,
cool.
that Airstream is so legit.
But it can get a little tight,
It can.
especially with the full-figured
Sure.
people that we are.
Full-bodied.
Full-bodied. So, I mean, it was really nice to have that out there. It was really cool for them. So to hear that they're going to be a little bit more expanded in a sense is really awesome. And along the same lines of the cigar aspect of this whole thing, because everybody knows whiskey and cigar goes together like
Well, you know.
Peanut butter and jelly.
Right.
Being
exactly.
as you mentioned cigars, not to toot my own horn, but you know our buddy Sherwan Mills from Heart of the Light will be in the house that night
yes,
too.
he will be there that evening as
Oh,
well.
nice.
Yeah, he's coming down from the Garland area
So,
of Dallas.
but I guess my question is, can you also bring a cigar? Like if me and Roy have a special cigar that we wanted to smoke that night.
I mean, I'm not patting you down when you walk in the door. I mean,
Now he is, but
Please pat me
What if that
down.
was my whole point?
Yeah, like we're not getting to run security for people that are bringing their own cigars. I mean, I would hope that people that would show up would give Connor a
No,
chance.
and
Yes,
you
for
need
sure.
to. He's,
Right.
His cigars are amazing.
Yeah, they're amazing. He's an amazing guy. It's a local business.
Very talented
And
photographer,
so-
by the way.
Is
I don't
he?
know if you know that or
I
not.
did not know
Very
that.
talented.
But like I've smoked cigarettes. We don't sell cigarettes at Whiskey Fest, so
No, you don't say.
I'll be breaking out a cigarette a time or two or 10. So no, like we're not monitoring that. There's plenty of room out there for people to sit. With the size of the tent comes with pretty much a double amount of tables.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so there's going to be plenty of room for everybody to hang out there. I really encourage anybody that's listening to this to, when you get there, go through the hall, look at everything, sample some of the ones that really intrigue you. And once you make your first pass through, go get some food, go sit outside. Pug Johnson is
That's what I was
fucking
going to say.
amazing.
You got musical talent, by
Yeah.
the way. The talented Pug Johnson himself.
Yeah, and we
I
got
love that y'all have Pug Johnson.
Yeah.
That's
we have a acoustic opener. Ethan Osborne will be there, and so we're excited about him. Obviously, Pug being in the house is he's become. We've become at Longhorn. Me and obviously I was already a fan, but Mike
Yes.
Williams has become a big fan of Pug Johnson.
Yes.
And so you'll see a lot of events that we do. If there's going to be music involved, that was a great
That was
pop too.
especially for one.
So
That's
I don't
been
know
open.
if you've had this or not, but the guy that was with Three Chord.
Who you
actually
can't remember his name,
I cannot
rude ass.
remember his name. I know. He actually gave me this out of his van. It is the Gold Bar Bottle
Yes.
Company Rickhouse Cash Strength. Is what it is. I don't know if
There's
you've had
nothing
this
like
or not.
there's nothing like some van whiskey.
Blythe, if you're Blythe, if you're not there next year, I'm going to be upset. We may not talk.
Yeah, we may not.
But he said dibs on first VIP tickets for 2025.
Nice.
Yeah.
Ryan said might be a great night to have a cigar with Mike Wright.
Might be a yes.
Yeah,
It's
Might
always
be
a great
man.
night.
Any chance I get to hang around Ryan,
Ryan's
I'm
good
more than
people,
happy
dude.
to.
Yes.
Yeah, he's a very sharp individual too.
Can I announce it?
What are we announcing?
The fact that we're going to be rolling in style.
Sure.
So Jake doesn't know this, but we procured a limousine for that night.
You know,
Wow.
I told him there were surprises,
Yes.
and I told him I wouldn't tell him.
I'm excited. I'll tell him.
So, Jake, if you're still watching, we are rolling in a limousine that
Yes,
night.
we procured a stretched excursion limousine.
what would you
for
like,
the
sir?
event.
Copper and cast, that color is just.
Are they going to
sharp,
put all
man.
your audio equipment in the back?
No, this is for the actual. We're not using them the whole day. We're just
Oh,
using them for
okay.
the event.
Okay.
Because like we talked about it, and then, on this show we always say
Louisville Bourbon Buzz on Instagram. He I've never had it, but he compared it to Pappy,
Oh,
which is part of the reason I jumped on it. Was like, I'm going to buy this because I've never had Pappy. So It's like that's really freaking good.
That's overrated.
Jake said, "Bruh."
Yeah, bruh. Yeah, we did it up. We did it up right for Jake coming in town.
Yeah.
We didn't want. We wanted to. We always teach drink responsibly
So
on
I'm
the show.
curious of what your thoughts are.
No,
So that's why
I mean,
we
we've
did it.
always drank responsibly.
Yeah, so
on
that's
here.
why we did it in particular.
Yeah. I mean, responsible that's a subjective term.
It is very
Yeah.
much, but the way I look
Right.
at it, I don't want anybody in my
Look, stay
entourage.
hydrated.
Yes, stay hydrated.
We talked about it
Don't drink and drive.
A few
Yeah.
weeks back,
Yes.
the first episode this year with Mike that we talked about Southeast Texas Whiskey Fest. That was one of the big
Yes.
things. Stay hydrated during the entire event.
Yes.
And I know you've mentioned it before. If you get a chance, kind of as a follow up to this episode, or if you watch this later and you want to listen to something else about Southeast Texas Whiskey Fest and the liquor store side of it, check out the Whiskey Trip. You can find it under A Bourbon Life on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, but it's called The Whiskey Trip. It's with Michael Hyatt. if I'm not
Michael Hyatt, Big Chief.
the Big
Yeah.
Chief. Really cool guy. I've gotten a chance to talk to him a little bit here and there, but he's new to the area. I know he's done podcasts in Kentucky previously, but that was a really good interview. I thought there was a lot of good information there. So if you want to listen to that, if you're interested in anything on Southeast Texas Whiskey Fest, maybe that we miss here tonight, give that one a listen. You can, like I said, you can find them on Spotify and Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, wherever you get your podcasts.
Yeah, that's awesome of y'all to bring that one up. I'm also a fan of Big Chief and really enjoyed the way that podcast went. A little smaller format than what we do over here at the Functional Gentleman, and really look forward to tonight to be able to kind of spread my wings and
Right.
kind of get into some deeper conversation.
Well, I'm
and
glad you can do that.
Yeah.
But I thought it was really cool, and I haven't had a chance to meet him in person yet, and I'm looking forward to it at Whiskey Fest because he did say he was going to be out there.
Yep.
But that's what this is all about. Like we're not the only ones doing this.
No,
and this is such a great community.
Yeah.
There's room for everybody.
Man,
and I
wish
love it.
everybody would look at it like that. I think so many times people want to get down to this competition. We're competition and trying to
Wife alert.
We offended your wife.
Stay
Attacked
hydrated.
because of the whole stay hydrated.
She should have stayed more hydrated and ate.
Man, you
But-
get a chance.
Yeah, go ahead. What were you saying?
I lost my train of thought.
Okay.
Now. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But
Bastard.
no, I think it's really cool. I mean, I think we all should support each other. We're doing
Oh yeah, for
awesome
sure.
things. We're all a big community. We all love what we're doing, and we're doing it for fun.
So
I mean, hell, we're
apparently-
talking about whiskey.
Apparently,
Sure.
according to Scoot, we need to make sure Jake doesn't blow his whole wad in the first 30 minutes.
Oh, and he will.
So we've been tasked with that.
Yeah. All right. We'll keep an eye on it.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't want to be tasked with that.
No. No.
Scott said, we don't have to sleep on the couch.
Right. Yeah, Bucky's got to sleep on the couch.
I'll throw her in bed, then I'll get in bed.
There you
We'll be
go.
fine.
Yeah.
This is fantastic.
Copper and cask.
Yeah. I thought it was really
I'm
fun.
gonna try that next. I went with the Gold Bar Bottle Company Rick House, and it's on the nose, dude. It's like campfire.
Really?
Oh yeah, it's
So, you've obviously had Pappy before. That was one of the comparisons that I heard for this Copper and Cask. Any thoughts on that?
It's been a bit. Several months since I've last had a pour of Pappy, so it'd be hard for me to compare them without them being next to each other. My initial reaction, pretty much every time I've had Pappy, it's good, but I really don't understand the hype behind. But that goes for a lot of allocated whiskey. Yeah, at least for my palate, I'm a fan of the stuff that is easily to find on the shelf. The Balcones and stuff of the world.
Now, if you're offering me a Pappy, like Brandon being first in line, if you're offering me a Pappy at MSRP or a Pappy for a penny,
yeah.
I'm going to take it.
well, for,
Yeah,
of
yeah,
course,
yeah.
Or if I find it somewhere for a decent price for a pour, not $600 for a 1 ounce pour,
right.
I'm probably going to take that opportunity. Just
Yeah,
because
no.
this is, I mean,
as you should, as
Right. I
anybody,
think anybody
should.
should.
Anytime they come across it, if it's within their budget, so many people will never get the opportunity to buy that bottle.
And I've accepted that. If
yeah.
I don't ever get it, I'm fine with it because what we've done, what I've
Sure.
had the opportunity to purchase with y'all. I have a Jack Daniel's 12 because of Longhorn Liquor and their raffle.
I got an antique 107.
So I mean,
I'm pretty safe.
I cracked it and poured it the other night. That Jack 12, absolutely delicious. I loved it. I loved it.
I'm pretty certain in the relationship I have with Mike Williams that if I asked him for a Pappy,
I'm sure
he would sell me one, and I have no desire.
Right.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I mean it's nothing. Again, I like bourbon, I do, but it's there's a lot of good whiskey out there. I'd rather save that bottle for one of our to be a part of a giveaway or something like that.
That makes sense. I like that answer.
Somebody may appreciate it more than I would, but that's just I'm sure there's plenty of people that think that Pappy's the best whiskey they've ever tried in their entire life, and good for them.
That's a good. I like that. That's a good answer, Mike. Kudos to you. That's a good answer. I like
Thank
that.
you.
One.
I don't even remember what I said.
That's why he makes the big bucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ryan McGee's like, I don't understand the hype of Pappy. Yeah.
It's just a supply. I mean, marketing is real. It works.
Very much so.
I know so many people coming to the store and have you seen on Netflix Neat, or what was the one with the with the Pappy Gate, the
heist.
Yeah, the heist.
On
yeah,
Netflix,
right.
I think
I mean, that's great.
The hype.
That's great marketing to get your name out
for
there.
sure.
And when you've got this documentary on Netflix that's going viral talking about the employees stealing Pappies.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
Yeah, people think
I literally
it must be special.
like I refer to, and this ain't no joke. I've referred to Blanton's multiple times on the show as the Ohio State of whiskeys.
Yeah,
but you can literally blame the John Wick movies for the Blanton's boom.
Yeah,
because if you notice the first John Wick,
Scotty said he's mixing Pappies with Coke just to watch people's heads explode.
Yes,
Scotty,
that'd be awesome.
That would
do
be
a whole
awesome.
series of just Pappy with Coke, Pappy with Mountain Dew,
that's
Pappy with
silly.
sweet tea.
Anybody that's doing that is so silly. I do not condone that type of behavior.
I'm out on that one.
That's funny.
So you said there was 105 vendors this year?
Yes.
105 booths. So some vendors have more than one booth.
Okay.
Last year Diageo had 5 booths. And so
did they have that many?
Yeah.
They had
Yeah,
a big
that whole
setup.
Crown Royal display.
Oh,
That
that's
was a
right.
massive
The one that looked like a house or whatever, had like pictures in the background.
And I'm sure Brown Foreman's booth was at least 2 spots.
Brown Foreman.
Yeah, Brown
'cause
Foreman
they
had that whole
end
end cap.
Yeah.
Right. And so
So are all the vendors set in stone? This is it. Has there been any last minute additions, or can people, if there's any vendors out there that are interested, could they still?
No, I think everything. I mean, if there's somebody listening, they desperately wanted a spot, I would look into that. But I think we're pretty much we've reached out to all our vendors at this point, let them know what spot they're going to be in, and so a lot of that stuff's done. Yet we're at, whether if Longhorn takes 3 booths to run their table with stuff, or if somebody came in and we decided to take 2 booths, but we're just
Republic Boot Company will be.
Yeah, man, I spent some time with my buddy Chris Conrad. Man, I cannot say enough good things about Republic Boots. Chris Conrad's a very dear friend of mine. He is one of the most interesting men I've ever met.
We're gonna have to talk to this guy.
This
year, I didn't even get a chance to talk to him last year.
Yeah, this guy spends half his time in Kazakhstan, building as the project manager for the biggest refinery being built in the world.
Wow, that's crazy.
And
so the boots are just a hobby?
The boots are a hobby. I mean, me and Chris met through a Texas nationalist type thing where we both love Texas and believe that Texas would be better off on its own, and so it's a passion that we've had deeply, and that's what started our friendship, and so he started just on the side, a little hobby, a little clothing outlet with some boots and stuff like that, and then came across and met the guy that literally was the boot maker for John Wayne, like this Honduran guy that is just like one of last real old school bootmakers, and then they've got this shop where they're cranking out like custom, real deal, like and you walk in there, the first thing they do, hey, what can I get you a drink? Is it a Lone Star? Is it a, they've got about 20 different whiskeys. My buddy Chris takes some whiskey and he does another finish, puts a finish on himself.
Do y'all supply their whiskey?
Yeah, some of the stuff we do with them. But they are he's one of the most genuine individuals I've ever met.
Speaking
he
of
will
Sherwan,
not be.
Look who's in the comments.
What's going on, Shawan?
Sherwan Mims.
He won't be there next weekend, but he will. They will have a few of their guys there,
Nice.
so you'll get to see some of the product they're cranking out. Friday night we will have one of our live auction items is a custom pair of his and her boots from Republic Boots.
Nice.
Wait a minute. In this case, can they be his and his?
Sure,
I'm just there to take pictures.
I'm sure one of y'all have feet like a woman.
So I went. I got on. I can't remember what episode it was, but we were talking about Republic boots, and I got online and I was looking at some of the boots, and they have a set of boots that have like the Texas flag embroidered in them. And my God, those are the most beautiful boots.
Mike's. Have you ever seen Mike's boots?
Mike's
Yeah.
So
I
Mike's
did.
are made out of hippo.
Yeah.
yeah.
It's
gorgeous,
like
though.
it's not finished hippo. It's like
It's
natural
gnarly.
hippo.
Yeah, that nap is. I love them. They and look, I say this very genuinely. Like I wear those boots every single day at work. The
think
night that we hung out with everybody last Saturday or Friday night going into that Saturday, I was in those boots for 40 hours straight.
God.
And
Feet
love
didn't
them. Look, the feet were hurting at the end, but
That's
if I'd have been
expected.
in Nike Air Max.
I was gonna say you could have been in like Cloud Sketcher,
right.
God-made shoes, and your feet would have still hurt.
Yeah, anytime you got to hold up 260 pounds for that long,
I feel you.
something gonna hurt.
Something's gonna hurt. So, other than Republic Boot Company, will there be any other non-liquor vendors out there?
Is the blacksmith guy coming back?
Yeah, the blacksmith guy.
He
From,
was
cool to watch.
He was
yeah,
cool to watch.
he's very cool to watch. He'll be there. We'll have Magenta, which is a very nice tequila that I actually brought into our chain to begin with, and then Mike had it, and we expanded their product into several stores. Magenta will be there. If you're a tequila fan, I highly recommend. It's a very reasonably priced tequila, and it is, I believe, very, very fantastic. So yeah, I mean, obviously we the glass I'm drinking out of tonight is the Coastline, which is made by the guys over at Texas Tail Distillery.
love those people.
Their vodka, I'm believing is going to be out there. I think maybe even they're going to be making a cocktail of some sort. Which is another aspect. Even if it's whiskey or vodka or tequila, there'll be several cocktails.
I want to see somebody bring I think it's Barrel Craft Spirits out at Kentucky Bourbon Fest. They do a whiskey slushy.
Oh,
I want to see somebody bring that to Southeast Texas.
yeah, if
Whiskey
you've
Fest.
ever been to Garrison Brothers out at the shack out there, they do a Dr. Pepper slushy with Garrison Brothers.
They
in it.
would. They
And
would.
It is.
They would, because Dr. Pepper's Texas. They're Texas.
It's fantastic.
That makes sense. I don't
Wait
even
a
like
minute.
Dr. Pepper.
I want to go back to Mike's thing about the Texas Nationals thing. So today's not a good day for you then.
Why is it? Well,
Because today, in 1845, is when Texas actually became a state, like a
Okay.
United States.
yeah.
So I guess today's kind of a sore subject for you.
Nah, I mean,
Now that you've brought it up, yes.
you know, it worked for a while, but as people get more corrupt,
We're kind
and-
of over it.
yeah, we're kind of over it. I
Yeah.
mean, I just think, Texas is very unique to the
scroll?
rest of this country, and so
Scroll what?
Down.
Scroll.
There you go.
Oh,
Barrel only brings that to KBF. Yeah.
Okay.
I want to see somebody bring it down here.
Nice.
I don't care if it's Barrel.
Yeah.
I
You
can,
go
do
to
I
hell.
can do a whiskey slushy
I'll
if I
go
need
to Texas.
Good job. I like that. You go to hell, I'll go to Texas.
But I think it'd be cool to see somebody do something like that. But yeah, for those that are bringing your significant others or somebody that does not enjoy whiskey,
Hey,
you're still going to try
there's
it.
a lot of stuff out there.
Because even but you
last
still
year-
try it. Because even my wife, who absolutely despises it, says it smells like nail polish remover or gasoline, still tried most of the booths that I stopped at.
I blame this guy in the middle for my wife's obsession with White Claw Black
Yeah,
Cherry
you mentioned
vodka.
that before.
Oh.
Just because of that event.
But yeah. But I mean, even
Well,
if
tell
you
her to
don't-
come to Longhorn Lumberton.
Yeah.
A shitload of
That's
it.
a good idea.
Hey, don't feel
Scotty,
bad. We walked into
you're
Beaumont,
on point.
and I know at least 3 bottles of Texas Tail vodka walked out as Christmas presents.
Hey, if y'all want it so bad, why don't you buy your own slushy machine? Have your own booth.
Scott, I'm gonna need you to donate a slushy
Right.
machine because
we don't
this
get,
train,
we can't charge
this
it for
train
it
is
out
about
there.
tapped out.
If somebody wants to buy a slushy machine, I'm sure we can come up with some
Right?
Yes.
crazy concoctions.
Yes, we can with a
Yeah.
slushy machine.
Yeah.
Ooh, can
Yeah.
we get a rolled ice cream machine and make liquor infused ice cream?
Oh yeah,
Yes.
I can guarantee you I can do that.
I mean, I worked for an ice cream company for like 15 years. I think we're good.
That's already a thing.
I just want a bowl of Bluebell and we'll pour
Yeah.
a shot of Stag over there.
Yeah. that-
I'm talking about people blowing their minds.
Yeah.
Poured Stag over Bluebell. They're like,
We're
what
gonna
in
be
the
set
hell?
up right outside
No,
of
no, no,
Whiskey
no, no,
Fest
no, no,
with
no,
a
no, no,
booth,
no.
and we're
Yeah.
gonna be charging for this stuff.
Adult
I'm
milkshake.
going to get some Bluebell,
Slushies and milkshakes.
and I'm going to pour some Pappies over it.
We may not shouldn't be talking about this live, like
No, we
giving away
shouldn't.
this idea.
What are we doing?
we're
Shut
right.
up, guys.
My wife has joined the chat. Good job, Sarah's
Hey,
in.
Sarah.
Yay. We like Sarah in the chat.
Oh shit.
God.
All right. So what else?
You tell me.
I
You're the
said-
one with the outline.
I got to break the seal real quick.
Go ahead.
Like,
Do what you
yeah.
got to do,
Yeah,
buddy.
do what you got to do.
Yeah.
Let me get out your way.
Yeah.
No, you're not in my way.
Break the seal. I love it. We're going to start using his line.
Break the seal.
Break the seal.
Because once you break the seal, you're fucked.
Yeah.
Damn, that hurt to stand up.
Oh, you're getting old.
Well, he played golf today. With
Oh, okay. You got an excuse. You
Yeah,
played
he
golf.
did. He
You
went,
got- you played golf.
he went to the country club and played golf.
Ooh, he's schmancy.
Schmancy.
Which country club?
Beaumont's.
Oh, I was about to say you can't call it the country club in Silsmead.
No.
It's Champion Ranch.
So, real quick, as everybody knows, we announced it last week. This is John's last episode,
Yes.
official episode
Yes.
as our producer.
Yeah.
Not saying
Yes.
he won't ever be back. Not saying he's never allowed back. He is a
I'm sure
functional
next,
gentleman for life. at
I'm
this
sure
point.
next time he shows up, he's just going to sit in a chair and drink.
Yeah,
our
he's going to be
booze.
like, "Fuck you,
Yeah,
I'm not
pretty
pushing
much.
a damn button."
He's like, I ain't pushing shit.
But so when you called and said, "Hey, are you cool with Mike coming on?" I was like, "Sure," but I was also right in the middle of something
Okay.
because this week was supposed to be a roast of John.
Yes.
Right.
I got four things down.
Okay.
If you're interested,
John, love you. Love you. I think Jake's been waiting on that all week.
Probably.
John to me is the living embodiment.
All right.
If Shrek and Uncle Fester had a baby, John
So
would
my
be that
first
baby.
one.
That's a good one.
and some of these needed work. but
Okay.
These are raw, not edited. This is what I had written down when Roy called me.
Who's
Who's
John?
The producer.
The producer.
The producer.
All right, so number one, I considered calling Lifetime Network for a sponsorship. John's cried so much on this show.
Yes, very much. Yes,
True.
very much.
That is
All right,
true.
number two, I always wondered what it was like to train a monkey to do human things. Now we know that species can produce simple live shows.
Yes.
That is true. Absolutely.
You know why John's favorite cigars are all box cut? Because he's a square. Get the fuck off our show. That one needed some work, but it was.
I like it, though. It's pretty good. I like that.
And last
That's
but not
fantastic.
least, my favorite one. As most of you all know, John is an LSU fan.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's it. That's
Yes.
the joke.
Yeah.
That's the
You
joke.
better be careful because I just saw Stephanie in the comments. So you better be very careful.
But those were the four that I'd come up with whenever Roy literally called me in the middle of writing some of this stuff.
I like them. Those are great.
Like I said, Shrek and Uncle Fester.
Good job.
He's been known by many names. The man behind the fake ass glass.
Yep, that was
Juan
in the early
Canica,
days. Yes.
Head, producer
Yes.
corner.
Yes.
I mean, there is a lot.
Oh, Stephanie. Watch it.
John, their producer. Oh, Dana, thanks for writing those for Buck. Hey,
Yes.
I can write some good material.
You can write some good stuff. I gotta give you credit. I gotta give you credit for sure. You can write some good stuff. Very good
guys.
stuff. John is the best button pusher there ever has been.
That's
Yes.
right.
That's right.
That's what I said. We can just put a monkey behind the table now that I know
he's
John
the
can
best
do
there
it.
is, the best there was, the best there ever will be at pushing
Right.
buttons.
That's right.
Fantastic.
Oh shit! But I'm excited
Hey.
about Southeast Texas Whiskey Festival.
You gotta try that.
So I did kind of prepare a little speech.
Did you? Can we hold on? Do you want to do it now?
Before we do that,
Yeah.
over under, he tears up 2 times.
Ooh.
I'm saying over.
Oh, we haven't done over and under in a long time.
No, right? That's what made me think about it.
So if you don't know it under over, and leave your predictions in the chat. So
under two.
I'm a very emotional guy, and when we first started the shows, they would have an over under every show on how many times I would cry.
Yes, we would.
And so
That's kicking it old school.
yeah, and a lot of times they were right.
Yes.
But
We just take the over every time.
so take your shots in the comments
The
and let
number's
us
2,
know.
by the way. See my fingers?
Yeah, over
Under
two.
on 2 times.
The number's 2.
And it's from now until the end of the
Yes.
episode. So you
Yes.
have time.
Yes, you have time. You have at least another 45 minutes.
I see at least
Yeah.
one comment, so you can scroll if
Yes.
you'd like. But
anyway,
fuck out. But I've seen. Hey, that's rude, Blythe.
Yes. But Jake's taking the over, by the way.
Yeah.
So we used to do this back in the day, and I feel like you're a degenerate like the rest of us. The over-under on John getting emotional, because this is John's farewell episode.
And I will give you a clue.
Is
I
2.
do have a little bit of a speech.
Oh, okay.
So
I'm interested. Yeah.
2 times him tearing up. Are you taking the over or the under? Since we're
2 times.
Since you're the celebrity guest picker, not the steal
Celebrity-
So we
Yeah,
got to make, if we're going to do an over under, it's got to be at a half.
All right, one
So,
and a half.
Okay,
1.5.
There you go.
Okay.
We'll do 1.5. Over from the McGee's.
Over from
Yes.
y'all know me
Everybody's
so well.
Everybody's taking the over.
I hope he's taking. I'm gonna take the under because I'm hoping because
Thank you, Mike.
I tend to get emotional when people get emotional. So
Just for the record.
I haven't cried on this podcast
No,
yet,
you
and I'd like to
haven't.
keep it this way.
Just for the
So
record,
I don't know. I
he's-
can't
he's
recall.
never done the under.
I can't recall in 2.5 years when I haven't cried one time on this podcast.
I know the times you've cried the most on this podcast because I looked it up.
It was the bully episode.
It was
Yeah.
the bullying episode way back in
That's
our
still
Absolutely.
one of my favorite episodes. I know it was
Yeah.
our most serious ever
It
episode,
really was.
but
Yes.
that's still one of my favorite episodes.
Yes.
Like, we had a
That
good
was
time.
by far my favorite episode.
Yeah, that was in the old. That was
Other than, and I'm going to suck up here when Mike Wright comes on the show.
well,
Oh, look at you.
Please, my husband to be.
Okay.
No, so
there
we
goes my crying.
we were supposed to do a whole episode, and it was supposed to be like this big roast about me.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then Roy calls me and he's like, "Hey, Mike wants to come on the show. You know, blah blah blah. Is that okay?" And I said, "I can't think of anything better than to have these two
last
guys and Mike Wright
Man,
on the
a good
show."
one.
I really appreciate it. Yeah, and it's been a pleasure. The many times that I've been on to get to know you, and we've probably catch you up way too late sometimes.
Yeah.
And
I just
which-
leave. Like,
Hey, y'all got this?
Yeah, but you got
It goes back
it.
to
Bucky,
the monkey.
grab your keyboard.
Yeah. It goes back to the monkey pushing buttons thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Real
I'm
quick,
glad you did.
I do want to, and this is just to get to this before I forget,
Yeah.
because there's no telling where this podcast may go.
I can cut it at any point and snip whatever we need.
But a little bit of a special announcement pertaining to Whiskey Fest. We last year, something I really wanted to do that just didn't come to fruition, and me and Mike had worked on it. And at the end of Whiskey Fest, you know, a lot of people went different places. And I mean, it ends at 9. It's a great event. There's plenty of time to go out. And for somebody like me that put so much effort into this, and Mike and Dennis as well, just to be able to go somewhere to relax and rehash what we just experienced. We are going to have an official after party
I knew it.
this year,
Rumbles.
and this will be at 409.
409.
409. I talked with Chuck today, and they're bringing in some store picks of ours to the people will be able to buy those pours of some of our recent store picks out there, and they're gonna have a great night and some entertainment out there for us. And so I'm really looking forward to anybody that's listening that, you know, you get through with Whiskey Fest, come meet us over at 409 and let's have another, you know, share a drink and rehash the greatness that was Whiskey Fest 2024.
How do we make that happen? A dunk tank with Bucky after hours. How many?
I
know a
How
guy.
many people?
I'm willing to pay for the dunk tank.
How many people do you think could hit the target after Whiskey Fest and actually dunk me?
I could because I don't get to drink a whole lot during Whiskey
Hey,
Fest.
I'm just saying,
And
I'll volunteer.
I can throw a baseball pretty.
Mike. I'm
pretty
just saying.
solid.
I know a guy. It's
volunteer.
$350 for a whole day.
Yeah, $350 for a whole day.
Yeah.
yeah,
Guys, come on.
yeah.
That's great.
So yeah, would love for everybody to come out and see us out there.
Yeah, that's kind of what it looks like, Jake.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
We bout it. Yes. Good Lord.
So you said earlier that y'all will have a Longhorn booth. Can you give any kind of preview of what bottles y'all are going to have to pour out there?
No,
I'd-
up.
I'd hate to speculate at this point. I mean,
Is it speculation from the GM or do you know?
well,
You don't have to give us any kind of ideas.
yeah. I mean, I think you'll see similar bottles to what we had out there last year. Some of the more allocated stuff, again, that people may not ever get a chance to buy in a retail setting. And so, if you've ever wondered, even though a lot of those bottles are for the most part unobtainable, you can come by and get you a little sample of it and be like, oh, yeah, that is something
That's all right, I guess.
I would buy. Or,
So you know what you need to do.
Let me have that one.
I'm reading these comments and I'm thinking about this. So a lot of your viewers, they're not from around here,
Right.
Okay, so and you need to make it like 6 months out.
That's because we're Mr.
right.
Worldwide.
But you need to have Functional Fest,
Functional Fest.
I like it.
where you get with some people, you have some good whiskey, and you tell people this 6
Hey,
months out or
don't
something,
forget
so
the-
all
don't-
of these
not
people
so
can come.
fast, my friend. Don't forget the cigars.
And the cigars, yes. And you just, you have all these people
We get- it's a-
can finally come to one of your events.
The world's earliest pre-show
Yes.
for Whiskey Fest.
yeah,
Yes.
right.
6 months in advance.
That officially kicks off Whiskey
kicks
There
Fest.
you go. Functional Fest kicks off whiskey. There you go.
Oh,
Yeah.
and that's wild. That is super wild. Functional.
But yeah, I
Fest
mean, as
kicks off
people,
Whiskey Fest.
as this thing grows, and as, I hate to say it that way, but as our audience grows, I want more people to come from
Yes, I do too.
not just
Yes.
Southeast Texas or
Yes.
Southwest Louisiana. Like, I want people from Oklahoma to show up. I want people from Alabama to show up. I want people from Ohio, Michigan.
Yeah.
Like, I want
Kevin
people, I want
Riley.
this to be a place where people come
I'm calling
and they're like,
Kevin out.
I don't know if I'm going to go to Kentucky Bourbon Fest this year because I
Yes.
know I've got a plan for Southeast Texas Whiskey Fest.
I want to make this as big as Kentucky. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
and I want to
that's-
help these guys. Make
That's
it as big as
definitely part of the grand plan is to.
And I know we're
again,
only in year 2, and
Right.
that's
And-
me thinking crazy. But
No, it's something that's in our minds, and we've talked about how do we get there. Just like anything else, whether when I was growing my own business or do it organically,
Yes.
just slowly expand, let the demand prove that it's there. I think with where we're already at in year 2, and we're still a week away from this event, it's definitely going to be a success, and it's grown from year 1. And so can we do that, make it a little bit bigger in year 3? And then let's see where this thing can go. But yeah, definitely I want to make this a destination event.
sure.
Don't know that I ever want to move it outside of Beaumont. I do like
No,
that we bring
I like
this
that.
event to the Beaumont area.
Right.
And there's plenty of hotels and
Yes.
nice restaurants and bars and nightlife to support people coming and spending a weekend down here.
for sure.
And so yeah, that's obviously where I'd love to bring this event, no doubt.
But and bringing Bucky back to the past because he said that would be crazy. You know what else he thought he was crazy? 2 guys sitting in front of a camera talking about whiskey all day, and look
Yeah.
at him now.
2 years
Yeah.
later, 2.5 years later, look at us.
All grown up.
All growed up.
What else we got? What y'all got in the glass right now?
Oh, that shit that Roy pulled out reminds me of a little bit of brimstone.
That's what I got off the cut.
It's
The
like
Rick House?
campfire.
So let me.
There's a weird burnt oakiness.
You brought this up.
Oh boy, my bad. I didn't mean it.
I'm,
Rewind.
By the way, I took a little bit to respond to Paul's email. Paul from McTavish. By the way.
Awesome.
So,
Anybody that knows me and my affinity for
Balcones.
balconies.
yes.
I love
There's
that
a story to
unity, by the way.
balconies that goes back some, and balconies was the brainchild of a guy named Chip Tate. And Chip Tate was the original head distiller, owner, everything. Took on some investors. Things didn't end up working out between them. Chip Tate, they moved on from him, and that's how Jared Hempstead, who is already at the distillery, got elevated to head distiller. But at the end of the day, like, balconies was a thought and a passion of one guy, and that was Chip Tate. They got removed from the distillery. I think he left in 2014. And so for serious balconies collectors, there's not many Chip Tate bottles that still exist out there. And I've been lucky enough to come across a couple. And for Christmas, my son-in-law and daughter, Michaela and Ty, got me a bottle of Brimstone that's bottled in 2012.
Wow.
Super
early.
Yeah, super early. Yeah. And I mean, the
How do you
color, the difference
find
in
that?
color is he got it off of Reddit. And
Really?
yeah, and part of a Raz. And the difference in color between that release from back then to what they're releasing now, which looks like coffee. It's so starkly different. I mean, it's crazy, but yeah, I was very, very happy to add that to the shelf as a,
I'm
just, it's geeky balcony stuff, but it was pretty cool.
And I don't remember his name. He's I guess a taller, lanky guy, big beard.
Charlie.
No, not Charlie.
Yeah.
He's either a distiller or a blender
No, I mean,
at Balcones.
if you're talking about the very skinny with the big beard, that's Jared Hempstead. Yeah,
that is
he's-
Jared?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. And
Yeah.
I apologize for not knowing exactly who it was.
No,
but
yeah.
I've seen him on a few.
And I like that at balconies they use the term like head distiller instead of like master distiller.
Right.
There's several people there that are charged with making the distillation happen, and they're all wonderful folks. Jared gets a lot of the publicity that comes with that. There's some podcast
and
out
I
there
guess
with
that's
him.
who it would be because I've seen him on a couple YouTube videos.
Incredibly deep thinking
but,
person.
It was really cool watching him go through
Incredibly
that
talented, too, by the way.
That was
Incredibly
kind of what I watched, was him kind of walk somebody through the process of how he puts the blends together and what he's looking for. And I was like, man, that is really – I want to sit down with that guy and talk.
Yeah.
Hold that thought. Can you read that comment? Because I'm going to win the over-under, by the way.
Oh, shit.
It says, it speaks volumes for me that we are making this our last trip before my wife starts grad school because of Bucky and Roy, and I love these guys, and I am grateful to have them as friends and grateful for places like Longhorn and events like Whiskey Fest.
Yeah. That's very nice.
It is. And that's what –
It was
but I
very
mean, that's
nice.
what brought
Very
that's
nice
what
sentiment.
brought us all together is
I thought he was
this
going to
is all of
tear
this.
up. Damn it.
And
Roy's
but that's what it's
trying,
about.
man. Yeah.
I mean, that's finding people like that from Alabama
sure,
that you
yeah.
never thought you'd
Well,
be friends with, and they're making the trip, and now they're going to be at Whiskey Fest, and it's slowly but surely growing this thing organically,
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
and making great friends in the process.
Well, it starts for us, like my personal journey, it starts in even the store level where I met you guys. And I've met several people that I consider family now. The community around whiskey is what's most important. There's 1,000, 2,000 bottles out there. Like I don't care what label's on the front. If you have some friends or some family, go get around a campfire.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
And let's share a glass of whiskey.
Yeah.
And, make those connections. Those
Not
are
even
the
a
things that
campfire,
last
man.
forever.
Do it in this setting.
Right. Sure.
Do it however you want to do it. We talk about it
That
all
needs
the
to be
time.
clipped, by the way.
Yeah, we talk about it all the time. I mean, function your way is not just a tagline for us. It's literally a way of life. That's how
Yeah.
we work. And that's
So-
what we do.
I don't know why the hell y'all put on a college football game while we're recording.
I know. Right? I can't
I'm a
stop
sports
watching it.
fan. I'm glad I didn't bet on this game.
No joke. If you took the over in the Ohio State Mizzou game, you're screwed.
Yeah. Go ahead and
It's
turn that
3-0.
off.
Yes.
Yeah.
But so I mentioned it earlier. We're 1 week away. What is your one goal to accomplish this week before it hits?
Man, just I'm constantly always. If y'all know me, I'm never happy with anything. I mean, and y'all probably don't see that come out on the podcast, but like, I just want to make sure that we've got all our I's dotted and our T's crossed. I feel like we're in a very good spot. Mike and Dennis and other people behind the scenes that people don't know as well have put in a lot of work to get to where we're already at. We're trending for this to be bigger than year one. I mean, not even trending. We already are there, and that was our main goal. And so at this point, we know vendors are showing up.
That's good.
We know people that bought tickets are showing up, and those people
Probably.
are going to consume a lot of whiskey.
Yes.
And they're going to have a great time. And there's not much we could do at this point to fuck it up, if I'm being honest. Like, all the parts are in place. My main job is to make sure that we repeat what we did last year, which is when you come, whether you're a VIP and you're getting there at 4:45, waiting for those doors to open at 5. If you asked anybody that waited in that line last year, what time were they actually on the floor? Because I've been to these events where I bought VIP tickets, and I'm like, why the hell did I do that?
You
By the
walk
time
in
I get
10
in,
minutes earlier than other people, 5
Right.
minutes earlier than other people.
if you're lucky, and
The guy right behind you has general admission tickets, and you're like,
yeah. And if Jeremy Smith's still listening, I saw his comment earlier. One thing he liked was the amount of room that we had.
Yes, y'all did
yes,
have
I
a
did
lot
see
of
that
space.
comment, and I meant to mention it, but
Yeah, that's
glad you
one
saw
of the
that.
things that because again, some of these other I'm like, it's shoulder to shoulder shimmying your way through and trying to get to a table, and it's not like that. The three of us can literally sit in the middle of that aisle and hold a conversation, and there's plenty of room for people to pass
We
up.
did it multiple
last year
times
with
last
year.
numerous groups. I mean,
And-
we had 5, 6, 7, 8 people just in a cluster,
Yeah.
just talking about.
And
hey,
that's-
did you try
and
this?
nobody
Hey,
was
did you
pushing
try
us out of the
that?
way to get to a booth
And
or
that
anything.
stuff's super important when you're talking about the overall people leaving that event and what their initial reactions are based off leaving that event. If you're able to sit out there with your friends, and I mean, it's it's Willy Wonka's factory,
That's what it is.
you know,
Willy
and,
Wonka and
and
the
that's a
Whiskey
great
Factory, I
tie-in.
like it.
and you just everybody's in a great mood because why could you? How could you
How could
not
you
be
not
in a
be?
great mood?
Well, I can tell you.
And so you
want
want to talk to people and you want to share that experience and you're having those conversations and
That's
you're
one
not
of the
obstructing anybody and nobody's bumping into you. And
That's the best part about
You
being
know-
out there.
Man,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. My personal wish for you guys, I want a complete sellout.
yeah,
That's
I mean,
what I want.
we're-
I
we're-
want a complete sellout.
Do we know what it would take for a complete sellout?
yeah, we do, and it's most likely not going to happen, and we don't care about that. We honestly don't. We want to. This is year 2. We wanted to put more people in there than we did in year 1,
Did that.
and check.
Yep.
That's happening, and
More
so.
vendors, check.
We're at a we raised $313,000 last year for Cure Rare Disease. We're on pace to eclipse that by a good amount this year. That's what it's all about at the end of the
Yes.
day.
Yes.
And that was part of the reason why I said I want a complete sellout for you guys. Because
Sure.
of the
Okay,
fact
so
that everything goes to
Let's
Yeah.
talk about that for a second.
yeah.
you
'cause
brought
I know
up Cure Rare Disease.
Because I know you did some stuff this week.
So this is something we love about what y'all do.
Yes.
Me and Roy both round up every time. It's no longer a question.
Nope.
Sure.
Every purchase gets rounded up.
Yep.
Anytime I have the opportunity, I do what I can. So, Big Chief from the Whiskey Trip posted on his Instagram. He wants to raise $5,000
Yes.
for Cure Rare Disease.
Wow.
That's his goal.
Yeah.
So I am going to try to double that.
Nice.
I want the Functional Gentleman and every one of our functional friends
Yes.
to do the same thing on Facebook. I'm not asking for much.
No, just
I
whatever
don't even care
you can give.
I would like to get to 5,000, him get to 5,000 with his following.
Yeah.
And if we put $10,000 extra dollars into Cure Rare Disease
Right.
with the addition of whatever they can raise at this event, how awesome would that be?
That'd be amazing.
So I'm not asking for much. I don't care if we get to 5,000. I want to get to whatever we can get to. Go to the Whiskey Trip on Instagram or the Functional Gentleman on Facebook. And if you can, donate. If you can't, don't worry about it.
That's
like
right.
it, share it, do whatever you can to help.
Yeah.
Our goal between Big Chief and the Functional Gentleman is to raise as much money as we can for this event.
Yeah.
Yep.
We want to raise money for Cure Rare Disease because it's something we believe in.
Yeah.
It's something the people at Longhorn Liquor believe in.
Yeah.
It's something that hits close to home.
Very
Yeah.
close.
Very close.
So it's pinned on our Facebook. You can donate to Cure Rare Disease straight from our Facebook. If you can, great. Thank you so much. If you can't, I understand. Share it. Help us out. If you can go to Instagram and go to the Whiskey Trip and donate on his, I don't care.
Yeah.
Either
As long
one.
as you donate on
Yeah.
somebody.
If he gets to $10,000 and we get to $500, guess what? That's $10,500 that Cure Rare Disease didn't have before.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Whatever it may be, go to one of our pages on Instagram or Facebook, if you can, and donate. That's the challenge that we have. We are two separate podcasts. I've never met this guy in real life.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've never met him neither. I mean,
Love what
we've
he
talked.
does.
Yeah.
Love what we do.
Yes.
Yeah.
We have a great time doing what we do. And if we can just put a little bit of extra money into a cause, then this community has done everything it can. And it's the biggest reason I love our community.
Yep.
Yeah, we're so blessed
whiskey-
that we can even get together tonight in a night, which will be next Saturday, to celebrate whiskey. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah,
You
it
know
really is.
how fortunate we are to be able to spend that time with friends and
Cast is
family
pretty
and
good.
and all these vendors and all these new people, all the new friendships that will be made that night at Whiskey Fest. And so to be able to do that event. And I may have talked about this the last time I was on, but in case anybody missed it, also joining us in that roundup for Cure Rare Disease is Buxton.
Yes, you do.
Brewery.
But if
And
you did
so-
miss it, Buxton is doing the roundup.
yeah, Buxton's doing a roundup. So if you get a chance to get, obviously a fantastic place, some of the best pizza around, beer's fantastic. Go visit Buxton's and round up there, and you can help contribute to the Cure.
The room in their glass are me and Blythe shook hands. And I've somehow in my head, and it is, isn't it?
That's a Scotch.
God dang it! I knew it. Happy
so
New Year,
fruity.
Blythe. I hope
Very
y'all have a
fruity.
great time.
You may like this one,
It's
actually.
very, very fruity.
It's very fruity.
Yeah.
So you
Like
don't
green
know
apple.
what this is.
No, I have no idea.
Okay.
God, no.
Okay.
That is 100% green apple.
Yeah, green apple, a little bit of cereal note in there.
To me,
which
this is like green Jolly Rancher.
Yeah, so, I mean, this could be, I say it could be Irish. I would suspect this is definitely single malt,
Right.
100% barley.
I don't even want to drink it.
Tasty. I like it. I want to know what it is. Somebody tell me in the comments what it is, because I have no idea.
Can't be more than 90 proof.
There you go.
I would guess 86. Is it 90?
Aberfeldy 12-year.
Okay, yeah, Scotch. Yeah,
Nice.
definitely after the palate.
It's
new one.
Band-Aids.
There's a little bit of the. I mean, I don't
So-
find that an off-putting note, but because I love Scotch. But
And let me
what
say
you
this.
describe as Band-Aid, I know what you're talking about.
You understand.
Yeah,
Yep.
Front of palate, not absolutely terrible.
yeah,
It's that finish. It's that aftertaste that's left in my mouth that is just wet Band-Aids that I don't like.
I know the producer's
Now-
a fan of Scotch. Do we have it? Yeah, we have enough. Hey, you want some of
but
this?
I think it's
Is it terrible? No.
Sure.
And that is a huge step
understand
for
like
me.
what you're. It is also an acquired taste. The more that you drink Scotch or try
You're
Scotch,
just retarded.
can't say that on air.
Yeah, we're gonna get demonetized.
We don't make any money anyway.
Send stars. You can send stars if you want to.
It's John on
Yeah.
camera.
It took to the last show to let y'all let him on camera.
No, he's been on.
Our plan was for him to sit where you're sitting,
Yeah,
sir.
I know.
Well, then who would
very
It is,
produce?
is it not?
Yeah, we'll switch.
Yeah.
Oh
Oh,
God,
God.
I'll DJ back there.
nice. Hitting on the ones and twos. I
This
like
is
it.
God dang it.
this is
I
good.
like it.
Yeah,
I don't see how you don't.
Okay, so front of palate, tip of tongue.
Yes.
Right until it hits the mid palate, it's okay. And then it hits the sides and the back, and it's like, nope.
see, I don't get
So
any.
wait a minute. I'm curious. Can you roll your tongue? Can you roll it up like this?
I've seen him roll a few things.
Drink it like that and see. You have any left?
No, I'm out. I'm done.
So to me, if you give it the old Kentucky chew,
Yes.
really move it around the palate,
And that's what I did on that first
it's
sip.
it's just fruity. To me,
It's
what
not.
you're describing is like the Band-Aid, and I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
To me, that's all on the like. As soon as you swallow it, that's the prominent
Yeah.
note that comes
So-
out.
It is.
Yeah.
It's the strictness, and that's what the Scotch has a strictness to it, and
Something.
that's what you're calling the Band-Aid.
I guess.
And it's
I'm not gonna lie. I found it very appealing.
but
I don't know.
And
I
maybe
was right there with
underneath the
Mike.
surface, you need some wounds healed, or covered
Yeah.
up.
You do, yeah, because we abused your palate with Ardbeg. We straight up abused.
Wow, this
And
is going
that's
to get
what
real
it
deep
is.
real
Yeah.
fast.
it. We abused his.
We
palate.
fucked
Bucky,
it up majorly.
Why
when we
do
gave
you
him
go
our
to
bag.
Band-Aids? What does that mean? What does that signify?
How does that make you feel?
Oh,
Yes,
God.
how
We
does that
don't want.
make
We
you
don't
feel?
want to get into
Show
this.
us on the doll where he touched you.
No, that's not it.
Instead of
There are
roasting
some
John, we're going to break
Right.
down Bucky.
Right?
Y'all will see what's the over under on Bucky crying.
Yeah.
3.
Why do you spike your hair so much?
Because I want to feel taller.
I knew it.
That's exactly what it is. He wants to feel taller.
Yeah.
He stands.
Okay.
He stands next
Sorry,
to me.
we
on
went
his
a little off
tiptoes.
the rails.
No.
No, you're fine.
He stands next
I'm
to me
gonna
on his
dang it
tiptoes.
now. I'm gonna break the seal. Y'all.
Oh, he's breaking the seal.
Whenever I come back, I've got a special gift for Don.
Oh.
Yep. Here's
First
number
cry.
one. Yep.
First cry coming
Here's
up.
number one.
Hey, y'all stay tuned. First cry.
Stay
coming.
tuned.
Get the waterworks.
First
Get the waterworks going. Here it comes. Because I know what it is. I don't know exactly what it is, but I know what it is, and I'm excited for you.
Oh, okay.
So I'll say that. I'm excited for you. But God, this game is a dumpster fire, isn't it?
I mean, unless you like defense.
Yes, Jake. That's Jake said that's because what he's probably picking up is on the musty note from the sherry cask.
I'm sure it is. I'm sure it's exactly what he's picking up.
And that, like I said, that's strictness that me and Roy ruined.
He's just not. We did.
It was
I
our
bla-
fault.
I blame myself for that.
Yeah.
I literally was like, "Hey, let's do Ardbeg Wee Beastie."
Okay. So,
Yes, I loved it. By the way, Bly, fantastic. Your palate.
Yes, it was
Yeah, yeah.
delicious.
It's phenomenal. I love it. You can send more scotch anytime
You got him a black plastic bag.
You got me a black plastic bag.
Does this bag?
Is that to put on my shit in when I leave?
I hate to ruin Bucky's moment, but I can get you a box of those. The
Oh,
plastic bags.
there you go.
I thought he was talking about what's in the plastic.
I was like, okay, well, sure.
For those listening, it came from Longhorn Liquor, where
Yes,
you
it
can
did.
get all
Okay.
the whiskey needs you need. You
Yes. Look at that.
I recognize that bag.
have. Did you recognize the bag? Came from right here in Silsbee, Texas, where there's a Longhorn Liquor.
Yes.
There's also locations in Lumberton, Beaumont,
You want me to
Mount
do
Bellevue.
this? I know.
I can name them all right now if you'd like me to, but what I'm most impressed with right now is I explained to the employees to always double bag on
And he
those
did.
black bags,
Look at
and
that.
he did.
And they double bag.
All right,
Who'd you see, Jeremy or Keith?
Jeremy.
All right, cool.
Oh shit.
What'd you do?
Oh, shit.
All right, so
Is there a speech
We
that
talk-
goes with
no,
this?
no, no.
Okay.
No, there's
we
no
talked
speech.
about lists earlier.
Uh-huh.
I gotta go all the way down this list. What I was surprised about. Oh, what am I on? Oh
I
shit,
don't
I went
know.
too far. All right,
That's your-
y'all
that's
talk
your-
about something.
That's
Oh
your
my
porn,
God.
not
Yeah.
the.
Yeah, way too far.
Yeah, mad
Wait it.
thumbs. Get off.
Yeah,
that
he's
shit.
looking at the top 10 recruits in
Yeah,
this
he is.
recruiting cycle for Oklahoma
Oklahoma.
right now. Yeah.
Exactly.
I can only dream.
Yeah. He was looking at the ESPN 300
3939
list. So
Dallin Road, I think, is the address that Blake's looking for.
that sounds like the Longhorn location
It
on
is.
Dallin
Can you-
Road.
Yep.
Yeah.
So you said you can name all 12 locations.
Ooh,
Is
I
it
feel
12?
I can do that.
Can you name all 12?
Let me see. Mount Bellevue, the Heights, Needland, Port Neches,
You're going in a weird order.
It's freaking him out, man.
Mauriceville, Silsbee, Lumberton, Beaumont, Ivanhoe. I got 9. I'm sorry. I got
So
9 of
it's-
the 12.
I always go
All right, what
like
you got?
geographically.
Let's hear it.
Katy, Heights,
Katy.
Mont Bellevue, Needland, Port Neches, Groves, Mauriceville, Silsbee, Rayburn, Ivanhoe, Lumberton, Beaumont.
I forgot Rayburn. Yeah.
Okay, I see what
Rayburn,
you did.
Groves,
I see
and
what you
Katy
did.
were the
I
ones
drew
that
a picture.
forgot.
That's fancy.
Yeah.
I was close.
All right, so
For a non-Longhorn
no,
employee, I was
you
damn
did better
close.
than I would have. So here's what surprised me.
By the way, Mauriceville, hidden gem. I don't know if
Really?
you know that or not.
Did not know that.
Stopped in there today on my way home.
I mean, it's not that hidden. It's on the highway.
Yeah, but it's on Highway 12. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
So we
Nobody's-
talked about
nobody's going
lists
down that highway.
earlier and how they influence your buying.
Okay.
So what's in this bag came in at number 9 on Uproxx's top 100
Wow.
American single malts.
Number 9 on
Top
American.
100 American single malts.
Damn, he likes you a lot.
Pretty
Yeah.
sure that's what it was. Top whatever.
That reminds
I tried into this. Yeah,
Good one.
right.
Yeah.
Is a company that's taking off.
Right.
But what I've got for you
Son of a nutcracker.
is a straight ahead
Oh.
Diamond Peak finished in
This?
I thought Bucky was about to tear up there. I thought we were.
So
Yeah.
The over-under was fixing to hit. But in a weird
looking.
kind of way.
Yeah.
Roy,
do the honors.
the honor.
Too fast.
Yeah.
My pull-out game's not that good. I got 2 kids under the age of 10.
I've had more than that.
Are you a tequila fan?
I am.
Wasn't sure. I grabbed it and then I was like, I don't even know if he likes tequila.
So tequila makes me very angry.
Tequila makes my clothes come off.
Yeah, but
That's weird that we both said that at the same time. I don't drink tequila because of that.
I don't want to drink tequila around you now.
No, it makes 2 of us.
Hey, guys.
The feeling's mutual. Mine.
The gentleman
Yeah.
after dark.
Yeah.
American single malt. Because I
American single malt. This Denver,
don't
Colorado.
know. Yeah, and this
Yeah.
Train of Hands is out of Colorado. Don't spill it.
Yeah, don't spill
Let
it.
me get back to my post.
Take that with you.
You know what? While you're at it, I'm gonna do something that I know he likes.
Oh, shit.
The 18-year-old Jameson that's in the barrel, you can take it with you. The 18-year-old Jameson you can take with you.
Just like goddamn Christmas
Okay.
around here.
Right.
This is pretty good.
While y'all are drinking,
Oh, now the one you bought is
Yeah.
good.
Now all of a sudden,
There's a
that
sweetness.
Oh,
There's a
yeah.
sweet fruitiness to it.
This
Yeah.
here.
There's a
That is
reason
delicious.
it's. There's a reason it's
The
number
nose
9.
is amazing.
It is
Yes.
very
Yeah.
much.
There's a reason it's number 9 on that list.
so I do have a little bit of something
Thanks,
that I want
Blake.
to say.
Wow, that's really good. That's really good.
So I have been with these guys for 2.5 years now.
Very much so. Yes.
When if you don't know any of the history behind it, so they own their own company now.
Yes.
Okay. But before, they came in and were actually part of my company
Yes.
when we started. So the first time I ever had either of them on a show was with Roy when he was running for his office.
yes.
And I got to meet Roy, and Roy, like, we just started a friendship. Like, it was weird. It was just like, boom. and so then he was like, well, and I'd already known Dana, like, I'd known of Dana, but
Yeah.
I'd never, like, met you.
Yeah.
And so I met Bucky after that. And we were sitting around one day, and they were like, hey, we like whiskey, we like beer. let's start a podcast. And I was like, at first, the first thing in my mind was like, my parents are going to kill me. But I have watched these guys doing.
Well, that's your fault because you asked for podcasts to be pitched for the company.
Yes, I did.
We were
Very
sitting
much
in
did.
the old studio,
Very much did.
and he asked, "Well, what are some ideas y'all have for some podcasts to be pitched?"
I did.
You don't say.
And so I have watched these guys for 2.5 years, and they have done the incredible. From getting on serious topics like bullying, which is something near.
Don't do it.
Go ahead.
Don't do it.
Go ahead. I'm getting close.
That's.
Yep.
I'm making a ruling. That's one.
Yep.
Which is something very near and dear to my heart. To talking about great whiskeys and talking about everything, and not only that, but supporting me in everything I've done, even when they never had to.
That's a very true statement because I mean not to kind of break my own arm by patting myself on the back. A lot of people don't know this.
It's a long back to get to.
It is very long back.
Yeah.
John's first round of equipment that he started with,
Yeah.
I bought and paid for
Yeah.
Yeah.
out of my own pocket to
And
get
it's-
John to where he is. And now John's got, let's be honest, probably one of the top
Yeah.
mixers.
And it's funny,
out
but
there.
but get this. So in this world we're in, you always have to remember where you started. Okay, a couple weeks ago, I had a really nice mixer. It broke. I went to Roy and I said, "Hey, that old pile mixer that we used to use, is it still working in working condition?" He said, "Yeah." And I worked my shows off of that analog pile mixer.
runs like a champ.
It runs like a champ. Oh, by the way, I got to get that back to you.
At some point.
By the way,
At some point.
I'm gonna tell you this
it's all water under the
personally. As a producer, as somebody who comes back here and just pushes buttons,
That's what my wife does.
I have never, and I'll tell you this, Bucky, I'm going to single y'all out here. Bucky,
Sorry, Jamie.
I have never seen somebody be teachable and actually grasp what I've taught them and take off of with it. Because I'm telling you right now, that dude right there knows more than me now.
He does. Bucky's fun.
Like, he is phenomenal. Roy, your style, your charisma, your friendship, everything about you that you have instilled in me, I can't thank you enough.
I tell everybody all the time I'm the best in the world at what I do. No, emphasis on the what I do.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be somebody else.
I, for at first it was just acquaintances that I did a podcast with. Then it became business partners that I did a podcast with. Now it's family that I did a podcast with.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I have to go do my own thing. I get too busy and it stresses me out. And these guys know it, and they understand that. But I can tell you this: that door, as we've always said, all three of us, that door will always be open.
It will.
And one of us will be waiting with a good drink and a story to tell.
Always.
Maybe a lot of stories depending on how this whiskey fest goes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe a lot of stories
Yes.
to tell.
Yeah.
So-
Or maybe you don't remember any stories.
I don't remember.
For the final
last
time,
Whiskey Fest, honestly.
here's to the functional gentleman.
Thank you, sir.
May you live great and prosper in this industry. And Mike, thank you so much for allowing me the honor of being your producer.
Oh, well, thank you.
L'chaim.
I just want to smell it.
I can't get over how good that is.
It's very good.
For being a Colorado, because Strahan's out of Colorado, right?
Right.
Okay. Just making sure I got my shit straight.
No, yeah.
I've heard amazing
Your shit
things about
is
their snowflake.
straight. What?
Their snowflake release.
Oh yeah,
I've
that's
heard
right. I
amazing
saw
things
Jeremy
about-
talking about. Yeah,
Yeah.
I haven't been able to get my hands on one of those
Me
yet.
neither.
That's a good
But I've heard amazing.
That's a
things.
I'd love to go out there if Mike Williams is listening. Make a Colorado run on some barrel picks.
Mike,
Colorado, like that would be a really cool
Laws, Stranahan's,
trip.
291.
291,
Breckenridge.
Breckenridge, 10th Mountain.
I was
Yeah.
going to say, we have a standing invitation right now with 10th Mountain.
But I mean, there's some
Maybe hit
Colorado's.
Westland and Westward
I like
out
it.
in Oregon and Washington.
So
and,
you just make a whole Pacific Northwest
yeah,
swing.
yeah. If we can avoid the
Now.
liberals.
Unfortunately, I do have to leave y'all.
Oh, come on!
Yeah, she, didn't get a ride.
Real
but-
quick,
got
real
you.
quick before you
Uh-huh.
leave, I did make a special background for you.
Okay.
Okay.
It's nothing crazy.
Where is it
Didn't
on
make
here?
us-
Yeah, just scroll down, hide image 2, and bring up image.
Okay.
This
we're
one was
gonna,
just
we're
for
gonna
you.
see some weird shit.
This
No,
one?
no, no, yeah.
You're gonna see some behind the scenes shit.
No. I just thought it was really cool.
Oh, look at that! It's a producer's.
It's a producer's room,
booth. I like it. Got the
functional
little function-
farewell,
yes.
Gentleman John, because you're a gentleman for life at this point. You're always welcome back.
Is that 2?
Ugh, I can't call it yet. We're getting close. Anybody that had the over, you may be winning.
I feel like I won.
So-
I feel like I got the over.
All right, guys, and real quick for
Yep.
the
He's
people
trying to
on
get
the
outta
show.
Yep.
Yeah, I almost want to count that as two. There was a long, unnecessary pause.
Very much.
For the people on this show, thank you. Thank you for watching these guys. Continue to watch them. Continue to support them. They need it,
And let's-
they love you.
And let's be honest, this is not a farewell.
You're coming
No.
back.
This
I know.
is a
John's
We'll see you
moving to
later.
Afghanistan.
Right.
God.
Right.
John would not survive in Afghanistan.
But unfortunately, due to podcast traditions and stuff like that, you know what I have to do.
Yeah, I know exactly what you have to do.
There it goes.
Yep.
By the way, love you guys. Thank you
Can't mute it and then
and farewell.
He muted it and then unmuted
P-
it.
P.S.
Yep.
There
Ah,
it is.
there
for
it
the
is.
final
Unplugged.
time.
Yep. That's how
Yeah.
you do it.
Mike won. Broken down.
Yep. Hey, I got the over. I won. I took the over.
You want to explain to them what I did?
So in tradition, and we've done this what 3 times, I think.
Yeah.
So anytime you kind of quote unquote lose somebody in the industry, you unplug channel 1 completely.
Okay.
We did it when my dad died. We did it when Bucky's Mimi died.
Yeah.
And now for John, we're doing that as well. So look
Signing
at that
off.
beautiful bald head.
Yeah.
He needs some
signing
turtle
off.
wax
That
on his
was-
mother.
So
Don't forget the Jameson. Yeah, don't forget the Jameson. That's an 18 year, by the way. Just saying.
I can't believe you.
I didn't know he was taking a Stranahan's.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's his. Yeah,
I know.
You
but,
have it on
know,
your shelf.
yeah, you have it. You can get it.
It's really good right now.
I'm sure he'd give you another.
I mean, he's
pour
already-
if you'd like it.
By all means, finish that and have a drink of that real quick.
Have you had 18 year Jameson?
He was.
No, I
he
have
said
not.
the Stranahan.
Oh, wow.
He was asking about the
There's
Stranahan.
a clean blend for you.
Do you want a little more of the Stranahans?
Yeah, that's
No,
good.
I'll pull you the whole thimble for
I don't want to take your thimble.
you.
Good Lord, he almost did.
Dang,
for us.
son.
Look at that.
Dang, Gina.
By all means.
Damn, bro.
Just pour it in your glass and let him have the.
Yeah.
Dang, that is a pour, son.
Man. Son.
Some of that 18 that way.
Oh, that's too funny.
Remind me when I tell John I want whiskey again.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm very heavy here.
Yeah, to give him a smaller thimble.
Mike.
John, pleasure.
Yes,
absolutely.
My man.
Man.
I love you too.
All right. I'm going to get out of here.
Yep.
So y'all can finish the functional journal.
No, for sure. For sure. You got your keyboard?
Got it. You got your keys?
Get your cigarettes?
Yeah, I got everything.
You got your phone?
I hope
Look at
everybody
that
sees the
pour.
size of that pour.
That is a
That's
pour.
That's a
massive
Chesney pour.
That is a Chesney pour. I'm glad
Yeah.
you mentioned that because I was going to.
Yeah.
But you beat me to
It's
it.
been a couple episodes since
It
we
has.
mentioned Chesney.
It has.
Yeah. And her heavy hand.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. Yeah, it's not a farewell. It's a see
Very
you
much
later
so.
for sure.
Michael
so
Wright, that Law's honey cask was on point.
Yeah.
Yes,
Hey.
very much. Yeah,
Yes, it is.
It's
up
not
here,
good.
It's
right
there.
up here.
It's at my house on my shelf.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because I bought it as soon as I knew
Yeah.
you got it
Hey,
in.
and I was in Lumberton this morning.
they
That
still
is a
have some?
very, very limited release from Laws. There are still a couple bottles available in Lumberton on the shelf.
Nice.
So anybody that wants that, make your way over there.
Let me guess, you're going to Lumberton in the morning?
I may or may not buy another bottle. God dang it. I didn't think it would make it to the shelf.
Talk about the single.
Yeah.
You're talking about Laws. That single malt that y'all had at your
Oh,
that
man.
thing was amazing.
Dude,
So-
and I hate.
Let me dive into that bottle
Yeah,
for a
dive
second,
into
if
that,
y'all
by
don't
all
mind.
means.
Please. Lisa.
I got, I love craft distilleries. I love people that are making something out of passion. It's not for everybody, but the passion that they put into that, it's something that connects with me and probably gives me a bias to like their whiskey anyways.
Right.
But I got invited up to an event up in Dallas this past year. I found myself in a one-on-one conversation with Al Laws, who is the creator and purveyor of Laws Whiskey House in Denver, Colorado. And one thing that he took from our conversation was my complete affinity for American single malt. And when Laws started distilling in 2013, if I'm not mistaken on that,
Sounds about right.
they laid down a lot of single malt barrels, and Al absolutely hated single malt.
That's what shocked me when I had a conversation with Megan about it, because I was like, man, this single malt is really good.
Yeah,
And she's like, well, unfortunately, Al hates single malt. I'm like,
Yep.
I started to ask her what the hell's wrong with Al, but I didn't want to insult Al Laws because, I mean, let's be honest.
He loves that 4-grain bourbon mash, and then he the rye that they grow there in the San Luis Valley in Colorado. He's very particular to that, but was never a fan of the single malt. And so he told me he was going to be phasing that out, and he sold off a stock of his barrels to another distillery and kept 4 barrels of the original single malt barrels that he laid down when they first opened.
the OG barrels.
The OG barrels,
Nice.
like barrel number 4.
Oh, wow.
And he sent me a sample of each of those 4 barrels that he had left from that original lay down. And I happened to find myself at somebody that people that tune into this show, people from this area, they had a whiskey share one night. Brandon invited me over there. I was like, I've got some sample bottles. I'm going to go over there and we're going to do a group pick.
Nice.
And so the reason this bottle means so much to me is not only is it the only single malt store pick that Laws has ever released in the state of Texas is this bottle. It was picked by a group of 20 people. It is fantastic. It's the day of that store pick event when it was the first time we were letting that juice hit people's lips. It was one of the most talked about bottles. And it's special to me because me and Megan, who y'all know, and Megan is
Awesome.
a
Megan's a
freaking
rock star, dude.
sweetheart.
She's a rock star.
We collaborated on this sticker that really highlights not only Whiskey Fest, but our relationship with Cure Rare Disease.
Yeah.
And so there's a side sticker. The back sticker on all these Laws experiential series, they give so much information. If you like to geek out on label reading, Laws is a great product to do that on. They give you so much information that goes into that barrel. And then on the side, we have a sticker with Longhorn Liquor, Southeast Texas Whiskey Fest, and the Cure Rare Disease, and a little snippet about that relationship. And so I encourage anybody to go in. That is now available on the shelf in Beaumont right now, soon to be a few of the other stores. But go in and look for that bottle. It's really one of my favorite things that's kind of become like I'm doing this annual pick with Maker's Mark, where it's a, we had the Whiskey Fest, the Southeast Texas Whiskey Fest bottle for the first,
Right.
and then now we've got a bottle for 2024's
Nice.
Whiskey Fest, and trying to, if people want to collect around Whiskey Fest and see these bottles that I'm designating that are like Whiskey Fest releases.
Yeah.
I feel we're doing that with Glencairns.
Sure, and the Glencairns as well. But no, I mean that's a really cool thing. Like if you look back and to know on the ground level that you guys got involved in this, and obviously that I got involved with it, for us to be sitting here 10 years from now and to be able to look at a shelf with all 10 Glens represented on one shelf. I mean, it's a memory that when you look at that, like all 10 years, come to mind, and special moments about each of those events. And that's really what this is all about. We're building memories. And those are the one thing that will live with us forever, so.
As long as we can remember it.
So let me answer a quick question.
Fuck Alzheimer's.
So Chuck Bradley asked, what was the juice that the 3-quart guy gave you? So it's literally the Gold Bar Bottle Company Rickhouse Cask Strength. It comes in 103 proof. It is a 80-20 mash bill, 80% corn, 20% rye.
There's something smoked about it.
It's a bourbon, a straight bourbon whiskey cask finished with French oak staves, made with, and I might be pronouncing this wrong, but Hecky water?
Hecky?
Yeah, it's Hetcy. Don't know what that is. No idea. But it is.
There's something about
cast, blended, and bottled by the Gold Bar Company, San Francisco, California.
So I can pick out, and it's the weird something on my palate, but I can pick out a French oak stave like nothing for some ungodly reason.
Part. Yeah.
Like the wife, very early on in my advent calendar thing that I did this year, she poured
By the way,
green,
still didn't
very
get an
small
invite.
batch, and it's done in French oak.
I didn't get an invite for his advent calendar.
That's 2 years in a row.
No, I had a cameo last year.
He had a cameo last
year.
year.
Year one, I had a cameo, but I didn't even get an invite.
2 years in a row for Mike, though.
2 years in a row for Mike. I'm
maybe I'll figure out a way to sneak into Longhorn Liquor and get Mike to help me
That's
out
a good
next
idea.
year.
There you go. No, that would be awesome.
But
He's on board.
very early on, she did Milam & Green's very small batch, and it's finished in French oak staves. And I knew as soon as it hit my palate, I was like, "Yep, this is French oak staved." There's just something about it. Penelope's Architect hits it the same way, and maybe I'm off on the brimstone thing, but it definitely hits
you're pretty
my
spot on because it's
There's
campfire
something
for
about
sure.
that hits my palate way different.
And I've even tried to read like all around.
I don't even think I've sampled it yet.
You said you were gonna.
I know.
I don't know
was
what's
gonna.
in your. Is that your glass or his glass?
That's the 18-year Jameson in his
Oh,
glass.
okay.
I know what that
Oh,
is.
shit.
I poured
You
that
got-
personally.
look at you.
Yeah.
Hope my boss ain't watching.
I mean, we still got more. There's
Grab
more glasses in there.
pour them just a little like an actual normal sample size of that.
Yeah.
Oh, God, you may want to
Yeah.
pour it then.
Quit being Chesney.
I'm kind of heavy-handed.
I can pour you,
Yeah, I'm kind of heavy-handed.
Quit being a 20-year-old female.
right?
Well, damn it. Let's talk about that for a second. 20-year-old female. Okay.
Just get you a little bit of that.
Yeah.
Well, how's that a little bit?
See?
That
Get
is,
you a little bit of that.
See? I'm not the only one that pours heavy.
That's not heavy. That's not even an ounce. Maybe
I think
an
it's
ounce.
more than an ounce.
It's an ounce.
I think it's an ounce and a half, actually.
oh, that is interesting.
It's very campfire.
Is it not?
It's very much brimstone almost.
I do
to
get
me.
a little
Am
bit
I
of the
off on the
campfire. I don't
brimstone
think
thing?
no, I just don't think it's quite as dark of notes.
No,
Yeah.
it's like a.
Like brimstone's almost like a campfire that burn out like 30 minutes
Yeah,
ago.
brimstone is like you're burning straight dried
Yeah.
wood. This
Like you're
I feel
making
has a little bit
charcoal.
of moisture to it, which is odd to say that it has a little moisture to it. But I mean, it's like a not quite dried out completely wood that you're
And
burning.
so does Gold Bar make this or
Does it say distilled by or bottled
It
by?
says
or
cast, blended, and bottled by Gold Bar Bottle Company, is what it says.
so they're not making it.
Interesting.
No, they're not. From what I understand, they're not making it.
Well, have y'all seen Gold Bar on the shelf before?
I have not.
It
This
looks
is the
like
first time I've ever
A
seen
giant
it.
gold bar.
You got it.
There you go. Look at you.
Yeah, I've seen the bottle. It looks too gimmicky for me.
To me, the only thing that kind of drew me to it is the fact that the coin that's on
Does
the front of
anybody
it
buy it?
is quote unquote
Yeah.
very St. Cloudish.
Yeah, that's
So they
that's
brought-
what I said the other day.
Yeah.
So somebody, and I won't, but that came to that first event with all the stored picks. They have a connection with Gold Bar, and Gold Bar had done a very limited release of a Joe Montana
Interesting.
Really?
bottle.
I did not know.
Like,
Wow.
yeah, and so Mike Williams' father-in-law is a big 49ers fan, or Joe
Right.
Montana fan, and so
Yeah.
he brought this bottle and it was like, I've looked at Gold Bar, and yes, I mean, if I'm being honest, gimmicky comes to mind. I mean, it is a very different shaped bottle. Up to this point, I've never actually put any of their juice to my lips, so I don't want to pass judgment on anybody. But we'll see. It's I see, it's got a very unique smell to it.
Well, the
That
only
one at
reason we
least.
even have this, I'll be honest with you, is I mentioned to the guy, because he was out at 3 Chord. He was with 3 Chord.
Yeah.
And I told him, Eric kind of told him too, so I want to give Eric his flowers, so to speak. He said, hey, these guys do a badass podcast. Exact words out of Eric's mouth. And he's like, do you? And I was like, yeah. It's called The Functional Gentleman. We're on Facebook, yada, yada, yada. He said, well, are you leaving now? And I said, yeah, I got to get home. I said, I got some stuff I got to take care of. He goes, walk with me. And I'd already bought the bottle of 3 Chord, mind you, which is very good. And he's like, hey, when you get a chance, try this. He said, I don't have more bottles for you, but try this.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to lie, he didn't disappoint. Can't remember the dude's name for shit. But
Bald head,
yes.
beard.
Yeah.
Yes.
Literally every whiskey guy.
I think there's a picture actually that's floating around with him in it. Him and Eric both.
Him and Eric. I've got a picture of him
Yeah.
and Eric.
I can't think of the guy's name.
It's very,
What is it? Tell me,
I don't
please.
know what it is.
it's,
Like, to me, it's very brimstone on the front, but it's like a subtle brimstone.
there's
It's
a
not
lot
like,
of like this, and I'm not saying this in a negative sense. It's going to sound like that, but it's just like if you've ever had anything that's artificially vanilla flavored.
interesting.
That's an interesting tip.
Yeah, that's what I get from that.
It's almost like the
over
vanilla.
vanillaed?
It's almost like the
it's-
vanilla in a vanilla.
And
Coke.
obviously, I doubt that. I don't know if they're adding any flavor into that or not. I'm not saying that. I mean, I've gotten vanilla is obviously a very prominent note
Yeah.
that you can get in a lot of whiskeys.
It's 51.5% alcohol per volume, so that comes in 103 proof.
Yeah, almost tastes like vanilla extract
Okay.
to me. I mean, I've really never turned up a
It's-
bottle of vanilla extract.
Me neither. God,
But-
could you imagine?
Yeah,
But I don't know, because that's what I'm saying. Like I can pick out a French. I feel like I can pick out a French oak stave pretty quickly,
yeah.
and that I would have not guessed. Now that you've read it, that was French oak stave.
See, I would.
There's something there for me that's more
I don't know what it is.
smoky.
Yeah.
No, there's definitely
French
some of that smoky aspect to it, but I get that more on the finish,
Right.
on the palate. It's different.
Yeah.
It's but I enjoy it.
Yeah, to me, it's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie.
This is the only one on the table I haven't tried or haven't had yet.
Right. And that's a good one, by the way, too. I love that one. That to me is a really you couldn't have worded it any better yourself when you said it was the darling.
It really
of the
was the
event.
darling of the event.
Because everybody was talking about it.
Well, it's one of those bottles that event was made for.
Right.
I mean, you just get that, let people try it, and they're like, let's face it, a lot of people, 3 Chord is,
Do I even want to know?
Blythe said, breaking news. He said Nikki, but he meant Bucky. It auto-corrected, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Bucky's palate, French oak staves and Band-Aids.
Yeah.
God. Gotta love Blythe.
Yeah, like the French oak staves had cuts.
Right. And you may not know the question to this, but from what I understand, so Shelby asked, when are we going to see Penelope Rio again? And I don't know if you have any answers for that from a liquor store standpoint, but from what I understand, 2024 is actually going to bring a larger distribution of Penelope Rio.
Nice.
So it won't be as limited as batch 1 and 2 from what I've heard. Now, I don't know that. I don't have any relationship with Penelope. I don't know anything that's going on with them.
Can you say that again?
But
'Cause I feel that's a crock of shit.
from what I understand,
Because you know JD and you
Yeah.
know all
Penelope
the other guys at Penelope. So.
Rio will be a little larger distributed this upcoming year. I don't know if
being
you know
modest.
anything about that.
He's being modest.
Well, just because it's
Because y'all had it on the shelf in this last allocated release. It was actually part of that release, and Brandon came back around, got in line, and he grabbed the Penelope Rio
Yeah,
that
yeah,
I had
for
up
his
there,
wife.
and
Yeah.
he saw me and he flashed it, and I was like, "Bro, what are you doing? That's my bottle." It's like, well, I got to buy something for the wife.
Exactly.
Oh, I
so.
see
What'd
what
you
you're
buy
doing.
the first time? You passed it up.
I did.
What did you buy the first
It was
time?
really hard for me not to grab it.
Because I know what I bought.
I got a Weller 12. It's one I haven't had as a tater.
Wait a minute. Is that what you got from the raffle, or is that
Oh
what you
my
actually
God.
bought to get in the raffle?
How disappointed are you? You opened it?
No, not yet.
Ugh.
Oh, come on!
Penelope Rio was the way to go.
I have a Rio, batch 1. I don't have a batch 2.
So I'm curious, to get in the raffle, what did you buy?
You could have called me to get a Weller 12.
Because I know what I bought.
See? This is what happens when you continue to watch after we do our official
this
interview.
is-
After dark. Functional
This is the
gentlemen
bullshit
after
I have
dark.
to deal with.
I'm not gonna lie to anybody. So the 2 bottles I bought to get into the raffle was the 3-quart double oaked, and the
Very great choice.
and the Redemption High Rye, which I have down there on the floor.
It's 3-quart? That's not.
I would say we need to pour that, but I'm staring at 2 glasses.
Yes, you're
with
staring
like
at 2. Yes,
copious amounts of whiskey
yes,
in there.
you are.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
no way 3-quart is.
I mean, I don't realize how he didn't see how big that shooter was on top of that bottle.
It was 2 ounces. I saw how big it was.
like,
Yeah, this is MGP. Right?
just read labels. I mean,
Yeah,
that's
read the
best
label.
thing.
You can use
Selected and bottled by Still Bending Spirits, Chelsea, Michigan. Single barrel bourbon, Longhorn liquor, 7521 for
Well, if they're bottling in Michigan,
distilled in Indiana.
okay, there
Yeah.
you go.
It's
There you go.
'cause-
Not gonna lie.
Well, and the reason I even questioned it was because the gentleman that you can't remember his name and neither can I. He was giving Eric shit because Eric was pouring non-banded.
Yes.
Right.
If you know anything about non-banded weeded bourbon is sourced.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he kept giving Eric a little bit of shit about it, saying, "Oh, that's not actually Texas whiskey." Blah blah blah.
He did.
I did not realize. And that's kind of what made me question. I was like, "Well, is 3-quart doing their own thing?"
No, they're not.
Yeah,
They're both the same. Not the same, but you know what I mean.
yeah.
Close.
You feel me? You smelling what I'm stepping in?
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
They're both bottling,
Yeah.
not distilling.
They're both bottling.
and
for sure.
and there's nothing wrong with it. I love it.
No, there's not at all.
I think that goes without saying at this point. Like we're not, like there's plenty of MGP
Yeah, I feel like I need to
whiskey
stop
out there that's
apologizing
good.
for it at this point.
Balcones has sold barrels off to independent bottlers, and I don't give a shit.
I don't give a shit.
I like
And that's a lot
Balcones
of that's a
whiskey.
lot of companies that do that. It's not just Balcones. There's
Right.
a lot of companies that do that.
Man, it's a great way for somebody like Balcones to move some barrels. If somebody is wanting to get in, like
And good for Balcones.
look
For sure, yeah.
Penelope's MGP.
Yep.
I was
like-
going to say, let me be the first to admit, if nobody's ever admitted it, I like MGP bourbon.
And
I'm shocked.
Everybody, most people I know love MGP. My thing with MGP is some people will charge more for the same product that is $30, $40 less. I'm all about transparency.
Right.
Love MGP whiskey. Nothing wrong with it. That's why, and Brandon, who we've talked about a couple times tonight, who that Coppercraft pick is a 9-year MGP, and it's fantastic.
This
and
one that you said was delicious. Is it?
Yeah.
Is an 8-year MGP?
8-year MGP. I've always, love MGP. Love MGP rye. There's a lot of different approach to the market. What they do, you'll never see MGP on a bottle,
Right.
But they just make a shitload of whiskey, and they sell it, and
They do a good
there's
job.
more MGP whiskey on the shelf than any other distillery in the entire country.
I don't think people realize that. Like
No,
the
I
normal
don't.
consumer.
I don't. Yeah, obviously, you get your people that get deep enough and they start. Again, I've said this ad nauseum in the past. One of my favorite things was to interact with our customers and teach them how to read a label, so at least they were informed with what they were getting. Not trying to point these things out to knock one thing or another. It's just I want you to be informed, because if you get into whiskey like I've gotten into whiskey, or like you guys gotten into whiskey, it's not saying that MGP's bad, but I'm also looking for different things at this point. Some things wildly different. And although it says distilled in Indiana, and I haven't had that label before, there's probably going to be some characteristics that I'm familiar with.
Right.
And sometimes I'm looking for completely different, way out in left field.
Right.
And so it's just giving our customers that education, like, hey, read,
for
you know,
sure. And
if you're in the same boat as me, read the label.
Right.
You can start deciphering some things and go from there.
And it was asked what I got from the store pick drop.
Yeah.
Penelope.
Huh?
I stood there at the end cap whenever I got in, and I text my wife, hey, I need you to get a chair and go up and look and see what Longhorn Penelope toasted bourbon pick that I have. It's going to either have a gold sticker, a green sticker, or a silver sticker.
Yeah.
I need to know which one I have. She calls me, you don't have a long... Yes, I do. Move the bottles.
Yeah.
Honey, move them. Oh, it's gold. And I was like, perfect. All right. So I grabbed the silver one. So I got a silver Penelope store pick, toasted bourbon. What else did I get? Oh,
That's why I asked the question.
Balcones rye cast strength.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay, you got a bottle of the rye. Nice.
Yes.
Yeah. Would you have you?
I haven't cracked it yet.
Yeah. Again, with Balcones, their rye is completely, a lot of people, especially on that MGP rye mash bill, a lot of people talk about getting, the mint or the, even some people say pickles, some of that. But like the Balcones rye is, it's unique. It's deep, dark.
That's what I remember you telling me, because I'd gone into the Lumberton location when you were still pretty much there regularly, and I had asked you about some ryes, and I had picked up the Balcones rye 100 proof, I think, and you were like, no, the cast strength is better. And then I explained to you that, well, it's for people that haven't drank a lot of whiskey, and you were like, oh, we put that up, and you actually introduced me to the Redwood Empire
Emerald
Giant, and you said this is the better choice for introduction to rye whiskey.
Man, like that was years ago.
That was,
And you retelling this, I'm like, God damn, I nailed that.
You did.
I nailed that advice.
Absolutely nailed it.
And you know how much I love Balcones.
Right. No, exactly.
Right.
So for me to now finally, because I never picked up a cast strength rye, because they at the time, you could get either one, like a cast strength or 100 proof.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
So to date, I still never picked up a rye from Balcones, which I hate and I apologize for. Balcones,
breaking news: new rye coming from Balcones should be hitting very soon.
The bottled in bond.
Yep, bottled and bond Eclipse. Yep, so it should be out soon.
Awesome.
Yep.
So I'm excited to crack that one open because as much as of a Balcones fan as I am, as much as I talk shit on American single malt and Scotch and Irish whiskey, they're one of the few that I really do enjoy. And I don't know if it's the Texas thing or what it is, but I do enjoy the lineage. And
I think it's probably you not wanting to
single
disappoint
malt.
me.
There's probably because it's not about what you're drinking; it's about who you're drinking it with. Aspect, maybe.
Right? Yeah.
So maybe a little bit, but the Balcones single malts are still one of my favorites.
Yeah.
Like I have y'all store pick
they-
single malt. I have the
But like what you talked about earlier, like, and I agree with you, like on the Aberfeldy, like although it's not off-putting to me, I know what you're talking about when you're talking about that Band-Aid.
right.
Right.
You don't get that on a Balcones
No, you
single
don't.
malt.
No, you don't.
Not at all. If you put that blind in front of a lot of people, they would even
pick it.
struggle to tell you it's a single
Yeah,
malt.
exactly.
Yeah,
So I like the Balcones lineup. I have a lot of it on my shelf.
yeah. As you
Putting
should.
finally being
Especially
able to
because
say
of Longhorn.
right? But being able to say it's a Longhorn single barrel select and it's finally a Balcones rye on my shelf. I'm excited about that.
So
Sure, yeah.
And I'm excited to crack that bottle.
you guys, y'all know me. Okay. When we talk about Balcones on here, we're not bullshit. Like, I love Balcones.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
And so when you see a Longhorn store pick, you're getting a guy that genuinely loves that product and knows that product front and back. And I'm picking those barrels. Like, I would hope that they would come off as special.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, and I'm not saying that braggadociously. I'm just saying, like,
No. And yes.
I love their product more than I think most people.
Well, there's a reason you're the Balcones fanboy.
Yeah, Balcones. That came to light, in the last week. That was kind of my hidden moniker.
I thought that was so. I did
Yeah.
not know that.
Yeah.
I did not realize that.
Like when you have to sign up for a username, I feel like that's personal.
I cracked up whenever I
Yeah.
saw it because I was like, "What is he talking about?" And then I was like,
That's
"Oh,
what he's
that's
talking
Mike."
about.
Yeah.
That's what he's talking about.
Did not know that.
Yeah. This is not an act. I love Balcones. Yes.
Jake, and I'm curious. So, Jake, if you have any of that rye left, the store pick that you have, would love for you to bring some of it to Texas with you, because I would love to put it up against the Longhorn store pick versus your store pick, because he talks about it all the time. He loves the rye store pick that he found. Absolutely fucking loves it.
Yeah.
So I would love to see what are the nuances of that.
And I regretfully forgot my backpack full of whiskey.
That's what I told Roy. I was like, at this point, I assume Mike's bringing something, but I never really know.
I leave my house so early, and I had intentions of going back through Needle, and it just never made my way back.
You see which one of us expects stuff and which one doesn't?
No, that's a lie. You're a damn lie. You a damn lie at that
No,
point.
I told him when he called me because he literally. So you want to talk about pull the curtain back? He calls me as I'm at the end of Roosevelt, turning to go pick up Mexican food for the family. Hey, I'm just leaving Beaumont. I forgot my backpack. I'm like, oh, you're good. It's no big deal.
Yeah.
You're good.
And really, at that moment, the first thing that came through my mind is when he said, "Oh, I'm going to pick up Mexican food." I was like, "Oh, I hadn't eaten today."
Get me something.
Yeah.
Give me something.
Yeah, you got a chimichanga?
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. They got pretty good Mexican food out here.
Yeah,
Yeah. Munchies has been around forever and a
yeah,
day.
it has been around. Yeah.
Yeah, Shelby, Balcones don't last long around.
Oh, sweet.
it
So Jake's talking about that.
It's finishing
rye.
a red wine and bourbon barrel.
Interesting.
Interesting.
Yeah. I went to
I
the
don't
distillery
think
one
y'all's is
time and got
finished
one of their
anything.
cask drinks that was finished in a Pinot Noir. Gave it a very much a butterscotch for some reason.
I could see that.
It was fantastic.
I could see
Yeah.
that for sure. Pinot Noir always does weird shit to bourbons to me. Like shit you wouldn't expect it to do.
Yeah. I think that's with all these finishes, if you don't like, and God bless these head distillers that are constantly tasting these barrels to see when they're just perfect. Mm-hmm. Because I'm sure there's a small window there when it is like just right. And so I'm a big fan of finishes. I know a lot of people, it's not bourbon or it's not. I don't give a shit.
We talk about it ad nauseum on this show. The first one that got me into the quote unquote finish game, Angel's Envy.
Yeah,
like that was the
if you don't love Angel's Envy,
their rye rum cask finish. I mean, my wife will still cut somebody over that bottle.
I will cut you.
Yeah, she loves it. It's her favorite.
By the way, I do have to say this. So the raffle,
yeah,
first time I ever met your wife.
Oh, really?
She actually walked up and was like, "Hey,
walked up to us.
I know you guys,
y'all.
I'm Jamie." I'm like,
oh my gosh, yes.
No,
that was great to actually meet her.
Oh, she's a rock star, dude.
She's the best.
Yeah,
she's awesome. Yeah, she puts up with me, and I promise y'all, outside of this podcast, when I'm not mic'd up, that's not easy to do. And so, everything I get to do, coming out to see y'all or going to hang out with Big Chief or the extra hours I got to put in for like Whiskey Fest or any of these events. Yeah. It's nice to have somebody on the other side that's very understanding of your passion and supports that. And I'm sure, as you guys know. And so, it's I'm very blessed in that regard to have her.
We know the feeling for sure. We've drug our wives from pillar to post. I mean, we've been from
Galveston to Fort Worth,
Galveston to Fort Worth.
And that was and I was probably maybe a little bit ahead of y'all when I got into whiskey. But before I came to work, like I want everybody to know that I was traveling around, just going from liquor every weekend. Me and Friday night, we just go book a random hotel and drive around.
See, and before we started doing this, I had no idea.
Yeah,
I didn't realize
he was a vodka.
I don't know.
You can get vodka anywhere. I didn't have to go camp.
I've always kind of been this compulsive addict at some things, luckily that it's never been meth or anything like that.
Don't do meth.
Drugs are bad, okay?
Drugs are bad. But
But I mean, it could always be worse, right?
It could be, yeah.
I never drank whiskey in my life. Never bought a bottle in my life, and then just end up in Garrison Brothers.
Yeah.
And you get out in that environment, out in the hill country, and I don't know.
It's still on my bucket list.
And it just, from there,
Yeah.
Just started buying everything I possibly
and
could.
That's the worst part about what we've gotten into, because like whenever we went to Fort Worth to do our Acre Live, we got into town Friday, and that was literally the first thing we did. And I had posted on a couple different places, hey, I need some honey holes, I need some good places to stop. I'm going to be in Fort Worth. And I got a couple recommendations. I was like, honey, look, we're going to get into town at this time. And I did. That was the first thing we did. We stopped at this liquor store, and then we drove over to that one. And I got into a 40-minute conversation with one of their workers at that liquor store.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
And I mean, it was just, that was really cool. Like, and kind of on the same point, like, we love them for that. Because there was no reason for her to agree to drive around and spend that much time in a liquor store talking about whiskey, looking at whiskey.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, they're rock stars. They're doing things that they don't need. They don't have to do.
No, they do it because they love us for some strange reason.
Some ungodly reason.
I don't know. Right? Hey, nobody said women were smart.
Love you, honey. You're very smart.
That was a joke. That was a joke.
I know.
They put a mic in front of me.
Nobody said men were smart either, okay?
No, that's right. Yeah. So.
Oh, shit. But, no, that's funny. But it's true. what everything you've said is very, very, very true. It's funny. So Jake, who's driving in from Alabama,
Yes.
they're leaving Thursday.
Okay.
Is his real last name Booker?
Yes.
Oh,
His
that's-
real last name is Booker.
That's cool.
So they're leaving Thursday, and they're stopping in. He texted me the other day. He said, "We're gonna leave. We're gonna stop in Laurel, Mississippi, and then we're gonna drive in Friday."
I heard Laurel's super nice.
Well, that's
this
what
time of year.
I texted him. I said, "Oh, I see what you're doing. The wife is going to drag you to all the hometown HDTV
We watch that
Shops.
shit religiously, yes.
They have
so
like a
Laurel's
candle-
like,
Yes.
Laurel, Mississippi is where if you have
what the hell are
HDTV,
you guys watching on TV?
there's
HGTV,
there's
man.
a show called Hometown,
Yes.
and they're redoing Laurel,
It's
Mississippi.
basically the
and they have
Mississippi
multiple-
version of Fixer Upper with Chip and Joanna Gaines.
in
Y'all
Waco.
must have more free time on y'all's hands than I got.
Well, I mean, we have weekends.
Yeah, I guess I'm trying to plan festivals and shit for you guys.
Oh, is that what you're doing? Oh, for us,
For us.
right?
For
For
y'all.
us,
Eh,
we know what you're doing behind the scenes.
if
For
the,
us,
if the shoe fits, wear it.
yeah.
if the boot fits.
It's if the boot fits,
There you
wear
go.
it.
Shout out
Yeah.
to Republic, by the way.
Shit.
Such a
Shout
hard
out to
job.
Republic. It fits every time.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, I have to play in a whiskey festival. Let me drink your whiskey.
Right.
Oh no,
Let me
don't
s-
force this on
Let
me.
me sample your juice.
Mm.
That's wild.
My life is hard. But
God.
no, that's their plan to stop in Laurel, Mississippi. And I was like, yep, the wife is going to drag you around
Yep.
to all the hometown shops. And then y'all come into, and he was like, yep, I'm dragging her all around the liquor stores.
Yes.
I was like, that's it.
Fantastic.
But no, I thought that was funny.
That's a good one.
They
I like
they
that
they,
one.
they do sacrifice a lot for us.
Yes, they really do. HGTV. See, I wasn't
Can you
wrong
bring
with that.
Sarah, if you're still watching, my wife would like a souvenir from anything in Laurel,
God.
Mississippi that has to do with the hometown thing.
Yes, she watches that shit.
Look, Blythe knows.
Brandy,
See?
yeah, Brandy watches that shit too. By the way, like I literally have seen more episodes
Yeah.
of that couple
Chuck,
than
and
what I
that's
care
That's
to
the
admit.
biggest thing, Chuck. I mean, they're
No,
our
look,
wives don't have to.
I don't. If y'all remember Chuck, he was in line for these last couple of things. I mean,
Okay.
Chuck's. They're from Louisiana. Him and Mitzi. And
Mitzi,
Mitzi.
They're
the cutest couple award.
Yes, the very cutest couple.
yeah, they're
award.
very different in height.
I wasn't gonna say it.
Yeah,
I'm a
that-
short person. Okay,
That varies greatly between them two, but couldn't be two sweeter people.
she
for
is
sure.
amazing.
She's funny.
Again,
yes.
we talk. I mean, I hate to keep coming back to the community, but
no,
like Chuck and Mitzi showed up back when I was in Lumberton. They just show up in Lumberton one day, and we strike a friendship.
They're
in
like,
the
hey,
whiskey aisle.
sell me whiskey.
Yeah, and so they've become friends.
yes,
I'm
Yes,
lucky
been
to
there.
call them friends. They've been huge supporters of Longhorn.
Yes,
and,
they have.
and everything we've done. Again, they're driving. It's I welcome anybody that supports our business, and I love you for that. If
And
you're
you-
coming 5 minutes down the road versus
You had
45
some
minutes
that
to
were
an hour,
interesting because one of the guys that was behind us, I think, said he drove in from Conroe.
Drove in.
Drove in. Sorry, it's been a
yeah,
long
drove
day.
is the past tense
So-
of drove.
I did not. But
Like stunk.
and Chuck
Yeah.
and Chunk. God dang it! Now you've
at
got me
you.
fucked up.
Yeah,
But I did not realize they were from Louisiana.
yeah,
You couldn't pick that up.
yeah.
from talking.
no.
Well, okay, but it's Southeast Texas. Like you never really know.
No, you know.
But I didn't realize they were driving on the way in from Louisiana.
I can smell a LSU fan from a mile away. I'm just joking, Chuck. I love you, buddy.
I want to say this because it's been amazing getting to meet them both.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
They're both fantastic people.
And
Yeah.
she's funny, by the way. She's
It's
super
hilarious.
Oh, and their
Hilarious.
daughter that was at the. So they got there at midnight this past weekend, and they brought their daughter.
I didn't get a chance
And
to see
she is a character. She was something else. Like, man, that was such a good time.
But that's what she grabbed. So I was kind of walking through video and taking pictures, and she stopped me. She said, every time you got a picture of us, it was like my elbow and the back of my husband, and it was this, and I was like, I apologize. I wasn't trying.
Yeah.
She was like, no. And I was like, all right, y'all stop, pose. Give me a pose, and I'll take a couple pictures. And that's where that came from, the Cutest Couple Award, because they were just that they're that awesome.
Let me tell you the sad part about it. He doesn't let me touch the camera.
God, no.
Yeah, he
Please
didn't.
don't.
Doesn't let me touch
a
it.
picture of me.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
not
I got
true. There's a
plenty
lot
of
of
them.
pictures.
Yeah,
pick up a
I
lot of
went.
the screen.
Doesn't
I
let
was
me touch
standing
the
there
camera.
after I made my purchases last weekend. I was like, Mike, and both of them deer in the headlights.
What?
Smile, guys! Jesus.
Like I said, doesn't let me touch. I literally looked at him and said, "Can I touch it?" And he's like, "No,
No,
you can't.
no.
You can't touch it."
I'll let you touch it.
I bet you will.
No, not touching that.
You have
Roy-
to ask Jamie nicely.
Roy
Not
probably
touching
will.
that. This coming from the guy with the styled hair.
Hey, look, I keep knee pads in the trunk of my
Yeah.
car.
I
for a
know you
reason.
say that multiple times, which scares the shit out of me.
He's in a boy band.
He is. He's literally the sixth member of NSYNC that nobody ever
Nobody
talks
ever
about.
saw it.
Yeah.
That was in the background.
That's right. That's how you become famous on TikToks. Have stylish hair.
That's right. If you look good, you
is
feel
why.
good.
That's
You feel
right.
good, they pay good.
Yeah.
That's why I'm not famous on TikTok.
Well, that's one reason.
Oh, shit.
It's good stuff. I like it.
All right.
I'm being a little sassy tonight.
I feel that.
Yeah.
You got your sassy pants on.
Yeah. I don't know what's
You
got
still got your
me.
golf shoes on, by the way?
I do have my golf
I
shoes
knew
on.
it.
Yeah,
I knew it,
did.
damn it. I knew it.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Takes the seatbelt when he gets out of the car. Hey, no,
Hey.
I did not, Blythe.
Wow.
That was my bag that held my camera. Thank you very
Wow.
much.
No, he has a fanny pack for it. We've seen it. It's a little small bag.
So I'm going to excuse myself
You gonna
again
break the
real
seal
quick.
again?
Yeah. I'm going
Yeah.
to break that seal again.
Break the seal again.
Okay, well, while he does that, Chuck,
I may smoke
Mitzi,
a
thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much for
Thanks for sharing.
donating to Cure Rare
Yes, for
Disease
sure,
and
yes.
tagging multiple people. We
Yes.
appreciate your support on that post that I made.
For sure.
That was awesome. I
wonder what we're
really do
up to.
appreciate that.
No square.
What?
How about no squares?
Oh, no, squares.
Squares.
God. Jesus Christ.
Yes. Hey, no, we don't say Gooks Tigres on this
We
show.
do say Gooks Tigres.
Yeah, we do. Go Tigers. Go Tigers.
Go Tigers.
Go Tigers.
I have a Go Hawk, for God's sakes. We say Go Tigers.
No, we're definitely not LSU haters on this show.
No, God. No.
I was a huge supporter of Jaden Daniel
Yes.
winning the Heisman Trophy for the last couple weeks of the college football season. We love our Louisiana family. We talk about it all the time. We're coon asses. Let's face it. Our family is more coon ass than most in Southeast Texas. So
I got to figure out if I'm going to win third in our fantasy league or not.
I can't believe you lost in the first round of the playoffs.
I can. Did you see how many
What a
people on my
fucking loser.
Did you see how many people on my roster were hurt? A lot.
I know I'm in the championship
Josh-
in the league, and I'm like, oh my god, just play.
Josh Jacobs, 0.
Yeah, I was just like, please just play this week with the championship that I'm in. I'm like, I just need you to play. If I can just get people to play, I might have a chance to
I'm
win.
probably going to finish 4th in our league.
It's fine.
But I did accomplish my goal. I didn't finish last.
That's right. That's all that
what I
matters.
go for every time. I
It's
don't
a
finish
satchel.
last. It's not a satchel.
Yeah, Jake agreed. I think we all agree on that. The only team we really hate is Alabama.
Yeah, I really hate it.
Even though I have Alabama winning the national championship this year, gonna need them to win on Monday.
Read the hat.
But no, I'm not
Yep.
going to read the hat. I've got Washington in that game. I've got Alabama
You're
in the
gonna
other
lose,
game.
sir.
I'm not. So
I feel you are.
we're heading into 2024.
Yes.
What is something for the functional gentleman and a whiskey prediction you have?
I want to do a Longhorn store pick with Texas tail.
Ooh.
I said again, I want to do a store pick with
If you can hear it.
and Texas tail.
I like it. I'm on board for that. I'm on board for that one.
A guy can dream. I gotta
Okay,
get
so
this camera angle down because I'm having all like.
I know I tried to move it to better because
Yeah.
I was like like this.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. We need to
I
back
tried to
up
move it.
maybe or something.
Once I have a little more time to set up.
Right,
pre-show,
for
yeah.
sure.
I don't want to hear shit with injury bullshit. I've dealt with it in fantasy. Yeah, everybody.
Well, that's because your fantasy roster's kind of like your.
Mitzi, don't throw up. on
Jake's
us.
fantasy roster
Look, I
is
had to
kind
do
of
it-
like his choice in college football teams.
I had to deal with
Tennessee
my wife
sucks.
throwing up last year at
Okay.
Whiskey Fest. I don't want to have to deal with you throwing up as well.
I'll hold her hair. I don't want anybody to puke on their hair. I'm just saying. Mitzi, I'll save you, Mitzi.
Hey,
Just come find me.
Are y'all gonna be out?
I feel they are.
Are you and Chuck gonna be out at Whiskey Fest?
Ooh, that would be a good couple to hang out with.
That would be a very good couple to hang out with.
For shizzle my nizzle.
Yes, very much so.
Very much. That would be. God, can we talk about how Dark Mizzou?
Dark Mizzou, look at him. Oh shit.
I know. Where have you
14
been?
to 3.
Yes.
I tuned it out because it was 3-0.
Yeah, it was
like
3-0 for the longest. Yeah. Dark Mizzou's fixing to
10
pull it
minutes
off.
left in the third
They're
quarter.
2 minutes and 17
It's
seconds away
14
from.
to 3.
Yes. Dark Mizzou.
Dark Mizzou.
Shout out to Matt Mitchell. I love that dude.
That
His
dude's
SEC
hilarious.
roll calls are funny as
They're
shit.
funny as shit. I love that.
I can't wait till next year when Texas and
Yes, we will be there. Chuck and Itzy will be
team was
there.
great in fantasy. Don't start this. I'm literally rooting for Texas. Me too, buddy. My Big 12 championship shirt showed up, and I'm wearing it on my travel day tomorrow
shit.
to Grapevine, Texas, because I'm taking the wife and kids to Great Wolf Lodge for New Year's.
Yes, you are.
Yes, it was part of their Christmas. Because I asked them, I
Chuck
said,
and Mitzi
hey,
will be at Southeast Texas.
look at
Whiskey
that.
Fest.
I knew that.
yes.
I
Yeah.
asked while you
Yeah.
were out.
We asked.
I wasn't sure, so
Yeah.
I asked. 'Cause
I don't know if you heard me.
Roy
or
said
not,
that would
but
be a great couple to hang out with, and I 100% agree.
Yeah.
No,
They're
absolutely.
awesome.
Very
Yeah,
much
they're
so.
awesome.
I'll have my camera, so if y'all want to smile and pose again, feel free to find me.
Interesting.
I just read that Smoke Wagon's open till 2 a.m. tonight.
Are they?
Wow.
Yeah.
2 a.m.
I mean, Smoke Wagon.
Smash Wagon?
Smash Wagon. Yeah.
Oh, where are they at?
Words are hard.
At
huh?
Reds.
That's all the way on college.
Yeah, but I got to go by there.
Me, I got
Will you grab me one to
Yeah. I'll bring it to you tomorrow.
go? Okay, that's
yeah.
fine. I bet you will.
No, that's the best thing about Whiskey Fest is all these people we meet throughout the year.
Yes.
Whether it's
No, that's really
on
cool.
this
I'm glad.
podcast or through social media groups that
just
we're all a part
standing
of,
in line.
or standing in line. You get to hang out with these people. Again, it gets back to those conversations we have in the middle of the aisles.
Oh, for sure. Because you and Brandon had a conversation one time that lasted damn near an hour.
Yeah. Brandon, man. Whew.
Good people.
That dude.
Super good people.
I think between, and don't let me speak out of turn here, but between Brandon and Clint,
Yes.
like I don't think you can meet.
They're two of the true bourbon stewards or whiskey stewards.
wait.
Right.
Not
Yeah.
so fast, my friend.
All right.
You
Lee
forgot.
Corso.
You
He's
forgot.
old.
I am kind of old. You forgot Ryan McGee.
Well, obviously.
No. For sure.
But people that I've met because of Longhorn and this, and
I can genuinely say this about Brandon is I don't know that I would be working for Longhorn if it wasn't when I
Really?
I met Brandon in a Longhorn whiskey owl at Beaumont when I was a customer. And
I remember you telling the story. Yeah.
the way he talked about whiskey and the passion that he had, and I don't know, you just meet these people that really connect and really facilitated my love
Yeah.
of whiskey. And yep. So
that's crazy.
but Clint, look, I'll put it out there. If anybody wants to come out, Clint's throwing a New Year's Eve party. He doesn't know this, but I mean, he knows he's
Clint,
throwing
if
a New
you're
Year's
watching,
Eve party.
we did not announce it at all.
Or
But
your hoodie's going to show up in time.
Yes.
Ooh, yes, they should.
They should.
Very much.
I got the notification
Oh,
yesterday.
not only that, I got the guys at Longhorn, the Mike and the Dennis, something that will be ready by Whiskey Fest.
Yeah.
Yes.
oh, okay, Now
Drop a little bit of foreshadowing.
Merry fucking Christmas.
Yeah, now I'm intrigued. I wasn't before about y'all being there, but now.
Thanks, buddy.
Look at that. Dark Mizzou beat Ohio State.
Congratulations, Missouri.
Is Kevin upset right now?
Probably.
Oh, is he even on the chat? Probably not.
Sarah said she'll hold y'all's hair if you're throwing up.
Yes, Sarah will hold hair. I'll hold hair.
He said cheese.
Yep, for sure.
All right.
For sure.
So,
good win from Missouri.
That is very good.
That's a very
Missouri.
good win for
Yeah.
Missouri.
Yep. Dark Mizzou.
I was listening to a podcast on the way over here, and they were talking about the bowl games and the portal and everything coming earlier in December now.
Right.
That it takes some of the meaning out of these bowl games. I mean, especially, and I'm an A&M fan, but when A&M played Oklahoma State the other night, they literally had half the team.
Yeah, it was nothing.
Yeah,
Right.
And that's the same thing that Florida State's
fourth
gonna go
string
through.
quarterback.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And he went out there and just
And
killed
that
it.
was,
I mean,
that was kind of my
300
point earlier. We had a freshman quarterback starting his first game ever.
Yeah.
I mean, you're missing half your team because it's the NFL draft, it's the transfer portal, it's this, it's that. Do you think they should put only after the bowl games
I
can you enter
think
the portal?
so. I agree with that.
Well, I mean,
Or does it even matter?
National Signing Day forever has been in February.
Yes.
Like, I think entering the portal and doing the National Signing Day, doing all that in February after the season's complete. I mean, I understand why some of these kids do what they do. They're trying to make decisions that are beyond college football.
They are.
But
Now, if you're a
once
true
you
NFL
started paying
prospect,
NIL,
Yeah.
like you're getting, like,
do you put it in the contract?
yeah.
How
I
to
mean,
play in a bowl game?
it's something. I mean, but and I make that point to say, like, when you have a team like Missouri that is on the come up, like, this is a big bowl game for them. You're playing
big,
like
yes.
for Ohio State, who had
For
aspirations
Arizona.
of playing in a college football playoff.
Right.
You know, this may be a
kinda
letdown
like,
for them because this isn't what
They
they
wanted.
wanted their season to go. But for Missouri, this is a very big
For
deal.
Missouri, for Arizona, who
Yeah.
played Oklahoma.
Huge deal.
Yeah,
Because if you were to look ahead
yeah,
to the 12-team playoff, Arizona was one of those teams
That were right
that you
there.
could talk about to be in the 12-team playoff.
Missouri was right there too.
Missouri
Yeah.
is in the conversation for a 12-team playoff.
yeah.
Yep.
Oklahoma or Ohio, who's like, shit, we should have made the top four, probably, because Alabama made it. I mean, and Georgia didn't.
Yeah.
Florida State went undefeated, and they didn't. What the
But
fuck
that-
are y'all doing?
To me, that goes
But I
back to
mean-
the whole fact that the ACC was soft. Let's be
No,
honest.
It was
It's-
better than the
you
Big
know,
Ten.
it's-
Better than the Big Ten.
It was better than the Big Ten. I'll give
I
you
think it's very debatable to have these conversations. Like, there's definitely an argument to be made for Florida State. They're a Power 5 conference. They played every team that was put in front of them, and they won.
The ACC had a winning record against
The
the
college
SEC.
football playoffs argument to that is, well, we're just looking for what we believe to be the four best teams.
Right.
If anybody doesn't think that Georgia is one of the four best teams,
You're wrong.
that. Exactly. I
You're
would
wrong.
agree. I would agree with that.
I hate to use this word, but you're retarded.
Again, with the,
Again,
Yeah.
y'all are going to get us kicked off air.
Yeah, like
But-
we're getting demonetized, whatever. At least we got a lot of whiskey. to
Georgia
drink.
and Florida State should have made it over Texas any day of the week.
boy, it's a tough argument. I mean,
I can't argue. I can't agree. I can't pick up what you're putting down on that.
I know you can't because you're wearing a hook 'em horns hat.
yeah, I think when it comes to the one thing I thought twofold here. Texas lost Quinn Ewers for a stretch there in the
They
second
did.
half of the
They
season.
did.
And
They did.
anytime you lose a starting quarterback, somebody especially to the capability of Quinn Ewers.
Their secondary fucking sucks.
Yeah, but-
they played backup quarterbacks
Okay,
all year.
Who?
but
Texas.
Washington's undefeated. I don't
Team.
think anybody argues about them being there, and their secondary sucks worse than
I
Texas'
don't know about
secondary.
that.
I would agree
It's
with you on that one.
114th defense overall out of 130 teams.
Yeah, 100. Yeah, like 129. Yeah,
Like
31,
I'm just
is it 31?
like
32.
I have no idea. Like Texas is favored in that game. Vegas usually knows what the hell they're doing.
It's wrong. Washington.
I
can tell you right now, John had the conspiracy theory. You know what the national championship is going to be already.
Yeah.
It's going to be Texas
Texas,
and
Alabama,
Alabama.
SEC, blah, blah, blah. I'm telling you now, Washington in a dome should be favored over Texas.
Why?
I think
Michael Penix Jr.
Washington got
Why? Michael Penix Jr.
I think Penix is going to get waxed.
Washington got disrespected against. I mean, people were talking about Oregon and already having that one loss, and if they beat Washington, would they be favored over Texas to make a playoff? And everybody was already discounting Washington, and then they came and they took it to Oregon.
Beat that ass.
Yeah, like Texas lost some close games. I mean, won some close games coming down the stretch. You know, the Houston game and
With Malik Murphy.
but
Who got the fuck out of Dodge and went to
at
Duke.
the end of the day, Texas they have the
Wait a minute,
athletes.
didn't y'all get kind of close to Houston too? How much was the Houston game for Oklahoma? You lie like a cheap rug, I can tell you right now. It was like a 3-point game. And not only that, didn't you lose to Kansas?
I'll be
City?
honest with you.
In a rainstorm,
Who else did you lose back-to-back weeks?
Oklahoma State and Bedlam.
Okay.
Yeah.
We waxed Oklahoma State in the Big 12 championship game, by the way. Don't know if you watched. I'm sure you did, but
Look,
Texas waxed Oklahoma
all
State.
this debate, Monday night.
It's all going to
It's
come to
like,
fruition.
yeah, it's. I have no idea what to expect of that game.
All right. So let's pick it. Michigan, Alabama.
Alabama.
I'm taking Bama.
I mean, Michigan. The last 2 years they flamed out famously.
We're all picking Bama.
I'm taking
But
Bama.
never
I
good.
mean, Michigan has flamed out famously the last 2 years in the college football playoff.
Jalen Milroe has become an actual quarterback, and J.J. McCarthy has never faced a defense.
True.
Like
Very
Alabama.
true.
No.
Very true
All
on
right.
both accounts.
So the nightcap of the same night, we have Texas, Washington.
Texas by 3.
I like Texas,
Texas by 3.
and it hurts me to say that because I love A&M.
Right.
But I think Texas is. I think Texas wins that game. I think they get to Alabama, and I think Alabama waxes them.
I don't think it's a wax.
I think it's.
I don't think it's a wax.
Okay, so all right. Alabama, Texas, championship game.
It's a 3-point game either way. I can see Alabama winning by 3, and I can see Texas winning by 3.
Okay, so 3-point
legit-
swing either way.
3-point swing either way.
You say waxes them. What do you mean?
45-21.
You're full of fucking shit, sir. I don't care if you are the GM of a liquor store chain. You're still full of shit.
45-21. Welcome to the SEC.
All right, so with Mike's pick, we're going to call it I'll be conservative, 12.5 point spread. You've got a 3-point spread either way.
I got 3 either way. I could see Texas winning by 3.
Mike's got
I
a
could see
12 and a
Alabama.
half, 12 and a half
Yeah.
Alabama favor. I'm going Alabama, Washington. Alabama wins by 6.5 is the spread.
I can't wait to come back on here after all this is done.
Me too. This is going to be fun.
Yeah.
I'm going to clip it.
You clipping, all right.
Put it all. This is going to be fun. This is
It's
going to be real fun.
I don't think the national
said-
championship game's close,
What was
regardless
it?
who wins.
6, 7, 9 months ago, Alabama wins the national championship. I said it right here on this show.
I think Alabama.
Alabama's been down for too long.
I
They
just
will not
hope
be
for-
down this long.
I just hope for
Alabama
your
wins
case-
the national championship this year.
Georgia is better than every other team in
Yes.
the country.
God,
Oh,
yes.
for sure, yeah.
Oh, for
And Alabama.
it's not even close.
Yes.
Georgia is gonna mop the floor with Florida
Well,
State.
of course, being as Florida State's running a 4th-string quarterback.
It doesn't matter.
And
I mean,
and 10 of their players have already opted out.
Oh God, yeah. Everybody at Florida State's like,
Yeah.
Well, I
We
think
out
you're
this
making the
bitch.
point we were talking about. Like, you know You're not getting a true Florida State at its best versus a Georgia at its best. You're getting,
but you are getting
now,
a Texas at its best.
No,
versus a Washington at its best.
Do I believe Florida State should have made the playoff? Yes.
I think Georgia was a bigger.
I think Georgia should have made it. I'm with Mike on that. Georgia should have made it. A one-loss SEC team should have made it over
Texas.
I would say that.
Yeah. I mean,
honestly, to me, I don't.
I have no complaint. Look, at the end of the day, Texas have, they have one loss to Oklahoma, which, no disrespect to you, wasn't. It was probably.
Excuse me.
It was probably the worst loss of any team that was being considered for that playoff, but even though it came earlier in the year, and I do think that Milroe and Alabama is a completely different team. Mm-hmm. Texas went out there. They scheduled Alabama,
right?
Which many people aren't going to do in an out of conference setting, and they probably should have beat them last year if Ewer doesn't get hurt.
And see, I'm glad you said that because I actually told him that, and he looked at me and said I was crazy.
I mean, you never know.
Like he
obviously, like I never want to discount Alabama in anything, but
I'm not hearing about that elephant shit.
I am too.
I do believe that Alabama's playing the best football right now.
Dude,
Jake's on your side.
Yeah, Jake's on my side. Jake's a little higher than I am.
Who's playing the best right now?
And here's my bold prediction. If Texas wins the national championship this year, it would not surprise me with what is moving forward as, hey, look, we're an SEC team. And the SEC with the ESPN and the ball games with the ESPN and Texas winning a championship would not surprise me.
It wouldn't surprise me neither. I mean, I'll be honest. I mean, don't get me wrong. The homer in me is like, oh, yeah, let's do it.
But I think a Texas-Alabama championship game is what ESPN is praying for.
Well, they're definitely praying for. I mean, at the end of the day, Texas is a massive fan base. It's massive. And
you remember my episode real quick. They're like the number 2 grossing college football program in the nation.
Well, part of that podcast I was listening to earlier, they were talking about, just look at these 2 games, Texas versus Washington and Alabama versus Michigan. It's probably the best collection of 4 teams, that matter from a national attraction standpoint.
I mean, you got the Pacific Northwest and Washington. Yeah. You've got the South and Alabama and Texas, and then you've got Michigan.
Yeah, with Jim Harbaugh's been in the news a lot this past year. Michigan's been one of those polarizing teams. So, yeah, I think I hate that it's all Monday night. Especially the Texas-Washington game, I think, starts pretty late on Monday.
It's like 7:45 Eastern.
Yeah, because most people got to go back to work on Tuesday.
I'm one of those people.
Yeah.
You got to go back to work on Tuesday?
Tuesday.
Okay. Yeah, my wife doesn't go back till Thursday.
Fuck a Tuesday.
Yeah, I know. That's what I said.
All right. So it sounds like we're wrapping this up a little bit. I got two questions left.
Okay.
One is directed directly at Mike, and the rest is all of us.
I'm sorry. I got a cracked tailbone. It kind of sucks to move around.
So 2024 is approaching fast.
You don't say.
I mean, it's approaching at the same pace it's always approached, but go ahead. Yeah.
As a general manager of a liquor store
chain.
Yeah, don't forget the chain part.
Giant liquor store chain, which is no longer small.
Yes.
What do y'all look forward to for a new year? Like, what is that?
Yeah, I mean, for us, definitely this year, 100% is new locations. I mean, anytime we get to expand,
Expansion.
I think that
just like the SEC.
the Longhorn
baby,
name
expansion.
alone, liquor stores around here, especially Southeast Texas, are a dime a dozen. Not many stick out. I truly believe that Longhorn is above everybody else.
Ooh.
Poses an interesting question.
Ooh.
Oh.
Ooh.
I know. I
got goosebumps. I don't know.
I got a quiver with excitement.
Oh my goodness.
All right.
What is your thoughts on the quote unquote new boy on the block in dugout liquor?
Oh.
Yeah. Anybody that wants to get in any business, I mean, I wish them the best. I don't know the owners.
I don't.
So
I drive by it pretty regularly.
It's not an easy business to get into.
No, it's not.
Location is kind of like liquor stores for the most part are a neighborhood.
See See, I'm glad you mentioned that because I thought the same thing when I saw it. I mean, don't get me wrong; it's a quote unquote trendy location.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a cool,
everything
super
else
cool
that's
location.
there.
Super cool.
Oh,
Cool.
the silos over there, the places are nice.
Yes,
I've
they
been to
are.
the Hard Bean Coffee over there.
Yes.
I've been most people
Rambo Outdoors has got a cool location there in the silos. as
Most
well.
people, the way the traffic flows here in Southeast Texas, in the afternoons and evenings, most traffic is headed north.
Yes.
Okay. To get to that location, you have to exit and turn around and come back up the feeder road.
Oh, it's so
To get to it.
Fuck that location.
Yeah.
Fuck that. I have okay. Let me intervene here for
God.
just a second. Because
Is this going where I think it's going?
You asked this question from a consumer standpoint to
I
a liquor
did.
store general manager.
I did.
Let me propose an answer from a consumer to consumer.
Okay.
Fuck that location, because I drive from Beaumont, technically Finette almost, to Silsbee, to my home. I wanted to stop there one night. I wanted to walk in. I wanted to say, hey, how you doing? I'm a whiskey person in this area. I like whiskey.
I think you made a post about them.
I did.
Yeah.
I tried twice and said, fuck it, I'm going home. Because I hit the Tram Road exit. I got this.
Yeah.
No, I didn't. Because there were 47 other cars that wanted to come on as well
Yep.
Yeah.
on the same exit as I tried to make the U-turn. So I said, fuck. Because there's only one entrance into the silos area.
That's not true.
No,
my
it is.
friend.
It's very much true.
No, because you can go.
You cannot, because they had it blocked off with a whole bunch of barrels.
You got to go by the
No.
donut shop.
No, you cannot. You cannot.
You can.
There was one entrance because I tried to go down slightly further where there looks like there's an entrance, and you can't. Don't turn there because you're going to run into some barrels.
You want me to educate you real quick?
So you don't turn in. So you go down and you just make the motherfucking U-turn again, and you're like, you know what? One more time. I got this. Nope.
No.
I got it.
Hang
I got it.
on.
I got it.
You take
Make
tram,
the U-turn,
okay?
and you make the U-turn.
No.
See, you don't.
You do.
That's the problem. You don't make the U-turn.
No, you
Look,
don't.
Fuck
I
up.
think one thing we can agree on here,
Is
Roy,
you don't get in there
is
easily.
It's already too stressful to even attempt.
It is very stressful.
Yeah.
So the second time around, same thing.
Okay.
I got this.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I tried to get over, and there was a car that thought he had the same idea as me.
Why didn't you take Chin?
See, now you're making it too stressful.
No. Chin,
You're doing too much.
Lawrence,
You're doing too much.
Old Voth.
See, you done named 3 streets that I didn't even know
Chin,
about.
Lawrence, Old Voth.
I wanted to make a U-turn and turn.
Yeah. You are not making a great case. You're naming a lot of roads to try to get to one liquor
I should have
store.
been able to U-turn, U-turn, and turn.
I didn't say it was a good argument. I just said it was an argument.
It was an
U-turn
argument.
and turn. That's all I wanted to do. Because I realized after my first attempt that the second opening in that shopping center is not open. Fuck me for not thinking about that, right? It was blocked off by barrels. All right, fine, I got it. You turn. Don't fucking try to turn because I'm going to get run over in my little Corolla.
If I didn't have to go out of town no more, I would show you 3 different ways to get to that store.
That's the problem.
That there's multiple
I got
ways to get to
pissed. No, I got pissed off because I almost got ran over in my little Corolla. So I said, fuck it. Went all the way down, made the other U-turn, jumped back on the highway and said, I'm going to Silsby.
Look, most people are not exiting a highway between their destinations to go to a liquor store.
That's not necessarily true, my friend. And I'll tell you this playing devil's advocate. Your Lumberton location, prime example. You have to, if you're coming north, if you're heading north, you have to exit Highway 69 and go through a plethora of bullshit-ass red lights.
Guess how easy it is to get to Silsby from that exit.
Majority of our Lumberton location business comes from Lumberton.
Oh, I'm sure it does, yeah.
Because the only other store within Lumberton is 100 yards down the road from it.
Yes.
Not even, maybe.
Right.
Yeah, you're
So
right.
it's
And
like-
let's be honest, they're not nice people.
Everybody in Lumberton has to make a choice, and so like you're gonna go to the same area. Are you gonna go to Longhorn, or are you gonna go
No,
to
I
this
tried
other
to buy
liquor store?
something from them, okay? I'm
Yeah.
not going to lie. The cynical asshole in me, they had a quote-unquote crown roll throne. I walked in and said, hey, how much would you take for that? Oh, it's not for sale. No, everything has a price, first of all. I know this.
I think I can get you one of those.
Oh, God.
Can you really?
Yeah, I think I can.
Like, and it not cost me anything?
Yeah, not cost you anything. I mean, yeah.
Can I put it right there and make my new spot right there?
God, no.
No, you have to sit on my son.
But,
Okay, I'll sit on the side.
but,
Can I still have the throne?
So here's my deal.
but on your point, I can, so it splits, right, in Lumberton? I can
does.
go this way and go to the Longhorn Liquor in Lumberton and then turn right back around very, very easily and hit Chance and just smooth right on to Silsby.
Chance is a clusterfuck at 6 o'clock at night.
No.
Yeah.
But we're also trying, and
I
I'm
left
not,
Firehouse the other day. I know.
I'm not downplaying their store, but
Touche.
because of everything we've talked about tonight, Longhorn is also more of a destination store.
It is.
You're right.
It is. It's
You're
very
probably
much so.
right.
And people, like, all I'm saying is their location, a lot of that traffic going up and down that highway is either going to Beaumont or going to Lumberton. Liquor stores are most active from the hours of 4 o'clock to like 8 o'clock. Most of that traffic's heading north at that point.
Right.
A lot of those people are going to be passing the Longhorn or going into a neighborhood around the Longhorn, which is closer to their house. Why would they stop there?
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, it's not about like
It's convenient.
we specialize in the whiskey, and this place may really lean into the whiskey. Most liquor stores are still propped up by Fireball and Tito's and Crown Royal.
Fireball.
That's what
And Taka.
makes
And
liquor stores profitable.
All
The
other
whiskey's great, but
Platinum 7X.
we only get to do the whiskey stuff we do with y'all because of these other Fireball's a Sazerac product.
Right. I understand that.
Yeah.
And when
Right.
it becomes allocated,
Mike's favorite.
I'm going to
Wait a
laugh
minute.
in everybody's face.
Mike's favorite Sazerac product, Mango Shada. His
Yeah,
favorite
Mango Shada.
across the board.
Yeah,
God.
I like it. It doesn't bother me.
I went. No. Don't say that.
Oh, that's funny.
Like,
So I went to Silsby.
Oh, I'm shocked. You live here.
Oh, no.
I know.
I went to Silsby Longhorn. And I'm standing in the liquor aisle. And
So Keith High?
I'm sorry. No, he wasn't there.
Okay. Jeremy
went-
was there.
I went to the whiskey aisle.
Oh, okay.
And I'm standing there, and there's a couple that comes in, and then there's another couple that comes in, and I've been standing here for a minute, and I've witnessed multiple people come in and leave, and come in and leave, and not a single one of them wanted to cross my path in the whiskey aisle. Okay.
You look like an extra from The Hobbit. They're waiting for you to hit them with a battle axe.
But maybe I expect more from people. Like, I want better palates for people. And I'm not saying if you drink beer, you're lesser. If you drink wine, you're
He's taking
lesser.
a shot at you.
No, I'm not.
He's so judgmental.
He's very judgmental.
Very. But I get to the counter, right? And I can't ever remember his name. It's not Keith. Jeremy.
We said this already.
Yeah.
Twice.
So I get to the counter and I put my stuff up there and I glance over and I'm like, fuck. What is right there on the display in a packaged cellophane thing? Mango fucking shada.
Yeah.
And Fireball.
Yep.
Yeah.
God damn these mother truckers.
Don't feel bad. Hey, I had accounts that sold kegs of Fireball.
I know.
Kegs.
I
Plural form.
100% know.
Plural form.
Chloroform?
Yes.
Is that like
Sounds
chloroform?
like some plant process.
Chloroform.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'm not gonna go.
Chloroform.
I'm not gonna go into the whole water boy.
Chloroform. Yeah. Mama said alligators honoring getting out of them teeth and no
Yeah, I wasn't gonna
toothbrush.
go into
Yeah.
all that. No, but I get it. I get it. Just let's not talk about mango shot on our show.
I mean, I kind of have to at least name drop it from time to time.
Yeah.
All right, y'all buy it so that they can get BTAC.
He's
don't know.
contractually obligated. So,
All right,
yeah, Southeast Texas Whiskey Fest.
Yes.
I got. All right, so 2 questions.
I thought you had 2 questions ago. God. He's trying to keep me up
All right,
late.
no, this is so. Everybody's 2024 whiskey predictions, like this year, 2023, everybody pretty much said American single malt. That's what's going to blow up, and it did. So 2024, what's the next hot thing?
I think there's going to be more wine finishes.
I mean, it's out there
I like that.
already.
I mean, like the Cabernet Sauvignons, the Moscato finishes. Like, I want to see the interesting finishes. Like,
So you're saying finishing is going to continue to be a
I think
big part of it?
I feel like it's a good, safe bet.
Chuck said mango shot is one I do not like.
I'm not a big fan either.
Chlorophyll, more like borophyll.
Borophyll.
See, he knew where I was going with it.
Well, I got it. But I do.
Somebody said it.
I do have to say though, back on the mango shot thing, just for a brief second, if you dust your glass with tahini, it's actually not bad.
I don't mind it to begin with. So, is that a barrel proof?
It is.
Ooh.
2024 whiskey prediction. Don't
Right.
change the subject.
Where'd you score that?
Schmancy.
Longhorn Liquor
Yeah.
on 3939 Dallin Road in Beaumont, Texas.
Is that the same one?
Shut up.
Or is that a different one?
Shut up and drink it.
This is a very broad, and it kind of incorporates what you've already talked about with, I think the American single malt continues to grow.
Okay.
That's a good one.
That-
I
I'm not mad
think
about it.
I think we're getting to this point. Enough people have gotten into whiskey for enough years where they're starting to look for more unique, interesting things. So to piggyback on the wine finishes, not necessarily maybe wine finishes as much as it is just new and unique. You know, one thing that popped up this last year, before this past year, is anybody ever heard of Ambarana cask?
Right.
Very true. Good point.
You know, it just,
That was the darling of this year.
yeah, it was the darling this year. And so there'll be some other, like that Westland that we picked with that Scotch ale finish. I never Never heard of it. Never had one with this guy. Thought it was fantastic. And so,
In that case, I need Tex Malt to take malted barley and smoke it over tobacco leaves.
You're gonna keep trying.
I am gonna try.
I don't
for
think
that
it's gonna
one.
catch on.
I think it's gonna. I think somebody's gonna take a gamble on it.
So, and I think I'm gonna take the opposite, like almost the complete opposite of what Jake is saying. I think you're gonna see a lot of high age statement stuff, like the Copper and Cask 8 here. We had, obviously every year there's a release of Weller 12, Knob Creek 12, Lux Road 12, Jack Daniels 12.
You kind of saw it this year with the Calumet line. I mean, they went as far as what?
16?
Yeah.
So I've heard a couple people, and Jake is echoing that, saying the higher age statement stuff is going to be bigger and hotter. My problem with that is that was the big thing during like the COVID years, like 19, 20, 21. Everybody put out their higher age stuff, and I don't know if that's going to, at some point, that's going to have to come to an end, right?
I'm going to piggyback off of what Jake said.
Yeah.
High age, high proof.
I think, personally, every bottle should come out at cask strength. You can always add your own water or ice to proof it to whatever you like. I only want to buy cask strength whiskey.
Right.
I want it unadulterated, straight from the barrel, and then I decide.
If I want to put a drop.
Right, a drop or 10.
Big block of ice.
Or a big block of ice.
Or a ball of ice.
I was at Republic Boot yesterday, and my buddy Chris offered me a whiskey, and without asking, because we don't get the chance to hang around a whole lot, he just put a big cube in there, and then poured the whiskey over the cube, and that's how he served it to me, and I wasn't gonna
Yeah, go fuck yourself.
I'm only neat, but and it took one sip, and it really, we get stuck in our ways.
Right.
And I'm like, oh,
We do.
I only drink it neat and whatever. I enjoyed it. I really did. It was refreshing, and it gave me a different experience than what I've had in quite a while, because I don't ever drink it over ice.
I like it.
And I did enjoy that moment. And so I'd like to, as long as there's people out there, these craft distilleries, people that are really kind of picking up and starting a new tradition and something that can carry on. Don't get me wrong, I mean, Buffalo Trace and these distilleries, or some iteration of those distilleries, have been around for obviously hundreds of years.
Right.
Makers, and love them. It's great. But I'm the type of consumer, because at the beginning of all this, I was a consumer. I want new and I want interesting. Try to stay outside the box a little bit, and do something a little different and make your own mark.
That's why I think my cigar smoked barley is going to be like the new thing.
And Chuck and Mitzi, we've talked about them. Chuck agreed. I think the experimental cask finishing will be big in 2024.
I can see that one too.
Nobody knew about Amberana.
Right.
Yeah.
And that was a big thing. Like, Amberana just blew up over the last, few months.
Yeah.
And Jake kind of agreed. Look at the response to Jacob's Pardon 18.
Yeah, that's and I personally have got to try a couple of different sample bottles of Jacob's 18, and they've both been hazmat. They're fantastic. I mean, it is a fantastic whiskey. It does carry a very, very ultra premium price point, no doubt.
And let me say this, tiptoeing me personally, I am not going to walk into a Longhorn Liquor and spend $350
Sure.
on your store pick.
Yeah.
I cannot.
Yeah.
There are a lot of people that will, and you should. And I 100% agree with it. If there was a bottle that I hoped you had brought tonight, it would have been that one. And I know and I say that out of the utmost respect, because look at Jacob's Pardon 18. Look at all of these 12-year, 18-year, etc. bottles that have come out. They are fantastic, and I've heard amazing things about them.
You see which one of us is the more sentimental that just wanted you to show up.
Yeah.
Well,
that
it's
Jacob,
not. I don't want him to bring the bottle. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit.
I know you don't.
But I think what you're getting, like,
I think it's funny.
If I were to have a 1 ounce pour for $30, it would be an 18-year-old Jacob's Pardon. Because I cannot, and let's admit it, I cannot walk into a Longhorn Liquor tonight and put my card down for $350. Like, I'm not going to do it.
Not without you sleeping on a couch.
But you could.
He could. He could. He'd end up on the couch.
He asked for forgiveness, not permission.
Or he would be calling me, hey, is your spare bedroom available?
Yeah,
Oh, I have a spare bedroom if you want to come.
guys,
you
listen.
can live with me.
I could not
I've got
walk
lots of
into
whiskey.
a Longhorn Liquor and spend $350 on that bottle.
There's worse decisions you can make, though. No, it's a fantastic bottle.
you
I'll bring you
understand
a
what I'm
sample.
saying.
No, absolutely.
No.
It's
That's what I'm saying. Like, ultra
It's-
premium.
and-
Do we
and
have
this
to
is
pay
what
an
I
ultra
get back-
premium
like
price
when
for
I
an
talk-
ultra age?
when I talk about Mike, like when we tried that barrel, we didn't there was no obligation to buy an entire barrel. They were willing to split it up, and Mike loved it, and then ordered a certain number of cases, and then called the rep back up later that day and was like, I don't want anybody else to have it. Give me the whole barrel.
Right.
You know, we know at that price point it's something that we're gonna sit on for a while.
100%.
You know, coming soon to a basket near you. And but if
But
you
it's not
pick
about-
up a basket with a Jacob, like there's some allocated bottle that you really want. In the kicker bottle is a Jacob's Pardon 18
Oh,
year.
no.
Right.
Exactly.
That's it.
Fuck.
What more can you ask for? You know.
But that's okay, and that's where I was going with it. Everybody, and a lot of this, it's going to be the ultra age stuff. 18, 12, 25, ultra aged items. Do all of those items come with an ultra premium price tag?
I mean, anytime you see age, regardless of the quality,
Or even what you said.
I think the age statement almost dictates a certain price range. Like
Let's
you're not
say
going to
higher
see an
premium.
18-year come out for $70.
No.
Never.
God, I would hope not.
Yeah. Right. But it's like it's 18 years Jacob Pardon, $350. 16-year Rebecca Creek, $230.
Right.
I've had some of those high proof Rebecca Creeks. They will fucking amazing. They are so good. Like really, really good. Like worth $230. Not me personally. I'm not. I just don't pay that for whiskey because I can go buy a bottle of Balcones for $70 and Lord knows I got enough.
So and that's my question is, do these higher age, even fuck a higher age, what about higher proof that you and everybody is talking about? Let's say every whiskey that came out this year that was the hot thing was 125 and up proof, and you had to add your own water. Mm-hmm. But every one of those was also $150 or more. Are you not hurting yourself?
Well, I mean, it would take some mathematical equations to figure it out, but if you're getting stuff, especially if you're talking about a hazmat bottle, and you proofing that down versus buying that at already a low proof, like it in the higher proof bottle gonna yield more? Because I mean, if we're talking about proof, you can only take so much.
Right.
If you're proofing 100 and You take a 750 milliliter bottle of 140 proof whiskey or a 750 milliliter bottle of 80 proof whiskey, and you're trying to drink it all at 80 proof, the 750 milliliter bottle of high proof is going to last
you longer.
a lot longer. So, I'm not saying it still comes out to where it's more economically sound.
Right.
You're usually paying for that proof, and you're going to pay for that age. But I don't think I think there's an argument to be made. Like in this sense, customers come in, you name, okay, they see this proof on this bottle, and usually once it gets to 3 digits, they're like, that's too much, and it's like, oh, I can't handle it. Well, no, then just add some water. Yeah. But if you can go in and buy 116.8 proof rare breed for $50,
but as an average consumer, am I going to add water?
I don't know. I would say the average consumer's putting it over ice. Ice melts.
No, and that's what I'm asking, and I like what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, they put
it's
it
an
over
honest
ice.
question.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, conversation I have all the time.
Because I'm not going to have as an average consumer, I'm not going to have an eyedropper and go, okay, 3 drops to 132 proof is going to make it 101 proof.
Right. Sure. But if you put it over a big block of ice and you sip it over 30 minutes,
right.
By the time you finish that glass, you've taken 140 proof whiskey to
100,
90.
Whatever. Yeah.
Whatever.
90, 100. Yeah.
So
I agree with that.
So, I mean, there's just many ways to enjoy it. My point being is, don't let the high proof scare you away. There are some interesting packages and products that are only coming in high proof. Mm-hmm. Don't shy away from that. Still try that product, but okay, throw it over a piece of ice.
So if you want,
SVP thinks you're full of shit. By the way, he's picking Michigan.
Whatever. He ain't got no hair. Oh, sorry. Well, at least you wear a hat.
You wear a hat.
I still have a little bit.
So not a good hat, but you wear a hat.
To take the complete opposite side of everybody
we'll
in the room.
November, sorry.
Yeah.
Comments, everybody here. 2024, year of the budget bourbon. That is everything priced below $40. That will be the hot thing this year. It will be the whole benchmark lineup. It will be all of that under $40 price range. That will be the thing this year. That's my prediction.
Did you eat mushrooms for your show?
Yeah, I disagree. I think bourbon's gotten to a place where people want to flex too much, and it's as much as we know that this economy is hurt and stuff like that. People are spending more money than ever. Just look at the last 2 weekends. People they've got a thirst for high dollar whiskey.
I watched a gentleman, no bullshit, walk out of a liquor store that I service. I'm not going to name the store, but he walked out with a bottle of Weller Full Proof. I know how much they were asking for it, and he paid it and didn't even bat an eye.
Dumb.
Yeah. Now, I think ideally I would, and I do that all the time to our customers and try to introduce them to some of those budget. Again, and I know it's on everybody's list, but Early Times Bottled and Bond, Evan Williams Bottled and Bond, they're great bottles. And that's the thing, if you come into our store and maybe you have a little bit tighter budget, you don't have to spend a lot of money to get a great experience. And
man, I'll be honest, man. We turned a guy on, and I can't remember the guy's name to save my life, but your Rittenhouse store pick.
Yeah. I mean,
this dude walked out with like 4 bottles of it,
dude,
off the cut.
One of our favorite store picks I do every year is the Sazerac Rye store pick, $30 a bottle.
Yep.
It's great. I mean, there's there's stuff out there for every price point.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
I don't disagree with Bucky on the premise. I think that there's a lot of great value budget whiskeys out there. And at some point, I think history will tell you that the tide's going to turn to where people start looking for more budget-friendly options. I just feel like that the thirst is still on the rise for allocated, hard-to-find stuff. I mean, and it's proven by the number of people that spent the night in line at Specs this week, the number of people that came out to our event the last couple of weeks. Now, and whether this helps make Bucky's point or not, people coming out to those events, these events that are drawing these people in are events that where you have the opportunity to get those bottles at a retail price. So maybe people start trying to buck the secondary market. I think, and I think
because I only have to spend it once or twice a year. Like if I know Longhorn Liquor is doing a drop, multiple drops at the end of the year, December. All right, I got a plan for December.
Yeah.
So for January through October, if all I buy is everything under $40, can you not tell me I could walk away with some damn good whiskey?
No, you would for sure.
What I'm trying to,
And then in December,
and this can't be announced yet, but I will let people peek behind the curtain of what I'm currently working on. And that is, instead of doing the event like we did a couple weeks ago, where you sampled all 20 store picks in one night or one day, and around already a stressful time for people because it's Christmas and stuff like that. And I am working with our POS system to be able to identify these bottles, these store picks, 2024 store picks as we bring them in, integrate that with our loyalty account system where I can run a report at the end of the year and we will track store pick purchases for the entire year and then have a raffle at the end of the year, but based off those store pick purchases throughout a year versus just one day. And try to keep that momentum going throughout the year of people getting interested in our store picks, keep them moving. And again, the more we move them, the more we get to bring in. And that's really where you get the unique whiskey these days, And
I think it gives a lot of incentive to push those bottles. And I don't want to compare y'all to a Total Wine or a Specs, like you said earlier, where you're pushing those house brands, but that's what makes it so much different is a Longhorn store pick truly is different. It's better. I've said it on the show. A Longhorn store pick is fucking fire.
Yeah. Yeah, we
just pick one up and try it.
Yeah.
I promise you won't be disappointed.
We should do one on the show sometime.
A what?
Don't you tease me with a good fucking time. Ooh, speaking of which, I don't even know why y'all are looking at each other like that. It's kind of weird.
I heard him yelling at me when I was outside.
He was.
No, Roy was. Thank you very much.
He yells at everybody.
No, Roy was yelling at you.
I heard Roy.
You did a pick not too long ago, and a buddy of ours, Clint, posted that photo that he got to help with that.
Which one?
Was it a Knob Creek?
It was Knob Creek.
Knob Creek Rye?
I don't know. Was it?
I feel that's what it was.
Man, I've done. Talk
about flexing. Here we go.
Here we go to so many.
Yeah. Yes, Clint's done several with me for sure.
But it was very, very recent.
Yeah, the Knob Creek Rye pick was probably 3 or 4 months ago. Yeah, maybe 3 months ago. Oh, no. That
all
was
coming back now, huh?
Yeah, that was the bourbon pick We
What
haven't
is
got
that? What
we
is
haven't
that?
got we haven't got that barrel one yet.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking about. What's up with that pack?
Yeah. He
Can you give us
Again.
some insight?
yeah, he came over. I think Brandon was over that night.
I can't believe that kid's actual first name is Kool-Aid.
It was one of those impromptu. I mean, sometimes these store picks get dropped in my lap, and they're like, "Hey, we need a picture of the bottle in like
Yeah, like hurry up.
24 hours."
Oh,
And so, I had Brandon Clint over, and we sampled through that Knob Creek bourbon, and Knob Creek had stopped doing store picks for a little bit there after COVID, and then some
the rye
renovations
picked
they
up.
were doing, and so the rye started back up earlier this year. We got that. Tina from Beam Suntory actually wanted me to come out November 1st to Claremont to do that
Ooh,
Knob
that'd be
Creek
nice.
bourbon pick. And just that being our busy time of year, things didn't quite work out. And so they ended up sending us a kit. That was probably about a month ago. I would say that Clint and Brandon came over and we sampled that out. And so, I love Knob Creek. I love the store picks.
They do make some good stuff.
Yeah. So,
all right. So as we kind of wind this down, what is one message you would send to anybody coming to Southeast Texas Whiskey Festival?
Hold on to your butts.
I like it.
yeah, be prepared. I mean, we've talked about the hydration I'm not trying. It does matter to come in and be hydrated. Look, come in that first hour. I mean, VIP, I feel like you probably feel like you're pressed to get the most out of that, but just be patient. And the event is a long event. There's a lot of stuff to see. There's a lot of stuff to try. You can make it through the first third and not remember the rest. Like, take your time. It's if you come in VIP, you got 4 hours. If you come in general admission, you got 3 hours. That's plenty of time to get around there. Take your time, walk around, try you several on the first trip around. Go get you some food. Come outside. Enjoy the live music. Just relax for a minute. Catch your second wind. Go back, do another pass. And do that a couple different times. Enjoy the entire time there. We met people there last year that they got in at 5 o'clock in the VIP hour and they're leaving by 6:30.
Yeah.
You run too fast.
Right.
Way too fast, yeah.
It's a marathon, not a sprint.
Yeah, it's a celebration of this unique event that we brought to this community, and we want everybody to have a great time. We want everybody to be safe. We want everybody to be responsible.
Right.
But most important, we want you to go out, have a good time, introduce you to some brands maybe you don't know about, get you to try some whiskey from some brands you love that maybe you haven't got to have yet because of it's a new release or it's a distillery only and it's a special bottle they brought out. Enjoy it for what it is, but people come in there with big eyes. You walk in there and you see all that and you feel like you're missing out on something and I gotta go get this, I gotta go get that.
I'll say this. One of the things that saved me was stopping and having conversations with people. Mm-hmm. Stop. Talk. Don't be afraid. Don't run. Like Mike is saying, don't get big eyes and just run and do it. Gotta have it. Stop.
Yeah.
Talk to people. Enjoy the evening. Hydrate. Eat something.
Hydrate.
Walk outside.
Hydrate.
Walk outside.
Yeah.
Smoke a cigar. Talk to people. Stop for 15 minutes. You've got 3 hours. 3 hours. And I promise you the lines aren't that bad.
They're not.
Because I was there last year. Stop. Talk to people. hydrate, eat something. And I promise you will get to enjoy every minute of the 3 hours you were there.
You will, for sure.
Yeah, and you need to take the time and savor it. It only happens once a year. And there's no immediate changes to that.
No, and there shouldn't be. It should be a once-a-year event with what it is, with 400, if you see it, 400-plus bottles. And at this point, it's 100-plus distilleries or booths.
Yeah.
Whenever I made this was based off of last year's numbers.
Right.
So now we're over this.
And
stop and enjoy it.
Yeah.
Stop. Just enjoy it.
Yeah.
Don't go nuts. Don't get big eyes.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah, be picky about, like...
It's something so you said it a few weeks ago at this point. I would rather taste 15 amazing whiskeys than 100 plus that I'm just going to drink and spit or swallow and be drunk.
Right.
I don't spit whiskey.
Right. And that's what we were talking about. I would rather taste what I want and enjoy my evening than run through all of them, drink all of them, and
Right.
you're drunk or you've spit every one of them and you haven't had a good time because you're like, oh, this isn't what I want. This is bad. I don't like scotch. Oh my God, my mouth tastes like Band-Aids now. I can't taste nothing because I've had nothing but 115 plus proof whiskeys.
Right.
Stop. Slow down. Enjoy the evening.
Yeah. Make friends. Seek out new conversations. A lot of these people that represent these distilleries are awesome, amazing, great people that are very passionate about selling that product and talking about it and communicating that to our attendees. And yeah, I agree with you. Slow down, pump the brakes. 3 hours, 4 hours if you're VIP. It's a long time.
It is.
And although it's a lot of vendors, the way it's set up, it doesn't take, because of the room that you have to move around more efficiently.
Right.
You've got plenty of time to get around, take it all in, and then, look, we want everybody to have a good time and just be responsible as much as you can. If you got a designated driver, then go a little crazy. Just don't make me kick you out. I don't want to kick anybody out.
Please don't.
Yeah, but we enjoy yourself. Have a good time. That's what it's there for.
Yep. For sure.
All right. We're winding this thing down.
I'm good.
You're
got
good?
something. Yeah,
You got
I'm
something?
good. I got to get up in the morning.
I brought this for you.
I know you did.
Second busiest day of the year tomorrow for us.
Yep.
How is that? Okay, so before we do it, I didn't think about that question, but
Because the fact that they're closed Sunday and Monday.
what is that like? Something for
Having
something
2 days
like,
off in a row, I don't know.
I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah.
But a day like New Year's Eve, New Year's, like what is something like that like? I mean, are y'all like balls to the wall, like gotta go?
I mean, I think compared to what I've put the Beaumont employees through the last couple of weekends, they're going to find this to be a walk in the park. So not too worried about them. Some of the other stores, especially like our Lumberton store and some of our bigger stores, it's New Year's Eve is, and the way it fell this year is New Year's Day being on a Monday. So a lot of people will be partying Sunday night, no doubt. This is their last chance to get alcohol. And so anytime you're closed for 2 days in the liquor business, that's unheard of because we never close.
And you've had to do it back-to-back weeks.
Yeah,
Let's talk about
back-to-back
that for a second.
weeks,
You've had to
yeah.
do it back-to-back weeks.
It's gonna be busy. And so I invite anybody to come in. We still have, like I said earlier, when I left, there was still some of the old Forester picks at the Beaumont store.
Go get one.
There's still some of the Rumble.
It's fucking good.
Still Austin, cash strength pick.
Okay, time out. Let's talk about that one. If you're in the area, if you have a Longhorn liquor store near you, please go buy the Still Austin cast strength bourbon single barrel select. Fucking amazing.
It's so good.
So good. I wish I would have bought. I really wish I would have brought it tonight, but I was a little selfish on that one.
I was hanging out at one of our accounts last night in the Heights.
Fucking good.
Shout out to Beetlejuice. Their pizza.
You were there
is
again?
Fucking amazing. Oh yeah,
You were just there a couple weeks ago when we talked.
Yeah, I stayed there till about 10 o'clock last night, and then drove back to Beaumont. Like, it's insane. But they had the new Still Austin pick and had a pour of that, and it was
So good.
yeah, it was fantastic.
So
Really
good. So good.
But that's par for the course for Still Austin. I mean, they're pioneers and what they're like.
Yes.
They're
If you like Texas whiskey, if you like good whiskey, the Still Austin single barrel select from Longhorn Liquor, you 100%, and I don't put my name behind a lot of things, you won't be disappointed. I promise you, it is amazing.
well, if you like bad whiskey, what the fuck are you doing listening to this show?
Right, exactly. I mean, okay, fine. You get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But, dude, it's one of my favorite pours. at this
No,
point.
it's yeah,
'Cause,
fantastic.
So, like, full disclosure, I revisited the Blue Note juke joint, store pick that
Store
y'all
pick,
did
yeah,
from a couple years ago.
121.2
Yeah,
proof. Yeah,
still by far one of my favorite pours.
yeah. It's
The Still Austin pick that y'all did this year rivals that pour.
awesome. That's that Blue Note pick really.
I loved that pick.
That's
I
one of
loved
those
that
picks
pick.
that like a lot of people didn't want too familiar with that Blue Note name, and then saw this. Oh, it's 120 plus proof, and it's less than
You
50
need
bucks.
to try it. Like, you
And that's
got
what
to.
sold that bottle initially, and then people are like, "Oh, like this is
It's
really
still
good."
one of my favorite pours.
Yeah.
It really is.
It grew a little bit of its own mythical greatness behind it, and it sold out. But like
It's good.
No.
It's damn good. But all right. So January 6th,
yeah.
Southeast Texas Whiskey Festival.
If you still need tickets, SETX whiskeyfest.com. General admission is all that's left. I promise you, it's the best value on the board. The VIP is great, but you get a lot of that same value in the general admission for like $90 cheaper. You get the same the food, the catering that comes along with that, the whole outside area with the music and the cigar war wagon and Buxton's and all that's all included. The tickets, the only difference in the tickets is one gets you in an hour earlier than the other.
Yep.
Everything's included in both.
Stay tuned Friday night, 1 week from today, because we will be out at the sponsored dinner. Mm-hmm. I have every intention of taking every picture that I can, maybe a little bit of video, but we're going to put y'all into every aspect of this that we can. If there is a bit of transparency that we can provide, we are going to provide it.
Yeah.
Mike has given us the opportunity to be a part of the sponsorship dinner, and we appreciate that greatly. I cannot thank you enough for that. I will take all the pictures that I can. I'm going to do whatever I can to provide everybody just a little bit of insight into that. As we walk into Whiskey Fest on Saturday night as a VIP member, we are going to provide every bit of access that you can get. I will have pictures. I will have everything that you can think of. I promise you that.
Live for the pregame, huh? Though or no?
We are,
Yeah.
as of right now, as long as You're okaying it.
Yeah, yeah.
Our plan is to go live Saturday, 12 to 2 p.m.
How much are you
Central
paying
Time.
me? No.
Grease. I got some canola oil at the house if I need to grease the palms.
Give me a pour of whiskey.
Okay, I got it. You just let me know what you need. Saturday afternoon, 12 to 2 p.m. We do plan on going live for a pregame show. Whatever guests we can bring on, we absolutely plan on bringing on, whether that is a rep from a distiller, maybe a distiller or two, if we can. But we're going to do everything we can. We're going to give y'all every bit of access we can to show y'all who's setting up, what's going on. That's what we're here for, and we cannot thank Longhorn Liquor and Mike Wright enough for everything they've allowed us to do. But ultimately, Happy New Year. Let's go into 2024 bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
For sure.
It's going to be a good year.
I think I'm going to lose weight this year.
You and me both,
Me
brother.
too.
Yeah, let's do it.
Probably not, but it's always
I'm
good.
going to try.
Like, it's good to see how far you can go into the new
All right,
year
so
with that.
there's three of us sitting here tonight. Let's
Yep.
go 50 pounds between the three of us.
How soon?
2025.
Okay. Yeah, I'll start.
Why not?
I'll start in November.
Okay. That's good. Hey, as long as we hit 50 pounds between the three of us, we're good.
We're good.
All right.
It's funny.
You got one?
I do.
All right.
I always have one.
You ready? Last call, Frogger!
Whiskey is meant to be enjoyed with good friends, good company, sipped slow, and savored thoroughly.
Cheers.
I got a glass.
That's an original one glass.
You've got an entire glass.
That's
Cheers, sir.
John's fault.
Cannot wait till this next weekend.
Well, thank everybody that tuned in tonight. I mean, great.
sure,
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you
Good
all.
questions.
Great questions.
I mean, only 4.5 hours.
Let me tell you the sad part
Damn
about
it.
it. We wanted to cut it off at 2,
Yeah.
We tried.
but it never
All
happened.
right.
I always come in here wanting to tell y'all, like, hey, well, you know, do we want to put a time
do
frame?
it. Let's. We're gonna. All right.
Yeah. Love you guys. See y'all next weekend.
Thank
Yes,
y'all. We're gonna
for
see
sure.
everybody next weekend at Southeast Texas Whiskey Fest. Be there or be square. We are the Functional Gentlemen.
Yep.
As always, hashtag function your way, hashtag functional friends. We appreciate everybody tuning in. Happy fucking New Year. We're out of here.
Yeah.
Trying to get what I deserve. Trendsetter, I got style for you. Ain't seen you at the top, it's been a while for you. Big you up and they look down on you.